plus Hindi. Now my question is, why should the third language add any value? And the usual retort is, the third language can be used to communicate within India. But Hindi is not intrinsic to at least 60-70% of the country.
Good evening, welcome to Viewpoint. I'm Zaka Jacob. India abstained yet again from the UNGA vote on Russia. This is the 11th vote at the United Nations Security Council, UNGA, the UNHRC all put together on the question of Russia since the invasion of Russia of Ukraine began. India has abstained 11 times, including yesterday. The United States, it's making its displeasure known, from Lloyd Austin to Dilip Singh. They all seem to be lecturing India about the vices of siding with Putin, a man who has Ukrainian blood on his hands. The question, though, is, should India be acting on what it perceives as its own interests, or should it act on the interests of the United States and its Western allies? And how can the United States be lecturing India after the fiasco that we have seen of the war on terror, first in Afghanistan and then, of course, in Iraq? So this virtue signaling that's coming in from the US, and that too ahead of the 2+2 talks that are due to happen early next week, how seriously should India take that? But first, the story of why India abstained at yet another UN vote on Russia.
These images of civilian killings in Ukrainian town of Bucha shook the world's conscience and led to the second ever suspension of a country from the UN Human Rights Council.
We shall now begin the voting process.
Will all delegations confirm that
93 nations voted in favor of kicking Russia out of the council. Ukrainian President Zelensky said he was grateful for the decision.
Росія поступово програє навіть на тих майданчиках, які розглядала як цілком комфортні для себе. Після Бучі. Це вже очевидно.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of India.
India took the path of neutrality and once again abstained from the vote against Russia.
If India has chosen any side, it is the side of peace, and it is for an immediate end to violence.
New Delhi has been sticking to its neutral stand despite growing pressure from the US to act against Russia.
The Quad is, with the possible exception of India being somewhat shaky on some of this, but Japan has been extremely strong, so has Australia.
Does anyone think if China breached the line of control that Russia would now come to India's defense? I don't.
We believe that it's not in their best interest to continue to invest in Russian equipment.
Prime Minister Modi himself has said that India is on the side of peace and hopes that the problems between Ukraine and Russia get resolved through dialogue. Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
Now, while abstaining from the vote against Russia, India's ambassador to the United Nations, T.S. Tirumurti, gave 5 reasons to explain India's vote. The number one reason, according to the ambassador, explaining why India has chosen to abstain from this particular vote at the UNHRC, the number one reason is that no solution can be arrived at by shedding blood. India has been consistently saying the only way to resolve this is through dialogue. Number 2, human lives are at stake. We've seen what's happened in Bucha. Diplomacy is the only viable option to put an end to this bloodshed. India, for the very first time, has called for an independent probe into the Bucha killings. India can't be seen as condoning this kind of massacre. Number 4, the ambassador also pointed out how both sides have to work for a solution constructively, both inside and outside the United Nations. And number 5, the ambassador also saying that all decisions must be taken respecting due process. In the case of kicking Russia out of the UNHRC, due process was not followed. So that point has been highlighted by the ambassador as well. But here's how things stand for Delhi in this 2-month-long war. India has abstained, like I said, 11 times at the United Nations at various fora of the UN since the start of this war by Russia and Ukraine in February. After the global outcry over Bucha, India condemned it, called the killings disturbing, and even asked for an independent probe. Then External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar said that if India has chosen a side, it is the side of peace. Even in yesterday's abstention, India questioned the process to suspend Russia before an international probe. Let me now go across to our guest. Sushant Sareen is Senior Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation. Manju Seth, former diplomat, is joining us, Lieutenant General retired B.S. Jaswal, and also Professor Brahma Chelani, strategic affairs expert, joining us. I'll start with you, Professor Chelani. I'll get to the reasons for why India abstained, and 11 times it has abstained, but this whole virtue signaling that's coming from the United States, from Biden himself calling India somewhat shaky, Lloyd Austin yesterday, Dalip Singh, all suggesting that India is somehow committing a crime by abstaining. How does India respond to that?
Well, first, there is a broad bipartisan consensus in India in favor of India's neutral stance, as the debate in Parliament earlier this week showed. Second, and more importantly, there are very few countries in the world that today can play the role of a bridge builder, a peacemaker between the East and the West, between Russia and the US, and between Russia and Ukraine. India is one of them. India can serve as a bridge builder only if it maintains neutrality, remains independent. The moment India sheds its neutrality or joins the sanctions of one side against the other, its bridge building potential will erode, probably collapse. Take Switzerland. Switzerland traditionally has been a neutral country, but Switzerland has damaged its credentials as a neutral country by freezing the assets of Russians in Swiss banks without any due process or even charging the Russian asset holders with any criminality. It froze their assets in one stroke. Now Russia is shunning Switzerland as a possible venue for peace talks. Today, Turkey and Israel, both American allies, are trying to play the role of a peacemaker.
Correct.
Israel is one of America's closest allies, while Turkey is a member of NATO. If Israel and Turkey can stay neutral in the present conflict, India has a greater reason to stay neutral. India, after all, is a founding leader of the non-aligned movement, not a member of NATO, not an ally of America, but a strategic partner of the US. And certainly India should be not just staying neutral, but playing an active role in seeking to bridge differences and to make peace, because this conflict in Ukraine has global implications. We have seen from Peru to Sri Lanka, street protests, curfews.
Yeah, no, it's not just India.
57
other countries abstained from the vote yesterday. If you add up the countries that voted in favor of Russia and the countries that abstained, they actually outnumber the countries that voted against Russia. But be that as it may, I want to ask Sushant Sareen, you know, all this virtue signaling coming from Biden and Lloyd Austin and Dalip Singh, you know, if you were to go back and look at what the United States' own record is, from Vietnam to Iraq to Afghanistan, the US should be the last country pointing fingers at other countries and saying, why aren't you taking a stand on mass killings like Bucha? I don't think anyone's condoning what happened in Bucha, but this virtue signaling can't be selective. Sushant. You have to unmute yourself, Sushant, please. Yeah.
Just a second.
All right, we can hear you now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I don't know why you are saying that they can't be selective. Of course they can be selective. Double standards, hypocrisy is part and parcel of diplomacy. You know, the rich and powerful countries think they can get away with it. Nobody will drag the US to the ICJ. Even if somebody does, the US has the power to resist it. Nobody will throw out the US from any of the forums. It has the economic, diplomatic heft to ensure that will not happen. So they will do what they can do. I think they are leaning upon us to the extent they can because they want us in their camp. Now, we can either feel flattered with all this attention we are getting, or as is the case, we are a little uncomfortable because we don't want to get in completely into bed with the Americans. And we want to keep whatever we can of whatever strategic autonomy we still have. And that's the name of the game. So frankly speaking, this is just the way these things happen. If the Russians could do it, the Russians would do it.
Yeah.
When the Chinese can do it, the Chinese do it. Right now, it's the Americans and the West which is doing it. And frankly speaking, we just need to see where our interests lie, how best we can protect our interests, how we can ward off the pressure when we can, how we absorb the pressure when we can, and how we give in a little bit to the pressure when we need to.
Okay, I want to
that is the way we'll have
ask
to move.
Manju Seth, one of the things that is being repeatedly thrown at India's face and Indian diplomats is 11 times. 11 times you've abstained. Abstaining is not a position. You've got to either be on one side or the other. How can you condone mass killings like Bucha? The question, though, is, again, I keep going back to this selective application of human rights laws, because no one, not the United States, not any of its European partners, ever brought China to the UN Human Rights Council for its mistreatment of Uyghurs. And this has been happening for a number of years, or Tibetans for that matter. So when it comes to China, it's a different ballgame. When it comes to Russia, because it suits the United States and it suits its European partners, therefore they bring it to the UNHRC, and Russia is kicked out of the UNHRC, and may I dare say, without due process. Won't you say it?
Yes, absolutely. We can see that happening, and it is selective. And we have to, safeguard our interests. India has to safeguard our interests in all this power play that is going on. And it seems as if we are going back to the time of the Cold War, the same kind of Cold War mentality that existed, and trying to get us into camps, either with the US or with Russia. So these kind of things are happening, and the double standards are visible, but it's absolutely who has the power. They will enforce the rule, on the surface they say it is a rules-based international order, etc., etc. Yes, it is a rules-based international order, but at the same time, the rules, are selectively applied, unfortunately.
No, so are you saying, when you say that it's only a matter of time before India is in the so-called strategic autonomy camp, sooner than later we'll have to give in to American pressure? Is that what you're saying? Because ultimately, what Sushant also said is the same thing. I mean, who has the big stick? That person will command.
Yes, they will command, but it is not necessary that India should also, necessarily get into the camps. If you look back in history, we've been we had the non-aligned sort of movement and the non-aligned position that we had been taking over the years, and we were able to balance out, and we have to continue balancing out, because we have to consider our neighborhood, of course, and we have to consider our strong partnership with both with Russia and the US.
And ma'am, give me a moment. Sushant, I'm going to come back to you as well, but I want to go across to General Jaswal, because one of the things that the Americans, and you must have heard, General Jaswal, what Lloyd Austin said, the Defense Secretary of the US, that he doesn't see realistically how Russia can be a reliable defense partner for India, particularly after this war, because A, they would have expended a lot of their supplies in this war, and B, the priority will not be to refurbish the Indian army or any other customer army. It will be to refurbish the Russian army. Is there merit in what he's saying, or is this just, psych attacks, as they say?
No, I don't think there is any rationale in his statement. Russia has been a very reliable partner, and as of now, our dependency on Russia has been immense. And that dependency itself is a factor for a positive response from Russia should there be war and India requires any help. I mean, even in 71, 17th of August, when our Prime Minister, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, signed an agreement with Russia, they sent the nuclear submarines into the Bay of Bengal straight away. We expect that kind of relationship with Russia, and we do have very strong relationships, and the only one who can affect affairs regarding India in case of war directly is Russia, because they have the space to maneuver towards our side. The Americans, I mean, they require us in the Indo-Pacific, so they are naturally, wanting us to be on their side. But they cannot arm twist and make us deviate from our national interest. India would probably change its stance only if in case there is probably a nuclear attack by Russia or that nuclear conflagration comes up, or any other NATO countries attack, because the dimension of warfare is going to become abysmal. So I personally feel that Russia, as of now, in our restrictive stance policy, we are not openly supporting Russia. We are supporting the international law. We made statement that we must respect sovereignty of a country and the territorial integrity of a country. But I can say with a lot of conviction, should there be war, I think the only partner who will come to our aid straight away
will be Russia.
Would be Russia.
Okay, just give me
So
a
we
moment.
have
I'm getting
to-
a piece of
we
breaking
have
news. I'm
to
going to
keep
come back
that
to
in
our
mind.
guest in just 1 second. A piece of breaking news, this one coming from Pakistan. There's also an India connection to this. I'll ask the guests about that. But this particular piece of breaking news, this is, of course, in the ongoing political drama that is going on in Pakistan. Imran Khan, we're now hearing from the Imran Khan's party, their strategy for the crucial trust vote that is due to begin on the 9th of April at 11 o'clock. A top aide of Imran Khan has revealed that this secret letter will be placed in Parliament. Now, that is going to be a huge deal because at one point they had said this comes under the Official Secrets Act. You cannot reveal the contents of it. Imran Khan is unlikely to resign ahead of that trust vote. And that fight will be taken to both the court of public opinion as well as to the court of law. So major development that as far as Pakistan is concerned, the PTI now making it known that they are going to make this letter, the contents of this letter, public. The floor test is tomorrow. They're going to place the contents of this letter in the public domain, in the floor of the assembly, despite the fact that this could likely be under the Official Secrets Act in Pakistan. But I want to go back to our guests and try and get a sense of, again, this whole axis. There is definitely a China-Pakistan axis. The last thing India wants, if there is a China-Pakistan-Russia axis, Brahmachalani, and the surest way of doing that is by voting against Russia or siding with the West in any of these UN votes. The question, though, is how do you convince the Americans and the West about that?
That Biden is a weak president. He doesn't have a strategy on Russia. He has a strategy to contain Russia in Ukraine by bleeding Russia in that country, which means that the plight of Ukrainians will remain the same, in fact, worsen if Biden has his way. By flooding Ukraine with weapons, he believes that he can contain Russia. But Russia is not the primary adversary of America. It's China. China's economy is 10 times bigger. China's population is also about 10 times bigger.
Yeah.
And China's military spending is roughly 4 times greater than Russia's. So he is ignoring the main threat to America. He's, in a way, undermining America's long-term interests. In fact, this new focus on European security, on Russia, is going to undermine America's global preeminence. This is all to the advantage of China. And that in turn means major security implications for India.
Yes.
So Biden's current stance is injurious to India's own long-term interests.
Okay. I want to get Sushant Sareen on this. You know, it is not lost on anyone, and I don't think anybody thinks it was a coincidence that on the day that Russia declared war, Imran Khan was in the Kremlin meeting Vladimir Putin. And this dichotomy, Imran Khan saying we should, diversify our relations, we should have better relations with Russia, and General Bajwa speaking last Saturday openly condemning the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I think it's very clear. Imran Khan may or may not survive this trust vote, but as long as he's around and as long as he's in power, you are going to see more of this China, Pakistan, Russia axis to the detriment of India. Sushant.
Yeah, Zaka, it's a little complicated because Imran Khan doesn't really matter. He can say what he wants to say. I think Bajwa realizes that Russia brings nothing to the table as far as Pakistan is concerned. Even we, for example, we go to Russia, we pay top dollar for whatever we buy from the Russians. The problem, however, is that while General Jaswal and one of the few times that I am in a bit of a disagreement with him. Look, the problem is going to be that if, for example, we are talking about a war situation and a war situation between India and China, do you think that the Russians will keep supplying us weapons, given the fact that, as Brahma also brings out, their dependence on China is only increasing because the Americans have pushed the Russians into the Chinese arm?
Correct.
Are we going to continue to get our weapon supplies from the Russians, or will the Russians shaft us at a time when we need them the most? And
let's not forget the whole BrahMos controversy. I mean, it's still going on. We've sold the BrahMos to the Philippines, and the Philippines are now suddenly concerned about its serviceability, spare parts, and so on, because ultimately the tech has come from the Russians. So that part is there as well, yes.
So even on that, somebody needs to delve into how much of BrahMos was, our contribution and how much of it was the Russian one. But I don't want to get into that. Right now, it's just about the normal weapon supplies. And I think there is a big question mark over that.
Okay.
And so what the American Secretary of Defense says might have some, truth to
merit in it.
Second point, and very quickly.
Yes, please.
To compare a non-alignment of the 70s and 80s, when when it was a completely different world, and to replicate that model now, I don't think stands to reason, simply because our integration with the Western dominated global economic system is far deeper today than what it was back then. 40% of our GDP comes from exports and imports or from foreign trade. Much of it is with the West, not with Russia. Russia is a minuscule amount. So I think
we are a
have
$2.5
to see what our
trillion
interests, where our
economy. We
interests
are
lie.
in the top 10 economies in the world. Clearly, that wasn't the case during the height of the Cold War. I'm getting more breaking, and again, concerning the trust vote that's going to happen tomorrow in the Pakistan National Assembly. Top PTI sources have questioned the judgment of the Supreme Court, saying it is faulty. How can a court direct the Speaker of the National Assembly to call the Assembly session on a certain date and a certain time, which is purely the discretion of the Speaker? Now, this is a top source from Imran Khan's party, also asking how can a court restrict the Prime Minister to do what he can and not do what he can't with regard to the affairs of the Assembly? How can a court direct the President to do what he can and cannot? Why don't judges restrict themselves to the interpretation of the law rather than poking their nose into the legislature and the executive? So this is coming from a top Imran Khan party source. But I want to go back to General Jaswal as well as to Manju Seth as we round off this part of the discussion. Again, it goes back in Pakistan also, General Jaswal. There is a very, very clear cleavage now between the army and the civilian leadership, even on the question of foreign policy, whether it is more balanced ties with the United States. I don't see, if Imran Khan comes back to power, I don't see how he is going to have better relations with the United States. It's just not going to happen. The army is very keen on better ties with the US. Imran is very keen on better ties with Russia, and of course, this whole Iron Brother friendship that they have going with the Chinese. Clearly, even on matters of foreign policy, where everybody thought that the army was the final word in Pakistan, the army chief and the Prime Minister of Pakistan can't seem to see eye to eye.
Absolutely. You're right. This friction is there as of now. But army has always prevailed because it wants to remain relevant. And that's the reason it resorts to arm twisting, even politically, or also appointments which come up in elections. They do support certain candidates, like in the case of Imran Khan, also was supported by the army for that matter. So the army per se will always dictate terms, whether it is internal matters or it is pertaining to your foreign policy. So that there is no doubt about it. So Bajwa, if he's taking a stand, well, he knows where his feet are.
All right. How long will this sort of distortion, this dichotomy last? Anyway, Imran Khan has to get past the hurdle of the no confidence motion tomorrow. I want to thank all our guests for joining us. This is a fascinating sort of evolution of events, not just in the neighborhood. We're seeing what's happening in Pakistan. We're seeing what's happening in Sri Lanka. And of course, globally too. This war has now reached its 45th day. And now we're getting more and more horrific images from different parts of Ukraine. At least 39 people were killed in a rocket attack that happened in a train station in the eastern Ukrainian city of Kramatorsk. CNN's Clarissa Ward has more details.
This has a hugely damaging effect because people are already so frightened. They're already unsure of where to go, of where is safe in Ukraine, because there have been so many different pushes on different fronts. And the one thing that did seem to be relatively safe for ordinary civilians was the rail system. We have seen, of course, examples of Russian forces targeting elements of the railway, but for the most part, it has been able to function largely, and it has been a crucial lifeline for people trying to get their families, their children, their loved ones out of some of the hardest hit and most highly threatened areas. And the fact that this was a railway station that was hit, that it was full of people trying to evacuate, will of course create a huge ripple of panic and fear among ordinary people who now will really second guess the decision to take that step to go to a railway station and potentially risk their lives. I also think it just infuses this sense of outrage, of anger at the level of ugliness in the sort of indiscriminate targeting that we have seen throughout this war. And I think it sends a shiver down the backs of so many people wondering what will unfold in the East. Russia has promised this renewed push. Could it get even uglier? Could it get even worse than so many of the images and stories that we have already seen across this country? It's a question we don't know the answer to yet, but we may well find out in the coming days.
This has become Mykolaiv's daily routine, picking up the pieces, sweeping away the wreckage from Russian missile attacks. Random shelling throughout the city with what appear to be cluster munitions. Glass shards and shrapnel tore into Marina. As she lies in a hospital, her thoughts are with her teenage daughter, also injured, now at a children's hospital. My daughter and I were caught between two bombs, she recalls. It's a miracle we're still alive. It was terrifying. The hospital where Marina is recovering was hit in the morning. Dirt covers the blood from one of the injured. Closed-circuit television video from the city's cancer hospital captures the moment it was struck. Earlier this week, a missile barrage killed 9 people and wounded more than 40 at this market. We were able to count 23 impact points in a radius of just 100 meters, and each one of these incoming rounds sprays shrapnel in every direction. Danilo was working in this store and rushed outside when he heard the blasts. Over there, a woman was screaming, "Help me!" Her leg was shattered, he says. Behind the store, 2 people were killed. Dried blood and flowers marked the spot where people died. Last week, a bomb struck the regional governor's office, killing 36 people. Every day in Mykolaiv, this relentless bombardment shatters any semblance of normal life. Mid-afternoon, and people line up to escape the danger. This bus bound for Poland. Victoria cradles her 1-year-old daughter, Ivanna. Her husband stays behind. Soon we'll be back home, says Victoria. Everything will be all right. How soon that will be, nobody knows.
Restricted. He could not therefore have at any time advised the President to dissolve the Assembly as contemplated by Clause 1 of Article 58. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the advice tendered by the Prime Minister on or about 3 April 2022 to the President to dissolve the Assembly was contrary to the Constitution and of no legal effect. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the order of the President issued on or about 3rd of April 2022 dissolving the Assembly was contrary to the Constitution and of no legal effect, and it is hereby set aside. It is further declared that the Assembly was in existence at all times and continues to remain and be so. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that all actions, acts, or proceedings initiated, done or taken by reason of or to give effect to the aforementioned order of the President and or for purposes of holding a general election to elect a new Assembly, including but not limited to the appointment of a caretaker Prime Minister and Cabinet, are of no legal effect and are hereby quashed. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the Prime Minister and Federal Ministers, Ministers of State, Advisors, etc. stand restored to their respective offices as on 3rd of April 2022. It is declared that the Assembly was at all times and continues to remain in session as summoned by the Speaker on 20th March 2022 or 25th March 2022 on the requisition moved by the requisite number of members of the Assembly on 8th of March 2022 in terms of Clause 3 of Article 54 of the Constitution. Any prorogation of the Assembly by the Speaker prior to its dissolution in terms as stated above is declared to be of no legal effect and is set aside. The Speaker is under a duty to summon and hold a sitting of the Assembly in the present session and shall do so immediately and in any case not later than 10:30 a.m. on Saturday, 9th of April 2022 to conduct the business of the House as per the orders of the day that had been issued on 3rd of April 2022.
CNN News 18 also gets you this exclusive audio of the Chief Justice of Pakistan when he was reading the verdict on Imran Khan. Let's listen in.
We have conferred with each other at length and have concluded on the outcome of our
Hello everyone, good evening. I'm Shreya Dhondial. The hijab row in Karnataka that got an international terror twist 48 hours ago is now a matter of serious investigation. Did Al-Qaeda chief Al-Zawahiri praise Muskan Khan and praise her actions based on some communication from India? The Karnataka government says it is probing a possible link. Muskan's father, meanwhile, is saying they have nothing to do with Al-Zawahiri or the Al-Qaeda, and that Al-Zawahiri should not be interfering in what is India's matters. But that isn't stopping a raging political war between the ruling BJP and the opposition Congress. Now, is the BJP exaggerating the issue to polarize votes and voters ahead of elections in Karnataka? Or is the Congress downplaying what should be and could be a very serious security concern for India? I'm putting those questions to my guests who are joining me this evening. Before that, here are all the details.
شمخ الحجاب مكبرا لن أستكين هتف الحجاب تعلموا مني اليقين.
The video in question, Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri exhorting Muslims to react to what he calls Hindu oppression, attacking nations banning hijab and more. The bigger external anti-India conspiracy became the focus, with the Karnataka government now asking for a full probe.
ಅನವಶ್ಯಕವಾಗಿ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಈ ದೇಶದ ನೆಲದ ಕಾನೂನು ವಿರುದ್ಧ ನಡವಳಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದೊಂದು ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅಶಾಂತಿಯನ್ನು ಗೊಂದಲವನ್ನು ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಹಿಂದೆ
ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಅನೇಕ ಸಾರಿ ನಾನೇ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದು ಕಾಣದ ಕೈಗಳು ಅದ್ರ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಮತಾಂಧ ಶಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಅದ್ರ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಈಗ ಸಾಬೀತಾಗಿದೆ, ಈಗ ಅದು ಇದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳಿ ನಮಗೆ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದು ಹರಿದಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
One highlight of Zawahiri's video was his praise for Muskan Khan, the poster girl of standing up to the hijab ban. She'd become a symbol of sorts for what was touted as an external hand blocking empowerment of women to free them from enforced hijab. Her parents have come out to distance themselves from any praise by the terror boss.
ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಯಾರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಏನು ಅಂತಾನೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಖಾಂತರನೇ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದ್ದು, ನೀವು ಕ್ಲಿಪ್ ತೋರಿಸಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾವ್ರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದ್ದು. ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅದು ಯಾವ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಆಯಿತೋ ಇಂಥ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಯಾರು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ.
The opposition in Karnataka smells a fish on the Zawahiri video, questioning the timing, pointing at an RSS hand.
ಅವರೇ ಕಳಿಸೋದು RSS ನವರೇ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಶಾಂತಿಯನ್ನು ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ
ಸಾಮರಸ್ಯ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮತಗಳಿಗೆಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಪೋಲರೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ವೋಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಹುಟ್ಟಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
How real is this explosive Al-Qaeda link to the Hijab row in Karnataka, extending to inciting of Muslims across India? The ramifications are huge. Vaibhav Verma, CNN News 18.
Is this the unseen hand that the Karnataka High Court was talking about when they ruled on the hijab row? Is that link now finally emerging? That's the question I'm putting to my guest this evening. R.P. Singh is spokesperson of the BJP. Joining us, Dr. Kavita Reddy is from the Karnataka Congress. She's the spokesperson there. Maulana Masood ul Hussain is an Islamic scholar, and Rashmi Samant is a former president at the University of Oxford. Dr. Kavita Reddy, let me come to you first, because Mr. Siddharabhaiya has come out to say that this video that we are talking about, Al-Zawahri's video, it really doesn't need to be investigated given the fact that it has been put out by the RSS and the BJP, that the RSS and the BJP are simply exaggerating the matter to polarize votes in Karnataka ahead of elections. What if there is actually a link? It could be a serious security issue, isn't it? Why are you dismissing it before even the link being probed?
Shreya, I don't think so. Siddaramaiah sir has even said that. He has said that this can be an RSS manufactured video, because these kind of videos have been coming across Karnataka on many occasions. I don't think so he ever mentioned that the probe should not be ordered. The probe, if the government thinks it is genuinely there is a concern, security concern, it should, we will stop the probe. Not the government will stop the probe just because Siddaramaiah has told us, because we are an opposition party and the government will not listen to us.
But on what basis are you saying that the RSS and the BJP have put out this Al-Zawahri video?
Ma'am, you asked the question, let me finish. That's what I'm trying to answer, that these kind of videos have time and again surfaced even during the CA protest also. This is not the first time. So if the government thinks it is serious, let them probe about it. According to us, these kind of manufactured these kind of videos keep popping up all the time. I'll give you an example. There was a Facebook post which was abusing the Hindus. Then they found it was the same Hindu guy who was doing it in a Muslim name. So then he was arrested, way back about 10 or 15 days back in Karnataka. So these kind of mischief creators are there because BJP wants polarization. See, Congress will not benefit because of polarization. It is the BJP which is going to benefit, and they're trying every single trade in their trick, every single trick they try, whether it is hijab, halal, or now they've come to the mangoes, and then they will go to something else. So they're continuously trying different angles.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Reddy, you are essentially saying that this is the BJP's dirty trick department at work. R.P. Singh, would you want to respond to that? That this video has nothing to do with Al-Zawahri, it has nothing to do with the Al-Qaeda, it has everything to do with the BJP and the RSS.
The bankruptcy of the Congress and the leadership, I still remember after 26/11, Digvijay Singh went ahead and said, oh, this was done by RSS. Had that terrorist not been caught alive, he would have put all the blame on RSS. Usko Kaleva bhi bana diya tha. He was made to get some Captain said also, and then he would have been put a blame that this is RSS guy. He's not a Pakistan terrorist. Although Pakistan later on claimed that yes, he is our man. But the fact that that's what Congress is, and that to this extent Congress can go, that they will, for appeasement of Muslim votes, to get and seek Muslim votes, they can go to any extent. I mean, for them, nation is not there. For them, a threat to nation is not big. For them, it's the only Muslim vote.
But is there a threat to the nation from the Al-Qaeda as far as the hijab row is concerned?
For them, it's the
Has a link been established, Mr. R.P. Singh?
Obviously, now well,
Wait a minute, Dr. Reddy, I'll let you speak.
This need to be investigated. And
wait, Dr. Reddy. Don't speak over Mr. R.P. Singh.
We'll come to know about it. Ma'am, don't disturb. Ma'am, please. Don't heckle.
No, Dr. Reddy. Dr. Reddy, please.
Don't heckle. I never.
Let's do it in an atmosphere of civility, please.
Let us speak.
Let Mr. R.P. Singh finish. I'll let you come in. Go ahead, Mr. R.P. Singh. Finish your point. Where is the proof that there is any link between the Al-Qaeda and Muskan Khan? Or what happened
the mindset
in
Udupi? How can people who... Allow me to complete. allow me to complete. The mindset which Congress represent, there you can't expect civility from them. The Al-Qaeda mindset can't have civility in system. But that
why are you calling the Congress Al-Qaeda? Don't call them a terror organization.
Between the PFI and Al-Qaeda or other. I never said that. I said the mindset. I never said they are Al-Qaeda. I mean, you represent a mindset. So, but that point aside, but factors just need to be investigated and let the investigation happen. Why Sitaramaya is giving a clean chit or why he is trying to deflect? He is behaving like Digvijay Singh behaved after Mumbai attack. He's a similar statement. I mean, putting it on RSS, putting on BJP. There's a false propaganda is fabricated by BJP and RSS. So this shows their what is in their mind and what they intend to do.
Okay.
I mean, they will never be one on this issue. They should understand that nation look forward for all parties come together on any issue which is of national dimension.
Maulana Masood Al-Hassan, okay. You are saying that this is a question of national security. Okay, I understand the point you are making. This is a question of national security you are saying, and it cannot be dismissed so easily. For all you know, there could be a link given that the PFI and the CFI have links with CMI, which is now of course banned, and CMI has links with the ISIS. But this is Al-Qaeda we are talking about anyway. The global terror network has enough cooperation amongst them. Maulana Masood Al-Hassan, आप मुझे बताइए कि आप Karnataka government, the Karnataka government very clearly is saying that we are going to investigate a link between what happened in Udupi, Muskan coming out saying Allahu Akbar and the entire hijab row, playing out in India, and the video that has been put out by the Al-Qaeda, because there seems that there is a link, that there is some communication that has gone from India to the Al-Qaeda. What would you say to that?
Yes. Look, for us, the security and safety of the country is paramount for us. For us means we Muslims. Hijab has nothing to do with terror. Hijab is simply means covering the head. Covering the head. Simply the same the Sister Mary does when in hijab. When they come in the church, Sister Mary, we see covering their heads with
नहीं तो आपका point क्या है? मौलाना साहब आपका point क्या है? मैंने सवाल simple पहुंचा आपसे. हाँ.
मेरा point सिर्फ ये है कि hijab has nothing to do with these Al-Qaeda people. Al-Qaeda peoples are terrorists, and this the video. I don't know what is the authenticity of this video, but Al-Qaeda can never ever be sympathizer for Muslims. If they were sympathizer for Muslims, why they don't talk about the Uyghur Muslim in China, atrocities against Muslims in China? They are this is very clear, and Afghanistan soil is being used against us, against our country. My point is that Indian government should use its pressure on Taliban government. Why they are letting Al-Qaeda use their land against India?
Okay.
But
okay.
I know that Muskan and her father also day before yesterday very clearly said, let us alone. We are living very peacefully in our motherland. So this is very unfortunate that the hijab is being linked with Al-Qaeda or with terror.
Okay. Come in here. Let me get in Rashmi Sawant here as well. Actually, RP Singh, I'll just Rashmi, if you give me a minute, I quickly will go to RP Singh, and Mr. Singh, please keep this brief. If you think that PFI has terror links, if the government thinks that is, if the government thinks that CFI has terror links, then why is SDPI, the political party that is affiliated to them, enlisted with the Election Commission of India as a party, and why have you not still banned the PFI and the CFI? You say there is a link drawn, you say they have links to CMI and to Al-Qaeda, and yet the all-powerful central government has not managed to ban these organizations, which supposedly are fanning the flames of polarization in this country, of Islamic terror in this country and radicalization in this country? Mr. Singh, that question was
This
for
whole
you.
of the matter is being investigated, and then government doesn't want to jump on the gun because whatever they do, can I complete? Can I allow me to complete? I heard you patiently. So they don't want to jump the gun, and they don't want to get into a place where the court discard the thing. When court says no, you've taken a wrong decision. So it's matter of investigation, and once the investigation complete, obviously the government of India will take a decision and take a call on ban on this also.
Okay.
But Shreya, people who are saying that this video is fake, this video is give me a second. This video is fake, or this video has been manufactured or by RSS and BJP. This shows the shallowness. This shows the what sort of people they are. What
Kavita Reddy wants to respond. Kavita Reddy,
go ahead. They're not saying that we condemn this. They're not saying that we are against any such move. But
Kavita Reddy wants to respond. Go ahead, Kavita ji.
Yeah, just 2 points. One is that it is same Sidramaya who is in the assembly as per the ban of SDPI and PF5. When we were in government, the same BJP was heckling us every day in the state government, asking us the ban, when the ban should have actually happened in the central government. So please go ahead and ban PFI, SDPI, CFI. We have no problem with it, and I think we have taken a firm stand on that because they don't represent the Muslim voice of this country any which ways. One. The second point is, he mentioned about Digvijay Singh. Digvijay Singh did not say that it was the RSS which plotted the 26/7 because it was our government which punished the crime which was committed on the people of this country, the terror which was committed on the people of this. So let him mind that on a brief note. He spoke about only the Karkare, where that was some issue which he raised. So it is not about the attack.
Okay.
The third point is that who is stopping the government to take action or to do the investigation? Nobody is taking action. We are giving our statement saying that we feel this is all plotted because there is a series of polarization activities which are done by the BJP in Karnataka. So this is also part of it is what our assumption is. So prove us wrong.
I'm going to get Rashmi Samant in. Okay. I'm going to get Rashmi Samant in because I don't have too much time on the show. Rashmi, I'm just going to quote, Dr. Reddy, just a minute. I'm just going to quote from a Delhi High Court judgment. And this is when Natasha Narwal from JNU and Devangana Kalita had gotten bail. I'm sure you remember the case. Our viewers remember the case. This is what the Delhi High Court had said. The Delhi High Court had said, Rashmi, that we are constrained to say that it appears that in its anxiety to suppress dissent and in the morbid fear that the matter may get out of hand, the state has blurred the line between the constitutionally guaranteed right to protest and terror activity. If such blurring gains traction, democracy will be in peril. We've seen what has happened with Disha Ravi as well. We've seen what has happened with farmers who were protesting as well. They were called Khalistanis. What's your take on this link that is being drawn between Muskan Khan and Al-Zawahiri?
Firstly, I think a lot of resources do go into a particular movement, and a protest of the level that the hijab movement was in Karnataka, a lot of resources have gone into it. And coastal Karnataka, where Udupi is situated, is known to have, sent fighters to the ISIS as well. A lot of the people have enrolled from here. So I think it's very premature to dismiss any links. At the same time, it's not okay to, slander someone off the board. But I think it's very premature of any party to come forward and say that the movement does not have any links with any of the terror outfits. Since the national security and the security of this own place, Udupi was very small and never on the radar of any terror outfits. So since that is happening, I think it needs to be taken extremely seriously, and premature comments of this sort that, virtue signaling and blaming other parties, it's just going to derail the whole thing. I think there needs to be, cross-party cooperation on this one, because it's the security and the broader interest of the nation that we are talking about here.
मौलाना हसन, मेरे पास बहुत कम समय बचा है. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, बार-बार कांग्रेस की स्पोक्सपर्सन जो हैं इस शो पे बोल रही हैं, ये अटेम्प्ट पोलराइजेशन का है, ये आरएसएस का एजेंडा है, ये बीजेपी का एजेंडा है, उनका डर्टी ट्रिक्स डिपार्टमेंट है जिसने ये वीडियो बाहर डाला है, उसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन होना चाहिए. क्या आपको लगता है कि इस वीडियो को आने वाले इलेक्शंस में एज अ पोलराइजिंग टूल यूज किया जाएगा मुस्लिम टारगेटिंग के लिए?
देखिए, मैं पॉलिटिक्स में नहीं जाऊंगा. मैं किसी पॉलिटिक्स के किसी पार्टी की तरफ से नहीं हूं. मैं सिर्फ एक इस्लाम की तरफ से पीस प्रोस्पेक्टस के तौर पे मैं बोलना चाहता हूं. आपको ये बात बहुत ऑब्जेक्शनेबल इस्तेमाल करते हो कि इस्लामिक टेरर. This is not terror, is terror, not Islamic terror. I would also like to quote here Asimanand, Purulia arm dropping case, and War Room League, Ramji Kalshandra, Sangin Dande, Asimanand, Maligaon Bilas, Samjhota Express. Were they all Islamic terrorists? They were all allegedly involved in terror activities. Were they Hindu terrorists? Would you like to link these terror acts with Hindu religion? No. So for God's sake, we must not link Islam with terror. They are terrorists. Al-Qaeda is terrorists. ISIS, Boko Haram are terrorist people and they must be eliminated. But for God's sake, we must not blame Islam.
You are saying that terror. Okay, you are saying that terror has no religion, so please don't link our religion to terrorism. Thank you very much. We'll leave it there for the moment. RP Singh, Dr. Reddy, Maulana Masood Ul Hassan, and Rashmi Samant for joining us. The other big story that came out today: the central government has made precautionary doses for COVID-19, booster doses essentially, available to everyone above the age of 18. Now, these doses, that is booster doses, or as the government calls them, precaution doses, will begin from 10th of April. Their administration will begin from 10th of April. The third dose will be available at private vaccination centers. Before this, as you know, only people above the age of 60 were eligible for the precautionary dose. I'm going straight across to Dr. Gagandeep Kang, who is one of India's best-known virologists on the move. She's joining us here. Dr. Kang, thank you for your time. The government's announcement has come at a time when we are seeing very low cases of COVID, about 1,000 plus being reported in the last 24 hours. How do you see the government's move of allowing everyone above the age of 18 a booster dose? How will it help?
I think what the government is doing is leaving it up to individuals to make the choice whether they want to be boosted or not. And we've seen a lot of pressure put from people who are intending to travel and need certification of having received at least 3 doses of vaccine, people who are worried because they themselves are vulnerable for some reason or the other, or they live with vulnerable people who have wanted to receive that third dose of vaccine. And for them, if it makes it possible for them to get the vaccine doses, I think that's great. But I think in terms of whether this really needs to be a public health program, where we actually seek to vaccinate everybody that is under the age of 60 with a third dose, I don't think there is any evidence to really support that in India at this time.
Dr. Kang, let's look at the example of Israel, where a second booster dose is being given, which means 4 doses in all, 4 COVID-19 doses in all. A study that is coming out from there seems to suggest that after the 4th dose, well, there is some degree of protection that you get, but the immunity, you know, after the 4th dose, well, it declines very rapidly and it's almost gone in 8 weeks. And I'm asking you this question because most of us have already got the, got 2 doses. Most of us have been infected as well. We have natural immunity, which means 3 doses. Technically, then should we consider this booster dose or precaution dose that the government is now giving as a 4th dose or a second booster? And will that help at all?
Well, I think the first thing to remember is that all vaccines are not equivalent. So both in terms of the breadth of protection that we get and the duration of protection that we get, vaccines vary, and the vaccine that has been used in Israel is the mRNA vaccine, which Indians have not been vaccinated with. So borrowing data from another country that has a different age structure, a different infection history, and uses different vaccines makes no sense. But if we look at how our immune system handles infections and vaccines, if you club exposures too close together, you're not really going to derive benefit from those exposures. So multiple doses of vaccine given too close together, giving vaccines too close after you've had an infection actually does not give you all of the benefit that you would get from those same doses of vaccine if they were given further apart.
Okay, so let me ask you a simple question. If I've got 2 doses of the vaccine, and most of us have, and if I've also got natural infection, which means I've been infected with COVID, after that, should I be taking this 3rd dose or booster dose, or do I don't need it?
Absolutely. I think if you've had 2 doses of vaccine and you've been infected, you have been boosted. And the boosting that you would have got from the natural infection is likely to be better than the boosting that you will get from an additional dose of vaccine. At some point in the future, 2 years from now, in the event of a new variant, you might need boosting again, but you don't need it right now.
Okay, Dr. Kang, we leave it there for the moment. Thank you very much for clarifying that for us. That was Dr. Gagandeep Kang, one of India's best-known virologists, talking to us about the precautionary dose that the government has just announced for everyone above the age of 18. We are shifting our focus now to Ukraine and getting you this special report. There is a new social media trend that is emerging as the war rages on in Ukraine. This is where well-to-do Russian women are posting videos of themselves destroying their Chanel bags. Chanel is a French brand. CNN's Ginny Moose is explaining what's causing the carnage to these very pricey purses. Take a look.
What would cause Russian women to attack their Chanel bags with scissors, slashing and chopping them into pieces? Bye-bye. A model, a TV host, and a DJ destroyed their purses on Instagram videos.
Я против русофобии и против того, что нас делят по национальному признаку.
Russophobia, fear of Russia, something these bags must be experiencing. The women are getting snippy because Chanel has put in place restrictions that make it harder for Russians to buy Chanel products. Chanel stores in Russia are closed, and sanctions mean buyers abroad are being asked to confirm the item won't be used in Russia.
I have to say, if Chanel House does not respect their clients, why do we have to respect Chanel House?
In a statement, Chanel said it complies with all trade sanction laws, and we are currently working to improve the procedure and apologize for any related misunderstandings and inconveniences. Posted one commenter, I just wonder what kind of @Russia human being cuts up their Chanel bag in protest, but doesn't protest the slaughtering of innocent women and children in Ukraine. Someone else suggested the women took the cheapest bag from their collection, but this purse under assault sure looks like Chanel's hobo bag, selling for almost $7,000 pre-owned.
Если за Шанель нужно продать родину, то такая Шанель мне не нужна.
And talk about a fashion victim, her garden shears matched both her outfit and the bag she was busy destroying.
Шанель, давай до свидания.
The ruling of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, given on the floor of the House on 3rd of April 2022, in relation to the resolution for a vote of no confidence against the Prime Minister under Article 95 of the Constitution, for which notice had been given by the requisite number of members of the Assembly on 8/3/22, and in relation to which leave was granted to move the resolution on 28/3/22, and the detailed reasons for the ruling released subsequently and concurred by with the Speaker are declared to be contrary to the Constitution and the law and of no legal effect, and the same are hereby set aside. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the resolution was pending and subsisting at all times, and continues to so remain pending and subsisting. In consequence of the foregoing,
strike down ho gayi.
It is declared that at all material times the Prime Minister was under the bar imposed by the explanation to Clause 1 of Article 58 of the Constitution and continues to remain so restricted. He could not therefore have at any time advised the President to dissolve the Assembly as contemplated by Clause 1 of Article 58. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the advice tendered by the Prime Minister on or about 3 April 2022 to the President to dissolve the Assembly was contrary to the Constitution and of no legal effect. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the order of the President issued on or about 3rd of April 2022 dissolving the Assembly was contrary to the Constitution and of no legal effect, and it is hereby set aside. It is further declared that the Assembly was in existence at all times and continues to remain and be so. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that all actions, acts or proceedings initiated, done or taken by reason of or to give effect to the aforementioned order of the President and or for purposes of holding a general election to elect a new Assembly, including but not limited to the appointment of a caretaker Prime Minister and Cabinet, are of no legal effect and are hereby quashed. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the Prime Minister and Federal Ministers, Ministers of State, Advisors, etc. stand restored to their respective offices as on 3rd of April 2022. It is declared that the Assembly was at all times and continues to remain in session as summoned by the Speaker on 20th March 2022 or 25th March 2022 on the requisition moved by the requisite number of members of the Assembly on 8th of March 2022 in terms of Clause 3 of Article 54 of the Constitution. Any prorogation of the Assembly by the Speaker prior to its dissolution in terms as stated above is declared to be of no legal effect and is set aside. The Speaker is under a duty to summon and hold a sitting of the Assembly in the present session and shall do so immediately and in any case not later than 10:30 a.m. on Saturday.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. I'm Shivani Gupta. Now, the central government has emphasized and pushed using Hindi as the official language of Indian governments and as a linked language across the country instead of English. At the 37th meeting of the Parliamentary Official Language Committee, the idea that people of different states should communicate with each other in Hindi and not English was discussed. But as expected, this has led to the bogey of Hindi imposition being raised once again by several state parties. Some have gone on to say this is an RSS agenda being pushed in a different garb. Is the suggestion that an Indian language, already spoken and understood by most, should be a linked language so bad? Does it pose any threat to other Indian languages? Let me first break down what exactly has been said. The committee has been quite categorical in ensuring the concept is not misunderstood and this doesn't become a war with local languages. So here is what has been talked about. That Hindi should be accepted as an alternative to English, not to local languages. 70% of the agenda of the cabinet currently is being prepared in Hindi already. All northeast states are making Hindi compulsory in schools up to class 10. For that, 22,000 Hindi teachers have been recruited in the northeast. And 9 tribal communities of the northeast have converted their dialect scripts to Devanagari as well. Now, there are merits to why Hindi can be used as a linked language because, plainly speaking, it already functions as one. Hindi is the mother language of 44% of Indians. It is the fastest growing Indian language, added 10 crore speakers, for example, between 2001 and 2011. 30 states have seen an increase in the number of people who quoted Hindi as their mother tongue. Even if in varying degrees, Hindi is spoken in almost all states. It is boomed by migration from northern and eastern states to western and southern states. It is becoming very popular in South India also that has traditionally opposed it. Hindi is already the language that affects India, that reflects India internationally. So it is the reflection of India as a country, the symbol of India as a country. And interestingly, UAE has declared Hindi as the third court official language last year. So are fears of Hindi imposition justified? Well, here is what the new national education policy also says. The medium of instruction until at least grade 5, but preferably till grade 8 and beyond, will be the home language or the mother tongue or the local language or the regional language. The three-language formula will continue to be implemented to promote multilingualism as well as to promote national unity. Greater flexibility in the three-language formula will be given, but no language will be imposed on any state. To learn three languages will be the choice of the states, the regions, and the students themselves, as long as at least two of those three languages are native to India. Here's more. Language wars are not new in India. Southern states especially have been wary, but does making Hindi a linked language in place of English threaten the vernacular?
Don't try to impose any language on any Indians. India is a land of diversity. These are all dangerous for the country's unity.
अगर हमने इसको इस तरह की डोमिनेंस की जुबान से हिंदी के प्रचार प्रसार की बात सोची ना, तो बहुत मुश्किल होगी.
Hindi is the mother tongue of 44% Indians and is spoken in a lot of states, including southern ones. In comparison, English is the first language for barely any in India and is spoken by only 12 crore people as the second or third language. That number is hardly comparable to all Hindi speakers, over 65 crores.
हिंदी भाषा का मैं भी देखता हूँ अन्य प्रांतों में जहाँ जाते हैं वहाँ की लोकल भाषा होती है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी जितने भी शहर हैं वहाँ पे हिंदी का ही प्रचलन ज़्यादा है, सभी लोग जाते आते हैं.
Tamil, we are proud of Tamil, we are proud of Telugu, we are proud of Hindi equally. हिंदी being a national language, ज़्यादा लोग देश में हिंदी बात करते हैं, तो इंग्लिश से ज़्यादा प्रायोरिटी इंग्लिश के लिए एक alternate language को हिंदी उभरना चाहिए.
So is ideology the main reason then? Language identity and especially opposition of Hindi is one of the tenets of Dravidian ideology.
What does three language mean? It says, you in Tamil Nadu learn Tamil plus English plus Hindi. Why should the third language add any value? And the usual retort is, the third language can be used to communicate within India. But Hindi is not intrinsic to at least 60-70% of the country.
But is the opposition in this case a bit needless? Would an Indian language already spoken by most not be a better link than a foreign tongue?
हिंदी हमारी मातृभाषा है, माँ की तरह. लेकिन गृह मंत्री जब इस तरह की बात बोलेंगे तो एक भाषा विवाद खड़ा होगा.
With Natasha Menden, Shivani Gupta, CNN News 18. So what really is the problem here? Is Hindi not a better linked language than English? Let me take that question to our guest now joining us. Aparajita Sarangi of the BJP MP and national spokesperson, A. Saravanan of the DMK, Krishank Mane of the TRS, and Ratan Sharda, author, joining us on the show. So, Saravanan, let me come to you first up. This is about Hindi being used instead of English, not any other local language. So, I'm not understanding, especially in the state of Tamil Nadu and especially from DMK, why is that a problem? Because this is ideally supposed to replace only English, which is not our language.
See, any language which is not my language is a foreign language to me. Any language which is not my mother tongue, whatever that language may be, let that be Telugu, let that be Bengali, let that be Hindi, let that be Italian, let that be French, Japanese, English, whatever language. That is a foreign language to me.
But you are okay with English, you have a problem with Hindi. Because I am asking you this question particularly because DMK and other parties have said we prefer English over Hindi. Why?
Yes, we prefer that because English is a leveler. When just because majority of the people speak and you choose that language, it becomes a tool of oppression and tool of majoritarianism. BJP is exactly doing
I'm sorry,
that.
what?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what? If more people speak Hindi, it becomes a tool of majoritarianism and suppression?
When you impose Hindi, just
no, I'm not talking about imposition at all. Can you please explain to me how...
Please allow me to speak,
No,
madam.
you are moving from one point to another. Saravanan, just explain to me this, why you prefer English over Hindi?
Yes, because You can become a doctor. You can become an engineer. You can become a computer expert studying English. Can you become all that by studying Hindi?
Yeah, you can.
You cannot. You cannot. Do you think that there are enough textbooks in Hindi? On
No,
MBBS?
so that obviously is something that will be taken
that is
care
exactly
of.
The point. That is exactly the point. That is not about Hindi. That is about all the regional languages in the country. India has grown economically, the worldwide, only because we use English. If we used Hindi, we would not have had this kind of economic growth and this debate of using Hindi.
So please explain to me.
Just a moment, don't interrupt. See, if we had this debate has long been settled, both Hindi and English will remain the link language. We cannot prefer. If we replace English with Hindi, every other non-native speaker of Hindi will become a second-class citizen. We don't want that.
That's what I'm trying to understand. How does that happen? You are saying you prefer English over Hindi because it gives better educational and employment opportunities. Okay. But then you also said that if more people speak Hindi, then it becomes a tool for some subjugation. That point I did not understand.
Yeah, I will explain it to you very clearly. That because English becomes a leveler. I cannot speak Hindi. How in a better way? Wherever I study, whichever convent I study, how much money or how much time I have spent, I will not be as efficient, as fluent as somebody who is a native speaker. So it puts
of
me
Hindi or English? What are you saying? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Hindi, madam.
Hindi. Why can't you speak good Hindi? I don't understand. Don't be so pessimistic.
Why should I speak Hindi?
Why should is not I'm asking. You are saying I can't speak Hindi. Why?
That is what I'm asking. Why should I speak Hindi?
No, why should is not the question.
It is a foreign language to me. It is not my mother
tongue. But English is not a foreign language to you.
English is as foreign as Hindi to me.
But you prefer English.
I prefer English because it gives me prospects, economic prospects.
Okay. Aprajita Sarangi, please respond to that. We've had a system that has worked with the English language.
Madam, let me finish this.
No, I'll come back to you. We have time. Sarvananji, hold your thoughts. I'll come back to you. I can only go one by one. Aprajita Sarangi, please respond. There is of course a deep-rooted opposition to Hindi. It is clear from what Sarvanan is saying. But he is also saying that we prefer English as the link because English gives me better opportunity.
A very good evening. Ek Bharat, Shresht Bharat. We have all been saying, and let me tell you, nothing can bind India together than the language of the nation. So I think let's go by the Constitution. What does the Constitution say? Article 343 speaks of Hindi as the official language of the Union of India written in Devanagari script. And let us go to Article 351. It talks of promotion of Hindi language in the country. And Article 344 also empowers the President of India to form a commission for the promotion of this language. Now, Shivani, you have said it all. To every action of the central government, there is an equal and opposite reaction from the opposition parties. Now, here, whatever we are talking about is absolutely not a matter of debate at all. It is common sense. We are talking of Hindi. Hindi is the official language. We never said it was a national language. It is the official language written in Devanagari script. It is being spoken and understood in northern, central, eastern and western India. And as you mentioned, 44% of people speak and understand this language in the country. And let me tell you, as
actually the number is greater. The number is close to 60%.
People were there who were speaking in Hindi and 10 crore have been added to it.
No, that's what I'm saying. 44% identify Hindi as their mother tongue. But the number of people who understand or use it in some form or another is actually much higher. So Ratan Sharda, the question is that it is already functioning as a link language, right? For a lot of us, we go to any part of the country, there are places where people understand English as a link, but there are more places where people understand Hindi as a link.
I'll come back to the original question, the rhetoric of the DMK person. First of all, DMK's entire opposition stems from their fake narrative of Dravidian Aryan divide. Their entire politics of 100 years is based on Dravid Aryan divide, which is fake, which has been disproved scientifically, that we are all one, we have same DNA, we are same people, and nearly every language of India is born out of Sanskrit, whether Hindi or any other language. Tamil has huge number of Sanskrit words.
That is false, sir.
Let me
complete. False narratives.
Don't shout.
False narratives on national television. That is a false narrative.
Okay, let him finish, please.
See, the funny part is the Dravidian Aryan divide was based on nose index. So if I have flat nose, I'm supposed to be Dravid. I have sharp nose, I'm supposed to be Aryan. Secondly, he says that language becomes an oppressive language. In Tamil Nadu, they tried hard for 70 years and still only 18% of the Tamilians can speak English. Overall, if 0.02% English speaking people are ruling the country, the elite, the most earning people, and only 8% are those who can understand English, then who is oppressing whom? So biggest imperial colonial force is English language, which doesn't allow others to rise. He is ready to have outsider as a mistress of the house, as the mother of the house, but not a cousin who belongs to the same stock and same race. He talks about the progress. Japan, any country except America have all grown out of their mother tongues. Israel is the most progressive scientific community. Their Hebrew is dead. They enlivened it and made it the thriving language for science, technology, everything. So this excuse that English makes you successful is only valid in English because we are colonially oppressed.
Actually, that's a very regressive mindset to suggest that you can be successful in life because if you speak English. Now, I am not denying that there is a system that exists in India where English is an... Sir, 1 second. Sir, 1 second. Yeah. No, I am not denying... Sir, 1 second, please. Sarvananji, not like this, please. I am not denying that English is an aspirational language. More and more people want to learn it because it opens doors for you. That is the existing system. So if Hindi was to become an official language or was to replace English, it's not going to happen anytime soon. That reality is very, very true. And it is not going to be imposed in a manner where suddenly English is going to just vanish. That also is never going to be true. But let me go across to Krishank Mane.
Mother tongue being as a technical and scientific language, Sarvanan, respond to me. Are you happy with new formula of higher language, higher education in language, in mother tongue? Are you happy or unhappy? Tell me.
No,
This government has brought in mother tongue as a technical language, as a scientific language. Are you happy or unhappy?
Did you
want people to learn in Tamil or not?
My point? You were peddling fake narratives that Sanskrit, Tamil came from Sanskrit.
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that.
He did say that.
No, he said many Indian languages come from Sanskrit.
That's what he said.
No, he didn't say that. No, he didn't say that. I'm sorry to say, he didn't say that. He said many Indian languages come from Sanskrit, which is true.
Not Tamil. Maybe many other languages.
Yes, so stop. You know, this isn't about Tamil alone. Mr. Sarvanan, we are not discussing Tamil alone. You are making this entire discussion a battle between Tamil and Hindi.
Which are Sanskrit.
It's not between Tamil and
What is
Hindi.
wrong
No,
with
you are
that?
making it that.
Why do you want to disown
I
it?
will tell you why it becomes that.
Okay, I want to go across to Krishank Mane. Both of you, please hold your horses. One of our guests hasn't spoken. Krishank Mane is from the TRS. Krishank Mane, in this case, when a language like Hindi was to in any way supersede a local mother tongue language, then it's a problem. But here we are talking about replacing Hindi for English. Then opposition for the sake of opposition also becomes a problem. No, in this case, it seems like Hindi imposition is being used as a bogey here.
शिवानी जी, पहले तुलना करना सही बात नहीं है. इधर हिंदी और अंग्रेजी के बीच में तुलना करना सही बात नहीं है, क्योंकि अंग्रेजी कहाँ जरूरी पड़ता है. हम जब जहां क्यों एक आदमी एक शहर से दूसरे शहर को क्यों जाते हैं, काम की खोज में जाते हैं या पढ़ाई की खोज में जाते हैं, बेहतर पढ़ाई मिले या बेहतर काम मिले. Why I am talking to you in Hindi is to tell you that we know Hindi, but still why we prefer English. I am sitting in an English channel and it would be easy to communicate in English than Hindi. Because Hindi, Shivani ji, a Bihari speaks a different lingo of Hindi, a Uttar Pradesh person speaks a different Hindi, someone in Hyderabad speaks a different Hindi called as Deccani. If someone calls bhai, someone calls bhaiya, someone calls bhau, it's again different. What we are trying to say is bulldozing or glorification is not right. See, so much for a government of India comes in to glorify Hindi and debate around Hindi, then probably they should start with someone from Gujarat. Why I am telling you this is, just last February in 2022, the Gujarat government took a decision of mandatory Gujarati signboards. So then if a Hyderabadi goes to Gujarat and today
but
Amit Shah ji
southern states also want to do that.
Should be must and should, then probably they should start with Gujarat that make Hindi signboards mandatory in Gujarat.
Will you make it? No, but in all of these southern states, there's always a battle about Hindi imposition. They don't even want Hindi signage. So what is good for the goose is good for the gander, na? Gujarat mein bhi kariye, Tamil Nadu mein bhi kariye, Telangana mein bhi kariye, Andhra Pradesh mein bhi kariye fir.
So the point is, today, what we see with the government of India is they want to do a divide politics. Politics over food, politics over dress, and now politics over
But you
language.
didn't answer my question. Yes. I'm not understanding when it's about local language versus Hindi, it is quite obvious. Most of Indian states are actually based on linguistic identity, so I get that. But why would anyone prefer a foreign language over an Indian language as a link language? Let Sarvananji come in once again here. Because this is the basic question I'm asking. Sarvanan.
Yeah, see, even I could speak in Tamil, but I am a very courteous person. I will speak in English only.
Okay.
Because others will not understand. I hope they will extend the same courtesy.
But can I just tell you?
Yes.
If you spoke Hindi, all five of us would understand it. That's exactly the point I'm making.
We are a country of pluralistic culture.
Yes, but I'm just saying Hindi already serves as a link language. We all understand it in some form or another.
My mother tongue. If there is a link language, you are understanding perfectly English, I am understanding perfectly English. That is the theme of our constitution. That is what has been happening in this country for the past 70 years.
No, you are just taking it in a completely different spirit, Sarvanan.
Not different spirit. I will come to it. I am just coming to it.
Okay, Ratan Sharda, please hold on. Please hold on. Sarvanan.
Let me say this. 4 of them are speaking against me or against the position which I hold. So hopefully you will give me more time so that I'll be able to counter all those arguments one by one. First thing is, see, you said speaking that it is an elitist mindset or it is a regressive mindset to say speaking in English is good. That is not the point here. I told you very clearly, there is no answer from any of the panelists. Are there any textbooks for MBBS, postgraduate MBBS in Hindi or in any other regional Indian language for engineering? For computer programming, how will you develop?
Yes, they are coming. They are coming.
Somebody who can teach them.
No, that's the new education policy.
Don't interfere, sir.
You can learn in mother tongue.
Don't interfere when you spoke. Please keep quiet. Allow me to speak.
Keep quiet? I'm answering you. Do you know that maximum number of engineers and doctors come from who learn in mother tongue? They are not learned in English language schools. They are learned in mother tongue, and they go on to become best doctors and engineers because they are educated in mother tongue. So are you happy with the new policy which says that you can become engineer or doctor in your own mother tongue? You don't like that?
Don't
you
interfere.
want people to lose jobs because they don't know English? You want people to unlearn medicine and engineering because they don't know English?
Have a tolerant mindset. That is very visible here. You don't even allow me to speak without interruption.
Are you saying one should not be able to be an engineer or doctor because he doesn't know English? She can't understand English.
One second, both of you, not at the same time, please. I request both of you to hold your horses. Sarvananji, I got your point. You are saying the ecosystem does not exist for someone to study in their mother tongue or Hindi right now and get higher education and get certain technical jobs. I get that. I'm not refuting that.
That is one point.
Okay.
That is not the entire point. The other thing is, I'm saying English is a leveler.
But see, how is English a leveler? Any link language is a leveler.
No, it is not so. That is why I explained to you. Because I cannot be as expert.
The most ridiculous argument ever heard.
No, one second. Ratan Sharda, please don't interrupt him. Ratan Sharda, please don't interrupt him.
Look at that gentleman, how intolerant he is.
Okay, Ratan Sharda, one second, not like this. Okay, as I understand it, one by one, please don't speak over each other. Sarvanan is Aparajita Sarangi again making the point that as a Tamilian, he can't speak as good Hindi as proficient he can be in English. I don't get it, but can you please respond to that?
You know the maximum number
See,
of...
Aparajita ji, Ratan Sharda ji, one second. Aparajita.
Can I speak?
Yes.
I go to Andhra Pradesh tomorrow or I go to Tamil Nadu tomorrow. Why should I be talking in English to my friends there? I should be talking in Hindi. And whatever the lingo, whatever the pronunciation, there is absolutely no problem. Now, let us be very clear about one thing. Nobody is stopping a person from learning English. Please learn English. But Hindi has to be the link language when we go from one state to the other. Hindi has to be the link language. We respect all regional languages. I emphatically say this. The central government and the BJP respect all regional languages. But as far as terming a language as a link language, I think we would definitely go to Hindi.
So what do you mean by a link language? Can I get a clarification from you, Aparajita Sarangi? When you say official language, you want all government communication to happen in Hindi. When you say link language, you want all governments to communicate between themselves in Hindi and citizens to communicate themselves between themselves in Hindi. That's what you mean, right?
In 2019, I remember Honorable Home Minister Shri Amit Shah ji had talked of one nation, one language. We have been harping on Ek Bharat, Shresht Bharat. See, the language has to be the unifying factor, and if one language which can be the unifying factor, that is Hindi in India. We have to accept that.
No, see, if you say one country, one language, then obviously there will be a problem. TRS, one second, the TRS representative is coming in. Yes, Mr. Mane.
Let me tell you, 8 northeastern states.
This is the entire poisonous ideology which they are trying to rub on us. One nation, one language
have made
erasing Telugu, erasing
Hindi
Tamil, or
reading
whatever our practices are.
Compulsory till the age of 10.
One nation, one tax, one nation, one ration,
yes.
one
so
nation,
we have to
one
accept
election,
this.
one
if
nation, one
northeastern
language.
states can do that, why can't we study
totally
Hindi elsewhere too?
Erasing our ideology. No, this is wrong.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Mr. Mane, can I ask you a question? We are talking about an official language. As Ms. Sarangi said, we're not talking about the status of a national language. You know, it's so obvious. In Germany, they speak German. In France, they speak French. In Japan, they speak Japanese. In China, they speak Mandarin. I am not understanding how anybody in India can say, no, we will speak English. But Hindi is too below for us.
Madam, इसमें सीधा सीधा एक ही बात है. आपका हिंदी अलग है.
Mr. Mane, please, Mr. Mane.
आपका हिंदी अलग है, मेरा हिंदी अलग है. जो दिल्ली में हिंदी बात करते वो अलग है, मेरा हैदराबादी. आप लोग नहीं कहते.
Why is Hindi a problem as a link? Why is Hindi a problem as a link? You already use English as a link, right? You use Hindi also as a link.
We do not know the Shuddha Hindi which Uttar Pradesh or Bihar or any other northern parts of India and are down the line, down the south speak.
So you don't want to learn good Hindi, you want to be proficient in English. That's what I got.
What is good Hindi and what is bad Hindi?
आप पढ़ेंगे तो अच्छी हिंदी बोलेंगे, English में पढ़ेंगे तो अच्छी अंग्रेजी बोलेंगे.
Ours is bad Hindi. That is the bottom line. See, you have to accept me what I'm comfortable
I am
with.
so amazed, Ratan Chadha. I'm running out of time, but I am so amazed that both our panelists are saying we cannot speak good Hindi, so we will not be proficient at it. We will be proficient at English. So that's why I don't know Hindi. That's why I know Hindi.
First of all, we will not.
No, we will not is another matter. You have an ideological problem, that's another matter. But to suggest that you can't is another matter. Ratan Chadha, final minute please. Ratan Chadha, can I just point out, there is a large gap. There is, 1 second please don't talk over me. There is a large gap between Hindi speaking people and other regional languages, prevalence in India already. Hindi is already spoken as a mother tongue by 44% individuals, and as I'm showed earlier, almost 60% understand it in some form or another. So it is already a link language. So I'm not quite understanding if suggesting it as a link language is a problem while it already exists as one. So is it purely ideological and nothing else?
See, first of all, Mr. Mane talked about different kinds of Hindi. That is the beauty. That you as a Hyderabadi can go to Punjab and still speak in Hindi. They will understand your Hindi. If I go to, from Maharashtra, I go to Bengal. If I speak Hindi, they will understand my Hindi. That's the beauty of the language. It's most flexible language because it adopts every kind of other grammar, every kind of other languages. And it has a common grammar for all the Indian languages. How does it matter whether language script is different? We all have the same linguistic idiom, which makes it much more easy to communicate. Secondly, they keep on calling RSS. Let me clarify. RSS says every regional language every mother tongue is a national language. Thirdly, new education policy doesn't talk of one language. New education policy says that you can educate yourself in your mother tongue and you can excel the way every person native tongue can excel. That is the beauty.
It's
So
just that,
are
you know,
not
since
accepting
independence,
that.
we
Are you
haven't
saying
really
that?
focused on something like this. So it sounds like a very strange idea to us. It sounds like an idea that will take us back. Because, you know, we've been brought up to be so aspirational with a colonial mindset with everything that the West does. Ratan Sharda, very quickly.
Exactly. That's why I said all the great nations of the world have made education in their mother tongue. They have excelled everywhere. We only become a cyber coolie at that time. I'm using the word deliberately, and it can be muscular, I can be insulted, I can be trolled.
Probably we
But
should
we were
turn off
offering
into a
skilled
Hindi
lasers
channel.
because we didn't have original patents.
Why
China
are we
has
talking
more
in English
patents.
then?
I just want to
Japan has more
clarify once
patents.
again,
Germany
the
has more patents
NEP that
because
we
they
talked
learned in mother
about
tongue.
already
They
gives
learned their own
preference to
national
the
language.
local
We
tongue
want to produce
and the
class.
regional languages. The issue today is purely as a link language between states. But we leave it at that. A big thanks to our guests for joining us. I'm shifting attention to the other big story that we're tracking. The Calcutta High Court has once again ordered a CBI probe, this time into the murder of Trinamool Congress leader Bhadu Sheikh, which led to the retaliatory killings of 9 others in West Bengal's Birbhum. This is another setback to the West Bengal government and police after a CBI investigation was already ordered into the killings of those 9 individuals in Boktoi village. Now, the 2 killings were linked, the court felt, and thus asked the central agency to probe the leader's murder too. Even though the state argued that there is no allegation that the investigation in the case of the murder of Bhadu Sheikh is not being done properly by the SIT, the fact that this probe too was given to the CBI can be taken as a further indictment of the state police. In one fortnight, as many as 4 high-profile cases from Bengal have been transferred to the CBI. Let's take a look at them. And I'm not even going as far back as last year when several post-poll violence cases were given to the CBI. So Bhadu Sheikh killing case transferred to the CBI. This is connected to the Rampurhat mass killing case, also with the CBI. Jalda councillor murder, also with the CBI. And there is an SSC Group D scam, one of the recent scams in West Bengal that has also been transferred to the CBI. Here's more.
लोगों का भरोसा केवल सीबीआई पर ही है। बंगाल में जो चल रहा है, इतनी सारी हिंसा और भ्रष्टाचार की केसेस है, हर बात में लोग कोर्ट तक जाते हैं क्योंकि वहाँ की सरकार, शासन, पुलिस का ऊपर किसी का भरोसा नहीं है और अदालत का भी भरोसा नहीं है। ये बात पता चल गया कि हर एक केस में सीबीआई इंक्वायरी का और आदेश हो रहा है। तो इसीलिए सीबीआई के ऊपर लोगों का भरोसा है और सीबीआई ने जिस प्रकार से काम शुरू किया है, और मुझे लगता है कि इस प्रकार जो केस काफ़ी पुराना पेंडिंग केस है, जो बदमाश है, अन्याय करने के बाद उनको लगता है कोई हमको छू नहीं सकता है, उनका भी एक्टिविटी में थोड़ा सा रुकाएगा। और सामान्य जनता जो निराश हताश हो चुकी है, चाहे जुडिशरी हो चाहे एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन हो, सबसे उनको भी थोड़ा सा अपने भारत की जो शासन व्यवस्था उस पर भरोसा आएगा।
বকটুয়ের ঘটনায় যা যা করার রাজ্য সরকার যথাযথভাবে শুরু করেছিল, রাজ্য পুলিশ যথাযথভাবে শুরু করেছিল, তারপরেও কোর্ট সিবিআই তদন্তের নির্দেশ দিয়েছিলেন। রাজ্য সরকার এবং তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস তার বিরোধিতা করেনি এবং বলেছিল তাকে সহযোগিতা করা হবে, সেই মতো পুলিশ সহযোগিতা করছে। এখন ভাদু শেখের যে হত্যাকাণ্ড তার তদন্ত, এটা পারস্পরিক জড়িত বিষয়, তো সেটি যেহেতু সিবিআইয়ের হাতে দেওয়া হয়েছে, ফলে নতুন করে কোনো সিদ্ধান্ত দলের মুখপাত্র হিসেবে সংবাদ মাধ্যমে জানাবার জন্য আমার কাছে এসে পৌঁছয়নি।
So can this be taken as one more indictment of the Bengal police, a situation that prevails in Bengal, because probe after probe is now being transferred to the central agencies despite stiff resistance by the state government. Let's go across to the guests who are joining us. Priyanka Tibrewal, West Bengal BJP spokesperson and advocate, who's actually been fighting several of these cases in court. Biswajit Deb of the TMC is also joining us on the show. Priyanka, do you see this as an indictment of the state police? Because I'm asking you this particularly as far as today's decision is concerned, because what has happened today was possibly expected, right? These 2 cases were linked.
Correct. So the very first day when the investigation was being handed over to the CBI regarding the incident which took place on the 22nd where women and children were charged up, so we thought that the entire case is going to the CBI. So at that point of time, we did not have any thinking that, you know, these, because it was said that FIRs and cases related to documents related to this case should be transferred and handed over to the CBI. And it was well understood that the incident of 21st and the FIR in that incident is directly linked in this case.
Yeah.
Because whatever happened on 22nd was a retributive act of what happened on the 21st. But thereafter we saw that the FIR related to Bhadu Sheikh's murder was being investigated by the state police. So we filed another application where we mentioned that since both the incidents are linked, and in order to reach to the proper conclusion and thorough investigation which has to be done in the matter, it is very much required that both the incidents should be taken up together by an
The
independent
state
agency.
did oppose this. Biswajit Dev, I'm coming to you with this question. The state did say that there is no allegation that this case is not being investigated properly, and yet the court transferred it. But look at the larger picture here. Since this, the TMC government came back to power with a record mandate of sorts, there is case after case after case of all nature, not just criminal cases, but even others that are being given to the central agencies despite your stiff resistance. It seems like there is no faith and confidence even by the courts in the state police.
I would like to say that our leader, the Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, believes in ensuring justice to all the people of Bengal. You see, immediately after the incident happened, this is the most unfortunate incident. We condemn this incident, and immediately after this incident had occurred, immediately the state government formed a sit, and within 24 hours, 21 people were arrested, including leaders from Trinamool Congress. We did not spare our leaders also. And it could be seen later on that when the CBI took over the investigation, CBI also interrogated all these 21 people, and CBI got the link from the sit itself. So with regard to ensuring justice, we did not spare anybody. It is not like that. What happened in Hathras or Unnao or Lakhimpur Kheri, we never want that the culprits will be spared. And that is why Mamata Banerjee did not spare anyone. Now, so far as ensuring justice is concerned, you see, once the lives are lost, we cannot get back their lives. But she has ensured that the family of the victims, are not deprived.
No, but sir, can I just come in here? Sir, can I just come in here?
1 minute, let me finish. Immediately, the family of the victims, one of the family members of the victims have been given government jobs and also financial compensation. Although I again repeat, this is not, loss of lives cannot be compensated.
No, I get that. I'm not really questioning the action of the government after that, but the fact that the court, after looking at your state government's probe, also still decided to transfer the probe, I mean, you have to accept that something is not right. And let me remind you, there were cases after cases of killings, beatings, alleged rapes that were going absolutely unheard, uninvestigated. FIRs were not being registered, and the court transferred those cases to the CBI. I'm talking about the post-poll cases.
I understand what you're saying, but let me reply. You see, CBI has been investigating lots of such cases under court's order in Bengal. Since the time Nandigram happened, Netai happened, even the Nobel of Rabindranath Tagore was stolen, and there was no outcome of these cases. And thereafter also we can see the chit fund cases, no outcome, 10 years, 12 years going on, and till date no charge has been submitted.
That is a separate argument, whether giving the case to the CBI works or not.
CBI has been used as a politically against the political rivals.
But sir, this is coming from the court. That's what I'm saying. This is coming from the court, not from the central government.
I am sorry to say that the Honorable Chief Justice of India has also said that CBI is no longer neutral. CBI is acting as per the whims of the political forces.
Okay, Priyanka wants to come.
Is exactly what Mamata Banerjee has said.
So, Shivani, if Mr. Dev is so concerned about the outcome of the CBI, I believe that he should explain the same to his party people, that they should cooperate with the CBI and not go to the hospitals and get themselves hospitalized, because that delays the investigation, which is happening in the cattle smuggling matter in West Bengal, which is being investigated by the CBI. Now, here I would state that this state government has, legitimized and constitutionalized violence in West Bengal, which not only I am saying, but the High Courts have said. So the CBI investigation, which has been given in matters in last 11 months after this government has come to power, in 3 of my cases, all 3 have been handed over to the CBI. So we can clearly see that what this government is doing, they have subverted democracy.
Okay.
See, they have politicized police. That's the reason that people have lost their confidence and faith in the police system.
No,
here.
it's not
They
about
do not
people
believe or
anymore.
trust
You know,
them.
how you judge what the people feel, it's very difficult. But this is coming from the court. And this has been case after case after case. So that makes it different. Yes, Mr. Deb.
I would like to say that whatever has happened, I'm again repeating, it is most unfortunate. But the state government and our Honorable Chief Minister has categorically stated that we will cooperate with CBI. And the state government is cooperating with CBI in all respect. We honor the court judgment and we are going to cooperate with the CBI. But I am again repeating that the CBI is being used, ED is being used, SFI is being used against the political opponents, including the TMC.
Okay.
TMC has been targeted. TMC leaders are being targeted by the BJP.
Okay, I'm
And
not talking
CBI and
about
these
corruption
central
cases.
agencies
Can I
are
just
being
make a
are being
distinction
used
between corruption cases where this
not only
allegation
corruption.
can come in,
No,
but
I'm
these
sorry
are
to say,
criminal
it's-
cases and some scam related cases which the court is transferring. Sir, I ask you one more time. Maybe Birbhum will be a turning point. Maybe Birbhum will be a turning point. But there is a crisis of credibility as far as the West Bengal State Police and machinery is concerned.
Can I remind you that all these cases, Metai, Nandigram, each and every case was under the order of the Honorable Court, even the chit fund cases. Nothing happened, nothing transpired. Ultimately, no charge sheet, no conviction, nothing has happened. No
So
trial.
are you saying courts are biased?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. CBI and the central agencies are being used just to victimize the political rivals. And
Sir, you are not
TMC
answering
has
my
been targeted.
question. You've made the
CBI
point
has
about
been
CBI.
targeted.
Sir, I have
CBI
final
has-
2 minutes left, please, sir.
Government-
You've made the
government
point
has
about
targeted.
CBI.
Central
You've made the
government
point.
has- Central government has targeted the All India Trinamool Congress. And
Then
these central agencies are being
their
used.
leader's name
are being
and they should
used
be booked under the
against-
same.
against-
But CBI is
against the
proceeding
TMC.
the way they need to investigate. See, we are
Let
not
them
asking the
investigate.
CBI what
We
to do and what not to
No,
do.
no, no, no.
It is
We
their
are not-
prerogative. They
we
are
are not
investigating the
advising.
matter.
We
So,
are not
no, today,
advising.
if the
We
names
are
of their
saying-
leaders come
we are
out
saying that
and
we
if
are
they are
going to
arrested, they will again
cooperate.
say that
We
it
are
is the
saying that we
BJP
are
who is
going to
asking the
cooperate.
CBI to arrest. See, it is the prerogative of the CBI. They are investigating the matter. Whenever they will get something against you or your party leaders, they will arrest them. They will arrest them. We cannot ask them to haste. It is their decision. We are no one to control them. But the fact of the matter is that all these cases are being handed over by the Honorable High Court after they went through the case diary where there was lacuna, where your state police fails to perform its duty.
Okay, final comment, please. Mr. Deb, can I ask you one more
I
time?
would
Are you worried at all? Sir, let me
I
pose
would
my
remind-
question. You can
I
respond.
would
Let me
remind
pose my question.
Mrs.
Are you at all
Tibrewal,
worried
I
that
would
there is a
remind
crisis
Mrs.
of
Tibrewal
credibility
that
for the
all
state
these
police?
cases which I mentioned, all these cases which I mentioned was under the orders of the Honorable High Court.
Sir, I'm
And
asking
nothing
you a
transpired.
different question.
And there
Please
was
listen to my question.
Ultimately, nothing happened. Nothing happened. So
Are
we-
you
we
worried
look
at all
forward.
about the
We look
credibility
forward.
crisis of the
We
state
look-
police?
I am sorry to say that state police has done their job very efficiently. And within 24 hours, they had arrested 21 people.
Okay.
I am again repeating, no one was
I
spared.
seriously
But
hope
in
that
spite
your
of that,
concern about the outcome is
spite of
seriously
that,
answered by the
yes,
CBI and
we
people
are concerned.
will be
We
booked and
want to
arrested
see.
in the case.
We want to see.
I hope
That is
justice
why the
prevails.
state government. That
And
is why
people
the state government
responsible behind
That is why the state government is
are
cooperating.
arrested soon
That
by the
is why the
CBI.
state
Okay,
government is
well,
cooperating.
that should be the case when CBI takes over these cases. What we're also learning is CBI is now so burdened with cases from Bengal being transferred to them. They're actually hiring or transferring additional manpower to be able to take care of these cases. That's also an indictment of the state government. So many cases are coming from Bengal only, sir.
It's a matter of shame for the government of West Bengal, not a matter
Mr.
of
Dev?
pride that CBI is investigating so many cases here.
I am again repeating that the state government has categorically made it clear that the state government will cooperate with the CBI investigation. But I am again repeating several cases. There are hundreds of cases which have been ordered, which has been ordered by the High Court and the Supreme Court, but unfortunately, there is no outcome.
Okay. That is unfortunately the case for many such cases across states. That is the track record of some of the central agencies is not much to write home about. That is also a reality.
I am again repeating.
Complete failure of
These
the state
central
government,
agencies,
that is the reason
these
all the
central
cases are with
agencies,
CBI.
Okay, I've run out of time.
Are being used.
I've run out of time. I do thank both of you for joining us. Of course, we hope there is a finality to these cases because a lot of people are looking to central agencies for justice and in some of the most gory cases that have come to light in recent times. Time for a very short break, but stay with us. We'll get you a roundup of some of the day's bigger stories in just a bit.
For detailed reasons to be recorded later and subject to what is set out therein by way of amplification or otherwise, these matters are disposed of in the following terms. The ruling of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly given on the floor of the House on 3rd of April 2022 in relation to the resolution for a vote of no confidence against the Prime Minister under Article 95 of the Constitution, for which notice had been given by the requisite number of members of the Assembly on 8/3/22 and in relation to which leave was granted to move the resolution on 28/3/22 and the detailed reasons for the ruling released subsequently and concurred by with the Speaker are declared to be contrary to the Constitution and the law and of no legal effect, and the same are hereby set aside. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the resolution was pending and subsisting at all times and continues to so remain pending and subsisting. In consequence of the foregoing,
strike down ho gayi.
It is declared that at all material times the Prime Minister was under the bar imposed by the explanation to Clause 1 of Article 58 of the Constitution and continues to remain so restricted. He could not therefore have at any time advised the President to dissolve the Assembly as contemplated by Clause 1 of Article 58. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the advice tendered by the Prime Minister on or about 3 April 2022 to the President to dissolve the Assembly was contrary to the Constitution and of no legal effect. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the order of the President issued on or about 3rd of April 2022 dissolving the Assembly was contrary to the Constitution and of no legal effect, and it is hereby set aside. It is further declared that the Assembly was in existence at all times and continues to remain and be so. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that all actions, acts or proceedings initiated, done or taken by reason of or to give effect to the aforementioned order of the President and or for purposes of holding a general election to elect a new Assembly, including but not limited to the appointment of a caretaker Prime Minister and Cabinet, are of no legal effect and are hereby quashed. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the Prime Minister and Federal Ministers, Ministers of State, Advisors, etc. stand restored to their respective offices as on 3rd of April 2022. It is declared that the Assembly was at all times and continues to remain in session as summoned by the Speaker on 20th March 2022 or 25th March 2022 on the requisition moved by the requisite number of members of the Assembly on 8th of March 2022 in terms of Clause 3 of Article 54 of the Constitution. Any prorogation of the Assembly by the Speaker prior to its dissolution in terms as stated above is declared to be of no legal effect and is set aside. The Speaker is under a duty to summon and hold a sitting of the Assembly in the present session and shall do so immediately and in any case not later than 10:30 a.m. on Saturday, 9th of April 2022 to conduct the business of the House as per the orders of the day that had been issued on 3rd of April 2022.
CNN News 18 also gets you this exclusive audio of the Chief Justice of Pakistan when he was reading the verdict on Imran Khan. Let's listen in.
We have conferred with each other at length and have concluded on the outcome of our judgment unanimously.
Last night, members of the UNGA voted to suspend Russia's right of membership to the UN Human Rights Commission, prompted by the massacre in Bucha. But the Russian assault continues in other areas, among them healthcare centers.
Less than 1 week after Russian forces left this area, Cherny was reeling. And the true scale of its loss is only starting to emerge. Outside the morgue, makeshift coffins stand ready for the dead. Authorities say at least 350 civilians were killed in bombardment. And they expect to find more. In Mykolaiv, there has been random shelling throughout the city, with what appear to be cluster munitions. Glass shards and shrapnel tore into Marina. The hospital where Marina is recovering was hit in the morning. Closed-circuit television video from the city's cancer hospital captures the moment it was struck.
2 missiles today struck a train station in eastern Ukraine used for evacuations. 35 have died so far in this attack. CNN's Clarissa Ward with more.
One thing that did seem to be relatively safe for ordinary civilians was the rail system. We have seen, of course, examples of Russian forces targeting elements of the railway, but for the most part, it has been able to function largely, and it has been a crucial lifeline for people trying to get their families, their children, their loved ones out of some of the hardest hit and most highly threatened areas. And the fact that this was a railway station that was hit, that it was full of people trying to evacuate, will of course create a huge ripple of panic and fear among ordinary people. Could it get even uglier? Could it get even worse than so many of the images and stories that we have already seen across this country? It's a question we don't know the answer to yet, but we may well find out in the coming days.
At a recent birthday celebration in Lviv, a city in western Ukraine, there was something missing: the birthday girl herself. Dariana Polensky had to blow out her birthday cake candles virtually from another country.
Darina Pelinsky, a girl from the city of Lviv in western Ukraine, turns 10 today. But she's 1,500 kilometers away. We congratulate you on your birthday. Darina's grandmother tells her on phone. Darina's father says when bombs flew right above his apartment building and exploded at a military base a few kilometers away, he knew it was time to say goodbye. The following day, his daughter, wife and mother left for Italy. When the family finishes singing happy birthday, there's not a dry eye in the room. And moments later, everybody runs to the underground shelter after the air raid sirens go off.
A new social media trend is emerging. Well-to-do Russian women posting videos of themselves destroying their own Chanel bags. CNN's Jean Moose explains what's causing the carnage to these pricey purses.
A model, a TV host and a DJ destroyed their purses on Instagram videos. Russophobia, fear of Russia, something these bags must be experienced. Chanel stores in Russia are closed, and sanctions mean buyers abroad are being asked to confirm the item that won't be used in Russia. Posted one commentator, I just wonder what kind of Russian human being cuts up their Chanel bag in protest, but doesn't protest the slaughtering of innocent women and children in Ukraine.
Если Шанель нужно продать родину, то такая Шанель мне не нужна.
In a big boost to India's vaccination drive, the Health Ministry today announced that COVID precautionary dose will be available to all above 18 now. The booster dose will start from April 10 at private vaccination centres, and the beneficiaries can get the jab only after 9 months of the administration of their last dose. The decision to open the third dose for all comes at a time when China especially is seeing a fresh surge in infections, though India's pandemic situation is very much under control. Meanwhile, the precautionary dose will be administered free of cost to healthcare workers and frontline workers. There were huge protests by transport workers outside NCP Chief Sharad Pawar's house today. Around 100 workers of the Maharashtra State Road Transport Corporation held a protest around his home, shouting slogans against the veteran politician, accusing him of ignoring their demand of making the MSRTC a full government unit. Pawar's daughter Supriya Sule was seen requesting the protesters to disperse away. Sri Lanka's worst economic crisis continues. Most basic necessities have become extremely expensive, but even for those who can afford it, finding them is the bigger challenge. Let's take a look at this report.
Apart from fuel shortage and massive power cuts, another impact of Sri Lankan economic crisis is the shortage of essential items. Right now we are in Siddhavu area of Sri Lanka, 35 kilometers from Colombo, and in this supermarket you can see that how these shelves are empty. And this is not just one supermarket or one area. This is exactly how every other supermarket in this entire country looks like right now. We'll try and speak to some of the people here to understand what are the challenges they are facing and how are they managing everything here.
Especially milk powder, rice, sugar.
Rice, the outstation have, but Sadosa don't have. Outside and inside, some places have.
And medicines, ma'am, I want to understand, is there a shortage of medicine here as well?
Yeah, government hospital, no medicine, but private pharmacies we can buy.
Even basic necessities like milk is in short supply. Long queues outside milk booths in Sri Lanka have become absolutely commonplace.
श्रीलंका में इस वक्त लोगों को काफी ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही है। आप दूध के लिए लाइन देख सकते हैं, ये फ्रेश मिल्क के लिए लाइन है, क्योंकि पहले यहाँ पर स्टॉक नहीं था और जैसे ही स्टॉक आया है, आप देखिए कितनी लंबी ये लाइन है। इन लोगों को 1 से 1.5 घंटा इंतजार करना पड़ रहा है दूध के लिए, और दूध के प्राइसेस भी काफी ज्यादा हाई हैं। आप समझिए कि 1 लीटर दूध लगभग आपको 1500 रुपए में मिलेगा। फॉर हाउ लॉन्ग यू आर वेटिंग हियर?
About 1 hour.
1 hour. For fresh milk?
Fresh milk.
Prices are high?
Prices high. 625 one packet.
One packet. ये देखिए इन्होंने दूध ले लिया है। I will please show. तो देखिए ये, अच्छा, this is the packet
400 gram, yeah.
This is 400 gram.
Yes.
Okay, this is the milk powder?
Yes, milk powder.
Okay, you don't have the fresh packet?
No fresh packet. This only.
Only this?
Another big Bollywood wedding coming up. Ranveer Singh and Alia Bhatt are set to tie the knot on April 15th.
B-Town is all set to sound the wedding bells. It's official. The stage is set for the big Kapoor Bhatt wedding. And the confirmation came to us way back last month.
Last but not the least, my special one. Thank you for making my heart smile and my eyes shine. I love you.
Although the couple has been tight-lipped about the details of their wedding, reports suggest that festivities will start on April 13th. The Mehendi function will be followed by the Haldi and a Sangeet ceremony on April 14th. And the big wedding day is on April 15th. While we are yet to see the couple sizzle on screen, their chemistry is nothing short of couple goals. All eyes now on the big day, and honestly, we cannot wait. Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
And some news for fans of the Harry Potter universe. The third in the Fantastic Beasts series, The Secrets of Dumbledore, was released today. The Fantastic Beasts series is a rough prequel to the Harry Potter series, as it is set in the same universe and features many of the same characters. Directed by David Yates, this film was released in the UK, China, India, US and Canada and has reportedly been made on a budget of $185 million.
Our time is close, my brothers and sisters. Our war with the Muggles begins today!
The world as we know it is coming undone. If we're to defeat him, you'll have to trust me.
Mr. Kowalski, we need you.
I said I want an out on that one out.
Ah! You do know I'm a witch, right?
Dumbledore asked that I give you something, Jacob.
This is the team that's going to take down the most dangerous wizard in the century. Who wouldn't like our chances? Oh!
No one can know everything, not even you.
And finally, Brazil's Rafael Zugno Bridi has set the world record for the highest slackline walk at over 6,000 feet. He did the walk on a line suspended between two hot air balloons above Praia Grande in Santa Catarina, Brazil. We'll leave you with that daredevil act. Thanks a lot for watching.
Hello everyone, good evening. I'm Shreya Dhondial. It is good to see you. The hijab row in Karnataka that got an international terror twist 48 hours ago is now a matter of investigation. Did Al-Qaeda chief Al-Zawahiri praise Muskan Khan and her actions based on some communication from India? Well, the Karnataka government says it is probing a possible link. Muskan's father, meanwhile, is saying they have nothing to do with Al-Zawahiri and that he should not interfere in what essentially is India's internal matter. But that isn't stopping a raging political war between the ruling BJP and the opposition Congress. Now, is the BJP exaggerating the issue to polarize voters ahead of elections in Karnataka? Or is the Congress downplaying what could be a serious security concern for the country? I'm putting that question to my guests this evening. But before I go to them, here's how the story has played out so far.
شمخ الحجاب مكبرا لن أستكين هتف الحجاب تعلموا مني اليقين.
The video in question, Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri exhorting Muslims to react to what he calls Hindu oppression, attacking nations banning hijab and more. The bigger external anti-India conspiracy became the focus, with the Karnataka government now asking for a full probe.
ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಅನವಶ್ಯಕವಾಗಿ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಈ ದೇಶದ ನೆಲದ ಕಾನೂನು ವಿರುದ್ಧ ನಡವಳಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದೊಂದು ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅಶಾಂತಿಯನ್ನು ಗೊಂದಲವನ್ನು ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳು ಮಾಡುವ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಹಿಂದೆ
ಅಲ್-ಖೈದಾ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಂತೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಯಾವುದೋ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಯಾರ್ದಿದೆ, ಏನಿದೆ, ಇದರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಗಳೇನು, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಏನೋ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು.
One highlight of Zawahiri's video was his praise for Muskan Khan, the poster girl of standing up to the hijab ban. She'd become a symbol of sorts for what was touted as an external hand blocking empowerment of women to free them from enforced hijab. Her parents have come out to distance themselves from any praise by the terror boss.
ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಏನು ಅಂತಾನೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಖಾಂತರನೇ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದ್ದು. ನೀವು ಕ್ಲಿಪ್ ತೋರ್ಸಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾವ್ರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದ್ದು. ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅದು ಯಾವ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಆಯಿತೋ, ಇಂಥ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ.
The opposition in Karnataka smells a fish on the Zawahiri video, questioning the timing, pointing at an RSS hand.
ಅವರೇ ಕಳಿಸೋದು RSSನವರೇ. ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಶಾಂತಿಯನ್ನು ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಸಾಮರಸ್ಯ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಮತಗಳಿಗೆಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಪೋಲರೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ವೋಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಹುಟ್ಟಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
How real is this explosive Al-Qaeda link to the Hijab row in Karnataka, extending to inciting of Muslims across India? The ramifications are huge. Vaibhav Verma, CNN News 18.
When the Karnataka High Court ruled in the hijab row, it had said, and I'm quoting that, the way the hijab imbroglio unfolded gives us scope for the argument that some unseen hands are at work to engineer social unrest and disharmony. Is Al-Qaeda that unseen hand? Or is this the dirty tricks department of the BJP that is at work, as is being alleged by the Congress party? Now, this is what the Congress party is saying. They are saying that Zawahiri's video was doctored and was the handiwork of the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh, that is the RSS. Let me go straight across to my guest this evening. We have S. Prakash, spokesperson of the Karnataka BJP. Lavanya Balal is spokesperson of the Congress party, joining us. Good to have you on the show. Tushar Gupta, senior editor, the Swaraj magazine. And Syed Asad Abbas, he's a political analyst. He's joining us as well. Lavanya Balal, I want to come to you first. On what basis is the Congress party saying that Zawahiri's video is doctored and it is the handiwork of the RSS? It is part of the BJP's dirty tricks department. Does the Congress party have any proof to this effect?
Good evening, Shreya. When former CM Siddaramaiah said it is a handiwork of BJP that is creating mischief towards polarization of Karnataka, I think this is something that comes from experience. Time and again, we have seen BJP in the state creating polarization, and Karnataka, which is moving towards elections, is in a very turbulent state right now, which is a very sensitive state. 8 months of Mr. Bommai's tenure has seen 10 different issues which have targeted minorities of the state in one way or the other, be it Muslims or Christians or whoever the minorities are. It's appalling that they would create such an unrest in the state, and they are doing this. This polarization is not surprising because they do not have anything to talk about development or progress.
Lavanya, is it your case that the BJP/the RSS has conspired with the Al-Qaeda in this case to release a video of this effect?
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. I think there is a misunderstanding with what Siddaramaiah ji is saying. Siddaramaiah ji is saying they are fanning the disturbance in the state. He did not say the Al-Qaeda video was doctored by someone else.
No, he's saying
the BJP and the RSS
I'm quoting
is fanning the communal issue in the state.
Lavanya, I'm quoting him.
When you are interpreting Siddaramaiah ji's statement.
No, I'm quoting him here.
He's made it very clear.
I'm quoting him here. Zawahiri's video was doctored and was a handiwork of the RSS. This is what he has said.
He is saying idu BJP avara kelasa. Basically, he's telling this polarization is a trick of BJP. Where is he saying it is doctored by BJP?
Okay. Let me get in S. Prakash here. S. Prakash, you've heard the Congress party allegation. They are saying this is the BJP doing chance pe dance, as it were. This is a video of a terrorist that has come out. No one should have paid any attention to it, but the BJP has exaggerated to such an extent that it has become a talking point and possibly a point to target Muslims in Karnataka as well. Trick is polarization because there is an election coming. You are experts at this.
No, Mr. Siddaramaiah, moment this video was released, jumped to the scene and accused the BJP and RSS for creating this video just to polarize the Hindu votes. He did say that. Yesterday, Ajay Makan comes to Bangalore and holds a press meet. He equates BJP and RSS with the Al-Qaeda. this Congress party does not know the seriousness of the Al-Qaeda activities. A most wanted terrorist video is released wherein he appreciates the Muskan Khan for shouting Allahu Akbar. I'm sure his father was rightly denied it and he said, keep away from this. I appreciate that stand. However, the party leaders of Congress who are desperate, who are losing plot in Karnataka, who does not know where to stand, either to support the High Court decision or to oppose it, they are confused and they continuously accuse RSS, bring RSS, everything into it. Right from 1942, they are doing this and they continue to do it. And saying that many of them are facing defamation case by their baseless charges. Similarly, this video, when it was released, Siddaramaiah, being an opposition leader, he should have been more responsible. He should have waited for the investigation report to come, whether it is doctored or a original video. But his attempt is to polarize the minority votes. So he said it is RSS handiwork.
Okay.
It is the Congress party should.
Okay, Lavanya, just answer that question, because that's a natural question that will be asked. Even before, you should welcome the move to investigate this video. All right. And, you know, even before the investigation has started, you've already called it doctored. The fact is
Fantastic.
that the fact is that CME is now a banned organization, but we know that the PFI and the CFI have links to CME, which had links to the Al-Qaeda. There could be something more to it. The Karnataka High Court has talked about an unseen hand. Possibly the Al-Qaeda is the unseen hand. Why would Al-Zawahri otherwise suddenly wake up from the dead one day and speak about what is happening in India and praise Muskan Khan and read a poem for her? I am not for even a second saying that Muskan has any links to the Al-Qaeda. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying the Karnataka High Court has spoken about an unseen hand. What's the harm if this video is investigated? Why jump to conclusions before that investigation has concluded or even begun for that matter?
Interesting. The same question could be applied for people who are accusing Muskan of having connections with Taliban. Having said that, we are all for, we stand united with the government of India, and we do not want outsiders to comment about the internal matters of our country. One. And also, I would like to remind the BJP spokesperson, sir, it was your BJP which released Maulana Masood Azhar, a terrorist, and it was not Congress. Let me remind you of that. And if PFI and other organizations do have connections with the Al-Qaeda, my question is, when we have double engine Sarkar, what is stopping BJP from banning these organizations?
Correct. Tushar Gupta, good question. It's a question that comes up every time something like this crops up. If you say that the PFI and the CFI have links to terror, have links to the Al-Qaeda, have links to the ISIS, if there is a money trail that has been established, then why have you not managed to ban them?
No, last time the PFI and SDPI was called CME organization. CME was banned and they changed the name to SDPI and PFI. If you ban SDPI and PFI, they will come out with some other
so what does that mean? That you don't ban them at all, you let them carry on with what they are doing. No, SDPI is a party that is enrolled with the Election Commission of India.
Yeah, I know, I agree. Several investigations are underway. In many instances, the terror link between the PFI and other organizations is also under probe by NIA. Certainly, these people will be accountable. The government is not silent or blind to their activities. It is only the people who are supporting them clandestinely and so are responsible for deteriorating the situation and making them more bolder in Karnataka and other places. They should, the Lavanya Ballal should understand Congress had an alliance with the SDPI in Karnataka. What is it she is speaking about it? Muhammad Azhara, somebody who was released in 2000 after an all-party meeting was held by the then Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee.
Okay. You know, I'm just going to read from Disha Ravi's judgment, the judgment that the Delhi High Court had said, and there's a context to it. I'm going to, you know, ask my guests to just be patient for about 30 seconds, and I want our viewers to hear this. And Tushar Gupta, you're joining us, you're senior editor of the Swaraj magazine, and Syed Abbas, I want you to hear this carefully as well, because I want your comments on this. Now, the allegation on the BJP, Tushar Gupta, often is that it's a story of you're either with us or you're against us, and under the BJP regime, it becomes becomes very easy for the fringe to label anyone they want to terrorist. This is what the Delhi High Court had said in the Disha Ravi case when she was granted bail. This is what the court had observed. They said, considering the scanty and sketchy evidence available on record, I do not find any palpable reasons to breach the general rule of bail against a 22-year-old lady with absolutely a blemish-free criminal antecedent and having firm roots in the society and send her to jail. And we do understand what the right-wing ecosystem had called her. They had called her a Khalistani. Then there was an observation again by the Delhi High Court as far as the JNU students, 2 JNU students are concerned, who spent a considerable amount of time in jail, Natasha Narwal and Devangana Kalita. This is what the Delhi High Court had said. We are constrained to say that it appears that in its anxiety to suppress dissent and in the morbid fear that matters may get out of hand, the state has blurred the line between the constitutionally guaranteed right to protest and terrorist activity. If such blurring gains traction, democracy would be in peril. Tushar Gupta, has it now become fashionable for anyone who is opposing what the official government line is to be branded a terrorist? It happened in the case of the farmers. They were called Khalistanis. We saw what happened with Disha Ravi, and we saw what happened with these 2 ladies as well. And that is something that is happening with Muskan as well then.
Okay, Shreya, there is a pattern to things here. Let's talk about the judgment of the Karnataka High Court first. They have a theory that there are some unseen hands which are instigating some sort of social uprising. Now, since the second tenure of the Modi government has begun, every few months we have certain events which are suited to cause a social uprising. It started with the Article 370 revocation. There was a cartel of political parties, of media, of observers, of stakeholders who wanted to instigate Muslims. Then that happened after the Ram Mandir judgment. Remember what happened during COVID-19 where a fanatic mob chased away health workers in specific localities of Madhya Pradesh. Then you had the same case with the CAA protests. Now you have it with the hijab row. I have maintained from day one that if we have given anything way more importance than it deserves, it's the girl called Muskan Gupta, because all she's doing is throwing a religious tantrum. Muskan Khan, sorry. All she's doing is, I beg your pardon.
No problem.
All she's doing is throwing a religious tantrum and the Board of Education. This is what the problem is. And now my problem is not with what Al-Zawahiri is saying. My problem is that some people in India will take his words seriously. Some people in the cartel of these political parties and stakeholders and observers would want to instigate the feelings of the minority against the official government. That's what my worry is. And this is where I see merit to the theory of the Karnataka High Court.
Syed Asad Abbas, would you want to come in here?
Absolutely. Let me address first things first. Al-Zawahiri is who we are talking about, a terrorist, and a terrorist is nobody to tell us Indians, and especially the Indian Muslims, what to do or what not. I think that is a degenerate who is not even heard. Also coming to the point, we are spoken of Hubbul Watan, live, love and die for your country. Now coming to Disha Ravi, yes, I'm a proud Bangalorean and Disha Ravi comes from Bangalore and the Mount Carmel College, and let me tell you, someone who's been vociferous fighter for the environment. The fact of the matter is today in the BJP dispensation, Shreya ji, it's become such that a farmer is called a Khalistani. A dissenting student at a JNU is called an anti-national. A Muslim who protests for NRC is called a Atankwadi. That is how the narrative has come, especially from the IT cell of the factor. Now coming to the issue here in Karnataka. Karnataka was known for what? The Silicon Valley of the East Bangalore, the IT capital. Kiran Majumdar Shah ji, very vociferously did speak of the religious divide, which is actually getting no brownie points but minus points. We are losing out to a Telangana or a Tamil Nadu. Time and again we see a KTR of Telangana and a Palanivel, these respective ministers of 2 other southern states, trying to gain from us. The fact of the matter is, hijab ban, halal, loudspeaker, azan, anti-conversion law, all of these communal policies will take Karnataka, Bangalore down. We want jobs, we want education, we want employment, we want better infrastructure, health, IT facilities, companies and education and employment. Only Hindu-Muslim will get us nowhere. So therefore, I think Karnataka, if the Chief Minister is serious, I plead as a Kannadiga, as a proud Bangalorean, from the last 10 years, even before in power, BJP in the manifesto, they said they will ban the PFI, SDPI. What is stopping them? Please, I beg you to please go ahead and ban the PFI. We do not want any anti-social elements existing here.
S.
So
Prakash?
therefore, more governance than any of it.
S. Prakash, this is a question, as I said, that will be asked of you. If you say that PFI is the one that is fanning all the trouble in India and bhadkawing Indian Muslims, as it were, is CFI is responsible for the hijab row? If the SDPI that is linked to them is creating trouble, that they have terror links, why have you not banned them?
I told you earlier also.
Finger pointing is very easy. Muskan, you know, these six girls linked to...
Mr. Abbas, my friend said the investment from Karnataka will come down because of these issues. When the CAA protest was held throughout the Karnataka and many parts of India, did they not care about the investment that is to come from the outside to India or to the Bangalore? They were holding protests for
How can you equate the two, sir? How are you equating the two? That is a protest. These are communal policies. These two cannot be equated, sir.
It is the government
Respectfully,
which is responsible.
anti-communal policies cannot
they can be
what
equated.
is right and
They
what
can
is
be
wrong.
equated.
Mr.
If you're so conscious about the country's image, then it plays both ways.
Ma'am,
It's not just the responsibility of the government, it's also the responsibility of every citizen, Hindu and Muslim.
Constitution allows us to protest. So are you saying that protest is anti-constitutional?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, you know, this thing of national prestige plays both ways. If you say the government is responsible, you know, for ensuring that India has an investment-friendly climate, then fact is that protests like the one we saw for the NRC,
so they are bringing discriminatory bills. Isn't it discriminatory anti-conversion law, hijab ban, halal ban, and so on and so forth? We don't know that. We want jobs, Prakash ji. Give us jobs, give us employment, give us education.
Don't give misinformation. Abbas, my friend, don't give misinformation.
What
no
is
ban
misinformation?
On hijab, no ban on halal, no ban on azan. Kindly note this. I repeatedly say this. There were some issues raised by few organizations. Government is dealing with them. Why do you mislead the people?
No, why hasn't the government come out and said this entire halal business is rubbish? And that is exactly how we are going to treat it. The government has also not stepped out to say it, no, sir?
Madam, there is a view from the majority of some of the organizations that halal should not be imposed on Hindus. They raise their voice about it. Muslims have the priority to buy halal. They are buying. The atmosphere is very peaceful. Communal violence is not there. Harmony is there. Why should we participate the situation? Why you were silent when the CAA protest went out of hand in Mangalore? Widespread violence was instigated in my South Kerala district.
Okay, you'll answer that. Go ahead.
Yes, Prakash ji, I'm with you, sir. I'm with you when you said there must be harmony. Definitely, sir. In fact, tall leaders such as yourself from BJP, I urge you to please have harmonious here, because you know what Kiran Majumdar ji said, right?
That
there needs to be a stoppage of religious divide. We need to stop religious divide and we need to have more development, sir.
She has expressed a concern. You need to listen to her carefully rather than dismiss what she is saying and call her also anti-national.
Yes.
Prior Chief Minister has responded. She has also reciprocated it. Repeatedly, her name is being invoked is incorrect, I am saying.
If I may interrupt, Shreya.
Yeah, Lavanya, go ahead.
Shreya,
our
please.
BJP spokesperson was talking about there is no ban on azan. I would like to ask him, who has given the orders for the police department to keep a check on the loudspeakers in and around the religious places in
But that's the right thing to do.
Because
it is the
Supreme Court. It's the right thing to do.
I'm not questioning. I'm not questioning.
There are laws in this country.
If it is right or wrong. I am not questioning if it is right or wrong. Let me please finish. I am not questioning the right or wrong of that order. I am saying if BJP government has not given the order, who gave the order for the police to check this? If there is no ban on azan, sir, why are the police doing this? Is my question. Also,
no one's banning the azan.
Please do not brush Kiran Majumdar Shaw away. She's a huge pillar in our country, in the Silicon contribution to the Silicon Valley of India.
And no one is dismissing her.
That is what the BJP spokesperson is saying. Do not bring her. Her concerns are valid. and I think it
But
should
there
be
is no ban on
heard.
azan. So
Shreya,
let's
can I
not
come
mislead
in, please?
anyone. There is no ban on
Shreya, can I
azan,
come in,
and there are
please?
laws in this
Shreya.
country when it comes to governing
Then why
loudspeakers.
are the police? Then why are the police?
They're doing the
checking
right thing. On whoever's order
Shreya,
they're
can I
doing
come
the
in,
right thing.
please?
Let Tushar Gupta come in.
No,
Tushar
I'm not
Gupta,
saying
go
it
ahead.
is right
Shreya.
or wrong. My question
I'm
is
saying that it is the right thing to
orders.
do, ma'am. 8 minutes.
I'm
Let
not
Tushar
talking
come in.
about the right or wrong. Please do not misunderstand my question, Shreya. My question was not it is right or wrong. My question was who gave the order.
No, so what is that
Shreya, can I
question
come in,
implying?
please?
Okay, let Tushar come in and then I'll pursue that
Shreya,
point with you. Go ahead.
I want to expose the I would need 2 minutes. I want to expose the hypocrisy of the likes of Saeed ji here. At one end he says we want investments, we want communal peace, we want all those things. Perfectly all right. Has anyone made an effort who's protesting the hijab ban to sit down with Muskan Khan, explain it to her that education comes as well as it is as important as religion? In an interview to your channel, Shreya, the two girls said that they would not work, they would not pursue any professional careers if hijab is not allowed. That was what the girls said in the interview to your channel. They talk about private investments. They sound very worried about India's image as an investment destination. These are the very people who support the protest against private sector participation in agriculture, which constitutes for 16% of the GDP in India. Talk about CAA. Did at any point CAA said?
I'm sorry, I need to counter this, Shreya.
No, hold on. Hold on.
Let him finish, then I'll let you come.
Did at any point CAA amount to Muslim citizens losing their citizenship or their citizenship being diluted? Yet the entire protest of CAA was made about that. Then these people were not worried about India's image as an investment destination. Right when we had a state head visiting Delhi, today they are sitting on a channel and talking about communal harmony, about investment, about peace and all these things. But outside, on the ground, these are the same people who instigate violence, who instigate anti-social elements to uprise. That's what happens.
Okay, but Tushar, here's the point. Just because Muskan chooses to wear the hijab, and yes, I agree. I mean, I don't agree with the hijab, in a place of educational institution. If there are rules, everyone has to follow it. But just because she chooses to wear the hijab and go to court about it, doesn't mean she has any links with the Al-Qaeda, huh? Yeah. She's an Indian citizen. She's as patriotic as you and me.
Absolutely.
And we have no reason to believe otherwise. Syed, you want to respond?
Quick counter to my good friend,
Go ahead.
Tushar, dear friend of mine. He has raised some serious concern and very apt question. I'd like to answer them quickly accordingly. Now, coming to Muskan Khan, the fact about Muskan Khan here is that she stood up to those goons wearing saffron shawls who were coming at her. So that was a brevity. That's about it. I would say, Shreya ji, and I know you will appreciate this, I would say she should rather say Jai Hind than a religious word. What is the difference? One point saying Jai Shri Ram, the other saying Allahu Akbar. Jai Hind, Bharat Mata ki Jai, or Hindustan Zindabad would have been better. Now coming to the point about the riots. See, riots may take place anywhere. Who are dying? Innocent people are dying. What happened in Delhi? Who was the one who bharked out the riots? What did you do to them? Parvesh Verma goes scot-free. Why? Because hate speech with a smile. Anurag Thakur goes scot-free. Hate speech with a smile. Kapil Mishra goes scot-free. Hate speech with a smile. Who died? Innocent people will die. My request to all our brethren is do not become political puppets. You are Hindu, Muslim at your home. First, you are an Indian. Let's be Indians and let us not fall in the hands of politicians. Let us not fall into the hands of politicians.
But what has Muskan Khan done, Tushar? But what has Muskan Khan done for you to ask her
to... My simple answer here is Muskan Khan can wear the hijab anywhere, any time of the day she wants. In India, millions of students go to school every day.
But how does that make her anti-Indian?
But why are you
no one is making her anti-Indian.
That's what you're saying. That give this lecture to Muskan Khan.
No one is. I am targeting people who use students like Muskan Khan to peddle their own political propaganda. That's my target. That's what I'm targeting.
And this was before the court order, Shreya ji.
Okay.
This was before the court order.
I have 20 seconds. Okay, gentlemen, I have 20 seconons. Let Lavanya come in. She's been politely waiting.
I would just like to inform Tushar ji that students were also used as the doyen of or the protectors of Hindu religion. They were made to wear saffron shawls and they were made to chant Jai Shri Ram, and they also protested. So using students is incorrect. I totally agree with you. We should stop using students for political agenda. Thank you.
All right.
That's my problem is.
Bolo, yes. Who wanted to speak? 10 seconds.
Okay, the fact
my problem is not with Muskan Khan. My problem is not with Muskan Khan.
In a united manner. I think let's keep their politics aside, divisive forces aside, and come together with a rational mind.
Okay.
Simple point.
Leave it there. We'll leave it there. Thank you very much, gentlemen. S. Prakash, Lavanya, thank you very much for joining us on the show. Tushar Gupta and Syed Abbas, good to have all of you here on The Right Stand. Taking a quick break. Up next, Anand is joining you from Australia with a special report. So do stay with us.
Stand restored to their respective offices as on 3rd of April 2022. It is declared that the Assembly was at all times and continues to remain in session as summoned by the Speaker on 20th March 2022 or 25th March 2022 on the requisition moved by the requisite number of members of the Assembly on 8th of March 2022 in terms of Clause 3 of Article 54 of the Constitution. Any prorogation of the Assembly by the Speaker prior to its dissolution in terms as stated above is declared to be of no legal effect and is set aside. The Speaker is under a duty to summon and hold a sitting of the Assembly in the present session and shall do so immediately and in any case not later than 10:30 a.m. on Saturday, 9th of April 2022 to conduct the business of the House as per the orders of the day that had been issued on 3rd of April 2022.
CNN News 18 also gets you this exclusive audio of the Chief Justice of Pakistan when he was reading the verdict on Imran Khan. Let's listen in.
We have conferred with each other at length and have concluded on the outcome of our judgment unanimously. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. For detailed reasons to be recorded later and subject to what is set out therein by way of amplification or otherwise, these matters are disposed of in the following terms. The ruling of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly given on the floor of the House on 3rd of April 2022 in relation to the resolution for a vote of no confidence against the Prime Minister under Article 95 of the Constitution, for which notice had been given by the requisite number of members of the Assembly on 8/3/22 and in relation to which leave was granted to move the resolution on 28/3/22 and the detailed reasons for the ruling released subsequently and concurred by with the Speaker are declared to be contrary to the Constitution and the law and of no legal effect, and the same are hereby set aside. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the resolution was pending and subsisting at all times and continues to so remain pending and subsisting. In consequence of the foregoing,
strike down ho gayi.
It is declared that at all material times the Prime Minister was under the bar imposed by the explanation to Clause 1 of Article 58 of the Constitution and continues to remain so restricted. He could not therefore have at any time advised the President to dissolve the Assembly as contemplated by Clause 1 of Article 58. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the advice tendered by the Prime Minister on or about 3 April 2022 to the President to dissolve the Assembly was contrary to the Constitution and of no legal effect. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the order of the President issued on or about 3rd of April 2022 Dissolving the Assembly was contrary to the Constitution and of no legal effect, and it is hereby set aside. It is further declared that the Assembly was in existence at all times and continues to remain and be so. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that all actions, acts, or proceedings initiated, done or taken by reason of
Right in front of the iconic Sydney Opera House on the banks of the beautiful Sydney Harbour, ladies and gentlemen, what is being etched is historic. It is of significance for all of us to note that not only is this important for India from its vision of an Atmanirbhar Bharat and this Azadi Ka Amrit Kal that's been laid out by the Prime Minister, the next 25 years from our 75th year to our 100th year, 2022 to 2047. But it is most important for Australia. Australia as a nation wants to reduce its dependence on China. And if Australia can do that, why is it that it cannot encourage all the other nations across the region, across the Indo-Pacific, to do the same and look at India aggressively? There are a few teething issues. This agreement will be sent to the WTO for notification and ratification. Over the coming months, a lot of the creases will be ironed. But the biggest fillip is the interest of the business community and the Australian media also responding very, very positively to this win-win ACTA or ECTA. Well, we are on the sidelines and right below the Sydney Opera House actually, and behind us is the beautiful Sydney Harbour, and with me is a man on a mission, because in 48 hours, faster than a T20 run rate, he's set up the targets up. So he started with about doubling the targets of trade with 27 to 50 billion. You already made it 100 billion, and the industry is now saying, Mr. Piyush Goyal, thoda break लगाइए.
मैं समझता हूँ जो उत्साह मैंने यहाँ देखा, 2 days of serious engagement with local industry, I realized that we are being too modest in our expectations. And unless we set aggressive targets, as Prime Minister Modi has done throughout his 8 years, we cannot get extraordinary performance. You saw what happened with exports. We crossed 400, we are at $418 billion today. So my own sense is that a $100 billion target of trade with Australia is doable, eminently doable. And the excitement that I've seen in the various meetings that I've had encourages me to go for it.
The rough weather is not a deterrent?
This is my favorite weather, Mumbai. This reminds you of Mumbai.
That's true,
That's why I'm enjoying it.
First thing I thought here, and I said, Arey, this looks like Marine Drive, you know, but sans the ships, actually.
No, so Gateway of India.
Gateway of India,
with the ships.
With the ships, absolutely.
And the iconic structure.
Absolutely, very well said. But let me ask you, is this also a recognition of India as a power? India on its path of a Vishwaguru? Because I'm asking you, because we are right now helping a neighboring nation. We are helping Sri Lanka. And is Australia realizing that decoupling from China is most important, is the need of the hour, and India is the most stable partner?
I don't worry about whether they are looking at decoupling with another country or not. I think India's agreement and India's business relations stand on their own feet. India today provides the best quality of goods, best service. You know, during COVID, when the most developed economies also face problems, we are one nation who continue to make sure that whatever we promised, whether goods or services, we met 100%. And which is why at the last G20 in Rome, when Prime Minister Modi spoke about India being a trusted partner, the whole world applauded. And every leader who spoke after him recognized that India was one country which came to their help with medicines, with vaccines, whatever anybody asked. Prime Minister Modi guaranteed we'll help. Look at our own country. We've spent 3.5 lakh crores to ensure that not a single household has fallen short of food grade. We've doubled down on the food security and entitlement. Spent $50 billion for 25 months, giving 5 kilos extra to every single person, the marginalized section of society. 80 crore लोगों को आपने पहले 5 किलो मिलता था, अब उसको 10 किलो कर दिया, पूरा मुफ्त में कर दिया। ये जो 5 किलो अधिक दिया जा रहा है, मैं समझता हूँ पूरी दुनिया में आज भारत के संवेदनशील नेतृत्व की तारीफ हो रही है.
Correct.
Now we are unfortunately in a situation where the world recognizes what good work Prime Minister Modi has done. Somehow in India we are busy having sectarian politics and with silly one-line tweets which are actually disparaging of the wonderful achievements that all of India today should celebrate.
Absolutely, and I think we need to be a little more aggressive. And we are seeing, I'm seeing it on ground. I'm seeing it manifest on ground. The weight of the tricolour. You met with Indian students today. Were you encouraged? Were you inspired?
It's remarkable the soft power that we have.
Yeah, they put you in a tough spot with some with questions also.
But that's good. That is the strength of Indian students. You and I were students.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think it was wonderful to interact with them. They are very excited about the opportunities for them to work in Australia, for them to go back home and serve the motherland. I met a few students who said, no, we don't want to work here.
Yeah.
We want to go back. There was this young girl from Assam.
Correct.
Who said, sir, I'm very happy you spoke about serving.
Tehreem is her name.
I see. Tehreem spoke about going back and serving the motherland. And she said, I want to work in the Northeast.
But going forward, now, what are you expecting from the Australians? Because we are going to offer a lot to Australia. What are we expecting from the Australians and what's the response been from them? We are bringing perhaps one of the largest delegations.
You know, I'll give you, this is one of the largest that ever came to Australia so soon after the ECTA and set up in 36 hours.
Yes.
And look at the response. We had some of the most important sectors represented here. But I'll give you some data points. Look at textiles, apparel, ready-made garment, home furnishing. Australia imports about $30 billion. Wow. It's about 2 lakh crores. What is India's contribution? About 3-4%. Now look at the potential growth here. Suppose we send a lakh of crores worth of textile and homemade apparel and goods here. Look at the job potential back home.
Yeah.
You will be creating lakhs and lakhs of jobs only in the textile sector alone. Medicines, they buy $11 billion worth of medicines. We are known as the pharmacy of the world. We are selling only 300 million, 3%, less than 3% of their requirements of medicines. What was the detriment? Not duty. It was market access, the regulatory process.
Yeah.
Our Indian companies are finding it very difficult. So this agreement is not only about duties. We sat with them. I sent the drug controller of India with the pharma industry here. They engaged for a week with their regulators and we've created a pathway by which those medicines which are approved by Canada and EU, with whom they have mutual arrangements, recognition arrangements, those medicines will get a smooth sailing and a faster regulatory approval into Australia, therefore opening up a new market. Gem and jewelry.
Yeah.
They import from all over the world, but 5% duty? Gem and jewelry, there's no margin of 1 or 2%.
Correct.
5% and they're saying we'll capture this whole market. Sports goods, they're a sporting nation, but they get their goods from all over the world.
Yeah.
Why not India?
Yeah. Why not Ludhiana?
They had a large medical device person here who makes cochlear implants. Right? He was very excited that he has sold 27,000 cochlear implants in India over 27 years. And he was happy about it. He was sitting next to me at the last engagement. And I said, hey, why don't you come to India? Manufacture in India. You will make a much better product at a much competitive price. And then the Indian market will get the benefit of a very high quality product at a good price. But you will get an access to the whole world.
Yeah.
The developed world will enjoy access of your cochlear implants. The less developed world will get them at a more competitive price. So poor people in Africa, in the island nations, other parts of the world will also get access. And our own Indians.
Yeah.
And I'm sympathetic to that because my mother used to need a hearing aid.
I've had in my family also, they didn't get the
And she just never got it right.
Yes.
But if they are made in India, and I must thank Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Scott Morrison for their leadership because they made it happen.
Correct.
They encouraged Dan and me to go for it. They encouraged us to think big. They encouraged us to be bold.
Absolutely. You've got a busy schedule and let's just quickly look at in this rain.
This is Mumbai for me. You know, in a way it reminds me of Mumbai.
True.
And the beautiful harbour that they have there, the ships sailing away. And of course, this.
You've been here before, isn't it?
I've been here a few times.
2016.
I've been here in 2002. I've been here in 2016, 18. I've seen a couple of operas here and truly a delight. And Australia gets recognized by this. It's symbolic of Australia.
Yes, it is.
And it reminds me of Kevadia.
Correct.
You know, the Statue of Unity.
Yeah.
Prime Minister has not made just a statue there. Of course, it's a tribute to the Iron Man of India, to Sardar Patel, recognizing his huge contribution, the world's tallest statue, 182 meters tall. But very often nations get defined by such iconic structures. And today the whole world recognizes Australia with the Sydney Harbour and the Sydney Opera House. Similarly, world remembers India for the Taj Mahal.
Correct.
But India has so many such offerings. The Taj Mahal is there. The Dholavira temple is there. Somnath temple, now Kashi Vishwanath, has become so beautiful. The new temple coming up in Ayodhya for Ram Lalla. And we have Ram Navami coming up on the 10th. This agreement was signed on Gudi Padwa, the New Year. We are here during Navratri.
Absolutely.
And I think it augurs well.
It augurs well.
A lot of auspicious.
I think the India leg of this Ekta trip should happen in Kevadia, Piyushji.
Let's see that.
Yeah, true.
Let's see that happening.
You've got a long innings to go right now because more engagements in Sydney, and of course then it's Perth and at the Waka. So we'll have another ball at you
Look
there.
forward to it.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, it's a whirlwind tour as part of the Indus ECTA or the Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, where India is looking at it as unity or ECTA. And in such short notice, I'm very, very happy to have had the pleasure of speaking with the former Prime Minister. Thank you, Tony Abbott. Thank you very, very much for making the time. It's a rainy day in Sydney, but the sun is shining on India-Australia partnership. How would you see that? Because it all started back in 2014.
Look, this is a wonderful moment for our two countries, and I think this will have reverberations farther afield because it's the first recent deal that India has done with a significant economy, and it's probably the best and the most liberal deal that India has ever done. So I think this is very important as part of India's engagement with the wider world. It's the economic complement, if you like, to the Quad. And I think that a lot of other countries will now be looking to do similar deals with India because India can step up now in a whole lot of ways, economically, strategically, to take over much that has previously been done by China, but which is now looking very uncertain and perilous given what we've seen is China's tendency to weaponize trade against countries that it doesn't like for whatever reason. We have to be careful not to become dependent on China, particularly in our critical supply chains. And this is where India has so much potential to be able to manufacture at quality and at scale to slot in for the dependencies which we really cannot continue with China. I mean, the great thing about India is that it can be a trusted partner thanks to its rule of law, its democracy, and the great commonality of values and attitudes that we have with India. We have to be absolutely crystal clear that now and for the foreseeable future, the Chinese government is not our friend and it will ruthlessly pursue its interests. I'm very confident that India is increasingly going to be a leader in the world as opposed to a country which simply looks to make the most of its own neighbourhood.
What do you think works? Because there is also a certain human-to-human connect, and there is a personality match which happens. So Scott Morrison, Prime Minister Morrison, you, Prime Minister Abbott, have had equations with PM Narendra Modi.
Well, I think I was the first overseas leader to call him. When he won that magnificent victory in 2014. I think I was, from memory, I was at a Liberal Party fundraiser at Cranbourne Racetrack on the outskirts of Melbourne, and I had to go into a stairwell to get away from the noise and put in a call to Prime Minister Modi, and that certainly was the start of a very close and warm relationship. Occasionally, I hear people saying things like, "Oh, Prime Minister Modi is a Hindu nationalist. Well, I think he's an Indian patriot.
Yes.
He has every right to be an Indian patriot. And
so what has gone into this partnership? And is this win-win for both sides?
Look, it's certainly win-win. It's win-win because basically 90% of our goods exports will be tariff-free almost immediately. And there's a pathway for further reductions in tariffs over time. There's also, it's going to be much easier for services trade between our two countries, and it's going to be much easier for people-to-people integration between our two countries as well. So there's absolutely no doubt that it is win-win. It's a win for Australia because it gives us special access to an economy that is all upside, because I do believe India is now starting to experience the kind of economic takeoff that China went through.
Now, there are elections around the corner in Australia. Will that impact the outlook of Australia towards India and towards trade and cooperation?
I am very confident that the Labor Party will be just as committed to this deal as the coalition government is.
Right. Prime Minister Abbott, thank you very much. Wonderful speaking with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here we are, right at the heart of the Chancellery at the University of New South Wales. This is not an area that everybody has access to, but today is an exception because of the indoors ekta and the interaction ministers, Dan Tehan and of course Piyush Goyal ji, have had with Indian students, and I've got some of them from across streams, some of them graduate studies, some of them into postgraduate studies, but different disciplines. So let's start from the far corner. So Tareen, hi. So tell us, how was your interaction? How was the experience speaking to the ministers? You also had a private chit-chat later on. So how was it?
It was actually very pleasant. I really liked how I was about to say something, but I couldn't because the photograph was taken. But then afterwards, he came to me and he tried to reach out to me. And I wanted to tell him how one of the questions that was raised, that how can we students give back to this? How can we add something? And he replied saying that we should know our people and give back to our country. So my question to him was, how can we give back to a country, especially being studying outside Australia, and what opportunities we have in India, because there's so much of competitions, so much of students, doing our streams.
What is your biggest concern being a student who's away from India, studying in Australia, and looking at, you're into your fourth year, right? So next time it will be jobs.
Yeah, exactly.
So what are you looking to come back to India or wanting to work in Australia?
As of now, I would be working in Australia for a bit of years, and then when I'm in mid-career, then I would go back to India and do something for my country as well. The question that I asked Piyush was as I'm a fourth-year student, I'd be looking for jobs, so increase internship opportunities and such. So he announced that for people who study STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and who graduate with first-class honors, they would be given a visa of 3 years instead of 2. Right. So that's a really good news for us.
My experience has been good so far, but there have been limited opportunities because I came back 2 years ago. This is my third year right now, and because of all the COVID and pandemic and stuff, so there was quite a few restrictions. But going forward, they talked about the ID sector and stuff, what the post-work work visa. So I'm just looking forward. Let's see.
So I think education system back in India is a little different from what we have here. And I mean, I'm really glad I didn't use a calculator till 12th grade. And I was able to do all my balance sheet calculations by myself, doing it mentally, little bit abacus and Vedic maths. But yeah, I mean, that's how we excel here. I mean,
that's how
that makes
you're
us
a
stand
notch
out.
above. You're a notch above. So before I get in the two guys, let's also ask Ashna. What are you studying, Ashna?
I'm doing marketing and psychology.
And how was the interaction today with the ministers?
I think it was really nice. They reached out to be very friendly, and additionally, we added this clause of adding another year to students, which is really nice. Mr. Piyush also told us that with this expansion of trade, there are plenty of opportunities coming up in next 6 months.
Ayush, what do you want to do?
Eventually, I want to be an entrepreneur, but I'll be looking for a job after my degree.
Job after your degree.
Experience in the industry.
So you want to stay back in Australia? Are you an Australian resident, or are you from? You've got your folks back in Delhi, in India.
I got my folks back in India.
So you want to come?
I'm going back and I'll probably register my startup with Startup India.
Startup, so you'll register your startup with Startup India. And talking about the startup ecosystem, Naveen, you had put a question to the minister.
Absolutely.
And he said, okay, talk to my digital secretary. What happened there?
So I think there are a lot of startups in Australia which are catering to the mass population, but then the scalability is very hard in Australia. Whereas if that kind of product is being transferred to India, to Indian startups, that's where they can scale their products.
Do you think there's a change right now, at least amongst you and you peers, where you think that you may want to study abroad, but eventually you want to go back to India? Or do you think that's going to change by the time you get to your final year?
I think the way education has been changing in India, most folks that come outside of India, foreign countries like Australia, they come here to get the education and get their work experience, and then almost all of them that I am in touch with, they want to go back to India and do something for our country.
You think this tech ecosystem, the evolution of the tech system, startups, 92 unicorns, all that has also affected this change that, okay, India may be opportunity here?
Yeah, I think in terms of opportunity, there's two different ways to view it. So the reason why students come to Australia is because to understand multicultural vibes. And Australia being a place where you have people from all over the Asia and you have people from the Western countries come in as well, I think that's one of the important factors why people come here. And they want to take that culture and go back to India and probably expand with that.
I come from Assam, which is very famous for tea leaves.
Yes.
Right now in a course, I've been studying that development. It's now, it's obviously India is a growing country. However, we kind of like tea workers or sweater makers and the small businesses. I think what happens is that they don't get much of surplus. Like they export what we create a lot, and then we don't profit that much because we depend on other countries. But with this trade, I think what I really like is that the tariff was lowered, so both of the countries were benefiting economically. And at the same time, I also was really shocked that he was talking more about education instead of the worth of what the trade is.
Why can't we become the hub for medical tourism? Anybody who wants to come from Australia for any kind of advanced treatment, we've got the world's best doctors, we've got the best premier hospitals. So why not do that?
Indian doctors are one of the best in the world. Literally everyone goes to India to get cheap and good quality treatment. So why not? Let's invite Australians to India for.
So all the best to all of you. Wonderful speaking with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Right behind me is one of the first Hindu temples in the state of Victoria in Australia. This is the lovely Shiva Vishnu temple, which has seen a beautiful makeover over the last 5-6 years. And with me are very active Indian citizens, or let's say Australian citizens, who have got their roots in India.
So Indian Australians are almost 700,000 here.
Wow.
But they're second highest taxpayers in terms of income tax if it comes to Australian migrant community. They are only second to the Britishers. British origin people. So you can understand only 700,000 people are paying the second highest tax. So how much they are contributing to Australian economy and the country as a whole. You will definitely go to Sachin for this, but in last couple of years in COVID time, Indian Australians, nurses, doctors, allied forces, allied health forces were the people who were in the front of it.
We are very lucky to have him there, and on a background of signing the free trade agreement between India and Australia on Saturday, and we are building relationships for future.
True, you're in the healthcare services.
Yes, I work as a doctor. I got 5 medical centers in Australia, and we are serving the community, as you know.
But largely public care or healthcare is government driven?
It's a government driven, and it's government rebated, but there are some private practitioners too, which we are filling up that space.
And in last 6-7 years, I have seen things have changed hands. Like I used to go to certain restaurants, hotels, or if you go to the country Australia, you stay in a resort, and all of a sudden in the morning you see somebody, Ramesh Kumar, coming out and say, "Oh yeah, I own this place and I'm running it for 3 years," and you're so pleased. And when you're traveling from Melbourne to Sydney, in the middle of nowhere, you stop at petrol station and you see, Indian Australian running it, and you get chola puri there, and you're just amused.
So let me ask you, this visit of the of Piyush Goyal. The signing of the agreement on a Thursday or a Friday. In fact, on Saturday it got signed, and I was there at that press conference. And Tuesday, Wednesday, the minister is here with such a big delegation. How has this been received within the Indian business community here?
They're looking forward for it. They're looking into big numbers, and the industry is what they have sent. Probably there was a news article in one of the other channels where just now people have to flock into the planes and reach Delhi and Mumbai probably to just start signing up partnership agreements in all different fields.
Yeah.
Our business is a bit different compared to other ones. It's more of a service one.
Correct.
So it's more on government policies on the migration side or education, how they are promoting it. But in recent years, the numbers what has been increasing drastically, and in regards to PhD holders, doctors, engineers. So it is not specific to a single trade.
Australia is also a growing economy. Like it's number 7 in the world right now. On that numbers, it is opening a lot of opportunity for Indians and Australians, both sides. There was a trade deficit, as you know, it was 25 billion, and as the minister said earlier today, we want to touch by 50 billion.
Yeah, now he's upping the numbers with each time he's meeting more investors, and he's now saying 100 billion.
And I talking about these numbers is all good, but a lot of people I have talked to doing my stories is they're asking, how can we use this
opportunity?
So now the whole scenario has to turn around, and Indian government and the Australian government has this responsibility to educate and draw forums or whatever way they want to make people understand how they can utilize this. But there are issues which need to be worked out. But when you see tell Indians sitting back home how Australia has no gun culture. It's one of the safest place. Yes, there can be a few
most livable country.
Most livable country, of course. There can be some issues, and which our government and the society is ready to tackle it. The best part is that we are ready to tackle it.
It's historic, ladies and gentlemen, because two nations that saddle this Indo-Pacific region are now suddenly waking up to say, let's engage a little more. And that means that the Indian community and the Indian passport holds a little more weight. We've got to also step up and deliver, whether we are in Australia or in India. That's what we've got to do. Gents, wonderful speaking.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zakir Jacob. All eyes on the Pakistan National Assembly, where tomorrow at 11 a.m. Imran Khan will have to undergo a floor test and prove his majority in Parliament. Of course, because it happens to be Imran Khan, everything is not going to go according to plan, like what happened last Sunday, where Imran Khan literally pulled a rabbit out of his hat at the very last minute, dissolving the House and calling for early elections. Now, all of those actions are history. All of those actions have been declared unconstitutional and illegal by the Supreme Court. The question is, will a chastened Imran submit to the will of Parliament, or will he cling on to power, making a mockery of democracy?
Another Pakistan PM on his way out before his term ends. This time with Imran Khan saying he'll play to the last ball, the end will likely happen on the floor of the Pakistan National Assembly. His Interior Minister Sheikh Rashid certainly raised an eyebrow when he told Imran to keep resignation as the last option. Is it endgame Imran finally, or is there still a wild card up his sleeve?
अगर कोई ये समझ रहा है कि हम हथियार फेंकने जा रहे हैं तो नहीं जनाब, इन चोरों और लुटेरों और डाकुओं के खिलाफ आखिरी सांस तक लड़ेंगे कि आखिरी ऑप्शन हमारे पास ये है कि हम इस्तीफे दे दें.
With the Supreme Court reversing the move and numbers strongly against him, escape options run dry. The writing is well and truly on the wall.
Given on the floor of the House on 3rd of April 2022, in relation to the resolution for a vote of no confidence against the Prime Minister under Article 95 of the Constitution, and the detailed reasons for the ruling, released subsequently and concurred by the Speaker, are declared to be contrary to the Constitution and the law and of no legal effect, and the same are hereby set aside.
as the opposition celebrated a huge victory stamp.
पाकिस्तान के आइन को महफूज किया, पाकिस्तान की पार्लियामेंट की जो सॉवरेनिटी है उसको दोबारा बहाल किया और हम अदालत उज़्मा का बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं इन नो अनसर्टन टर्म्स कि उन्होंने इस फैसले के नतीजे में माजी के तमाम नजरिया ज़रूरत के फैसलों को दफन कर दिया।
किसी गैर मुल्की ताकत को यक नहीं कि वो साजिश के तहत पाकिस्तान के अवाम की मुंतखब हुकूमत को गिराए।
Over to the next episode of Pakistan's unending tamasha. Vaibhav Verma, CNN News 18.
असद कैसर स्पीकर कौमी असेंबली।
Well, the numbers are firmly stacked up against Imran Khan ahead of the trust vote. That was always the case, even before the earlier trust vote on Sunday. What are the numbers looking like? Clearly, Imran Khan's party, the PTI, and its allies put together only 164, 172 is the halfway mark. The opposition has already 177. And if you go by the number of MPs who turned up at the Sindh House a few days ago, that number could likely go up to 190 plus. So clearly, if the vote were to happen in a free and fair manner tomorrow in the House, then Imran Khan will lose majority in the National Assembly of Pakistan. So what exactly is going to happen? And that's where it gets a little tricky because it's very difficult to predict Imran Khan. Number one, if things go according to the set rules, then the no trust motion will be voted upon in the floor of the House at 10:30 a.m. local time. Imran Khan is all set to lose because, just as I explained a moment ago, he clearly does not have the numbers. And since he hasn't stepped down yet, Imran Khan will become the first Pakistan Prime Minister to be removed from office through a no trust vote. No Pakistani Prime Minister has completed a full 5-year term, and tomorrow, if everything goes according to the book, Imran Khan will become the first ever Pakistan Prime Minister to be removed on a no confidence motion. And then the President will seek a vote of confidence for whoever the new leader of the House is. And as of right now, the opposition's consensus candidate seems to be Shahbaz Sharif. If that goes through, then Mr. Sharif will most likely be the new Prime Minister of Pakistan. The Imran Khan camp and the opposition are busy chalking out their strategies. Let's quickly run you through what these two parties and what these two alliances are trying to do. Imran Khan's big sort of strategy is going to be to address the people directly, to try and build a connect directly with the people and convince them that there was indeed a conspiracy to oust his government. The opposition, very, very confident of his numbers. They know that they have 190 MNAs on their side, so they are absolutely sitting pretty as far as the numbers are concerned. For Imran Khan, and this is going to be absolutely critical, if he makes that letter public on the floor of the House tomorrow, we don't know how that's going to go down with the Pakistani public. The opposition, keep up the opposition unity intact. Always ensure that they have a 172 plus figure in their camp. Imran's strategy would be to use that letter threat to drum up sympathy, to drum up the fact that he is like this messiah who's standing against the system and the politicians who exploited Pakistan for the last 30 years. That's his game plan with the electorate. The opposition thwart any more attempts to try and hijack the vote as happened on Sunday last. Let me now go across to our guest. Full panel joining us on Brass Tacks tonight. Sahar Khan is a research fellow with the Cato Institute of Defense and Foreign Policy. Vishnu Prakash, former diplomat. Dr. Swasti Rao, associate fellow at the IDSA. And Dr. Tara Karta, former director with the National Security Council Secretariat. Arif Abbasi is spokesperson of the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. Arif Abbasi, I'll start with you because clearly the numbers are not on your side. What are you going to do about the trust vote tomorrow?
From last few weeks, the opposition is playing with the constitution. They are badly violating the constitution after the 18th amendment. No MNA is allowed to leave his party and go back to the other party, which is called the floor crossing. They made 22 MNAs of Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf to cross this floor cross. And we think that some American Sundis is entered in the parliament, and we will sort out this American Sundis, and you will see tomorrow. And we will.
But Abbasi Saab, even if you reduce that 22 who you are saying are your MNAs who have gone to the other side, फिर भी आपके नंबर बन नहीं रही हैं.
नहीं नंबर देखें, मेरी बात सुने. आप अगर पार्लियामेंट की आप स्ट्रक्चर्स को देखें, तो GDA के 5 वोट हमारे साथ हैं, ग्रैंड डेमोक्रेटिक अलायंस सिंध से है। काफ लीग के 4 वोट हमारे पास है, 9 वोट हमारे ये हो गए, और उसके बाद 158 हमारे अपने हैं। अपोजिशन अपने वोट नहीं बना सकती। फिर सेकंड थिंग जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है, अगर हमारे 22 लोग अदम एतमाद में हमारे खिलाफ पार्टी के खिलाफ वोट देते हैं, देन दे विल बी डिस्क्वालीफाइड। फिर जब एतमाद का वोट लेगा शहबाज शरीफ, तो फिर आप किस तरह ये दोबारा किस तरह वोट कास्ट कर सकेंगे? नहीं कर सकते। तो हम ये समझते हैं कि अमेरिकन सुंडीज जो हमारे
Vishnu
पार्लियामेंट में दाखिल हो
Prakash, the question though is because it is Imran Khan, we know that it may not go according to book. According to book, if it went, clearly the numbers are not on his side. He should have resigned a long time ago without having to go through the ignominy of losing a floor vote. But the point is, just like he pulled out a rabbit out of his hat last week, can he do that again? Or will it chasten Imran Khan? Because you look at the language of the Supreme Court yesterday. Every action, from the Deputy Speaker's action to the dissolution of the House, calling for early elections, have all been rendered unconstitutional and null and void. So will a chastened Imran go by the book this time, tomorrow? Vishnu Prakash, that's for you, sir.
Oh, yeah. Good evening. Mr. Imran Khan is a sore loser, and he tends to punch above his weight. The problem is that a good tactician, a good politician knows when to push and when to stop, when to exercise restraint. Mr. Imran Khan lacks that maturity. And if I were to use a cricketing parlance, if his bouncer is hooked, he'll ball more bouncers. Supreme Court has given a mature judgment, a restrained judgment, and tried to give a way out. Now, a good politician would accept that and go to the people for a renewed mandate, but not Mr. Imran Khan.
Okay.
He is making literally a mockery of democracy, and again addressing the people again and again is only bringing diminishing returns. So it is the only way forward, Zaka, in my view, is that there should be an all-party government or a national government which can attend to the pressing problems of Pakistan. But that does not seem to be likely in a hurry, unless there is a decisive vote against him tomorrow, which
Ambassador,
could be
give me
possible.
a moment. We're getting some breaking news in connection with the vote that's going to happen tomorrow. CNN News 18 has now accessed a letter written by the Secretary of the National Assembly on reconvening the Assembly tomorrow. The letter mentions the Supreme Court order. It's been sent to all members of the National Assembly. Dr. Tara Karta, it comes down to a question of whether, as Mr. Abbasi said, they are going to disqualify all those members of PTI who are going to vote against it, because if they do, then clearly it is going to get messy, it's going to get murky, and probably it might even get violent. But if they allow all members of the National Assembly to vote on this motion as per their free will and conscience, then it's clear Imran Khan and his party simply don't have the numbers. Dr. Tara Karta.
No, that's, in fact, if you read the judgment, Zaka, the Supreme Court clearly says that the no confidence motion has the numbers. Okay, that's one.
Yes.
And number two, what the Supreme Court said is that the Article 63A is still valid, which means no defection. So what it translates to is that the numbers in Parliament, unlike what Mr. Abbasi said, is without the dissident voters. Voters. It is with the opposition plus the PML PML Pakistan, MQ, and the MPs and the others. So they've got enough numbers without having the dissidents on. That's what the court said, and that's what it rules. So that's one. So if that condition continues to prevail, and I don't see any reason why it should not, then they have the numbers.
No, but here's the thing, and I want to go across to Dr. Swasti Rao as well. It is very, very clear that Imran Khan and the establishment are not on the same page. He has always prided himself as being this anti-establishment politician. Yesterday, what the Supreme Court did was to go back to the basics, go back to the book and say, you have broken this rule, this article of the Constitution. You have to play by the book. Problem is, Imran Khan has never played by the book. Not even when he was cricket captain, and certainly not when he's politician. So what do you expect him to do to avoid the embarrassment of losing the trust vote tomorrow?
Right. Good evening, Saka, and a very good evening to everyone else too. Well, yes, I think you've said it correctly, which means that he is not the type to play by the book, and he's in fact championed himself as a populist leader, as a savior of Pakistan, and through that a savior and a revivalist of Islam. So those are the things that he plays on. I don't know what he meant by Naya Pakistan, because perhaps this is all I see in his Naya Pakistan rhetoric as well. And tomorrow, I mean, coming to the main question that you asked me about tomorrow in the morning, I think it's about 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. when the no confidence motion is going to be tabled. Well, I think so far he has not resigned. And, I mean, apart from one statement that I heard from his interior minister that he might resign. I mean, there's no other news that has come up about his resignation. But as far as, looking at the nature of the Pakistani state, also, I think the two other prime ministers who faced a no confidence motion, they resigned before they were voted out. So similarly, I personally feel that Imran Khan is also going to try to avoid that embarrassment of being voted out, because obviously he's looking at coming back again, and he's not really the type to actually concede defeat, like Ambassador Prakash just said, that he lacks that maturity. He doesn't understand the timing.
Is he going to put in his papers? Is he the kind of classical politician who will do that without having to face the disgrace of going through a defeated trust vote?
He's going to resign. Yes.
Yeah, I'm also getting another piece of breaking news. I'll go to Seher Khan after that. This is again interesting. This is Imran Khan's strategy. Our investigations editor Manoj Gupta is figuring out what is Imran Khan's strategy for the trust vote tomorrow. He is going to use the forum of the National Assembly and reveal the contents of this secret letter that was sent, this expose, this conspiracy, which was hatched, according to him, by an American diplomat. A warning of that was sent to the former Pakistan ambassador in Washington, and then he conveyed that duly in a cable to the Foreign Office in Pakistan. Imran Khan is saying that there is a major foreign conspiracy between American diplomats and opposition politicians who have been paid off, according to him. He is going to reveal the contents of that letter on the floor of the National Assembly tomorrow. And Seher Khan, what I want to know is that even allowed? Because our understanding is the contents of that letter are covered under the provisions of the Official Secrets Act. So can he make that public, and that too in the floor of the National Assembly?
Well, thank you so much for having me on the show. I think that's an excellent question. To be completely honest, I'm not sure. My sense is that he is basically using anti-American sentiment to for his own political gain, and by saying that it's a big accusation to have, that there's a foreign conspiracy and that the U.S. is involved in wanting to topple Imran Khan and that they've paid off opposition leaders. All of those kind of allegations need evidence. And so I think now there's pressure mounting on him to provide that evidence. So whether or not it's allowed to do so, whether or not he's allowed to do so on the National Assembly floor, I'm not entirely sure about the legal implications of that. But I do think it would be in his interest, if he has this kind of evidence, to present it and present his case. My sense, though, however, is that there isn't really a lot of evidence for this kind of activity on the American side. As you probably all know, the US-Pakistan relations have been pretty cold, and they've been pretty sour of late. In fact, ever since President Biden took office, there has been no contact between President Biden and Prime Minister Imran Khan, which is a first for the bilateral relationship. So I'm eager, just like you, to see what the letter says and what kind of evidence Imran Khan can present.
Arif Abbasi साहब, the fact is, what is this evidence? या आपके पास कोई money transactions के evidence हो, या money trail हो, banking transactions के हो, something, you've got to present something to the public of Pakistan कि देखिए ये था the conspiracy between opposition and American diplomats. अभी तो एक हफ्ता 10 दिन हो गए आपने ये publicly बोल चुके हैं कि ऐसा ऐसा केबल था, ये American diplomat था, ये आपके ambassador थे. लेकिन what is the evidence? Where is the evidence?
एविडेंस किसी प्लेटफॉर्म पे दिए जाते हैं. आज अनाउंस किया है कमीशन जिसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए जनरल तारिक के नीचे, और वो जनरल तारिक साहब ने माजूद कर ली, तो वो एक कमीशन तो वहाँ बना दिया है इमरान खान साहब ने, जो इसका सारी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी को इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगा. लेकिन दूसरी जो बात आप कह रहे हैं कि देखें 22 लोग जो खरीदे गए हैं, हमारे पास उसके एविडेंस है, इन कैमरा इजलास में उसकी सारी तफसीलात हम दे सकते हैं. लेकिन इसी ये है कि इस वक्त कोई प्लेटफॉर्म अवेलेबल नहीं था उसके.
नहीं, ठीक चल रहा था आरिफ अब्बासी साहब. ऐसे हाँ, आपकी बात कंप्लीट कीजिए प्लीज। यस जी जी बोलिए।
असल में कोई हमारे पास ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं था जिसमें ऑफिशियली हम इस लेटर को पेश कर सके, मगर लेटर 1923 के सीक्रेट एक्ट के नीचे था।
नहीं,
तो
ये
उसकी जो
बताइए
है
कि आप कह रहे हैं कि आपके पास एविडेंस है लेकिन कोई प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं था, लेकिन रोज तो इमरान खान टीवी पे आते हैं, भाषण देते हैं, इंटरव्यू देते हैं, क्यों वो पब्लिकली प्लेस नहीं कर रहे हैं कि ये है हमारे पास एविडेंस, ये है बैंकिंग ट्रांजैक्शंस, ये है मनी
उसके लिए
ट्रेल?
देखें, वो आज पार्लियामेंट ने परमिट किया उसको, उसके ऊपर जो वो कॉन्फिडेंशियल का टॉप सीक्रेट का वो था, उसकी परमिशन दी है वजीर आजम को कि आप इन कैमरा पार्लियामेंट के इजलास में ये लेटर आप पेश करें और वहां जाके मतलब इसके सारे का जो भी इसमें तफसीलात है उसको कौम को भी और पार्लियामेंट को भी आगाह करें। तो कल देखें पार्लियामेंट के इजलास में जब इन कैमरा खान साहब की स्पीच होगी तो उसमें सारी चीजें सामने आ जाएंगी।
Okay, we'll see. We'll legally await that speech. And what is this foreign conspiracy? What is this money trail? But I'm getting another piece of breaking news. The opposition has now moved a no-confidence motion against the Deputy Speaker. Remember, the Deputy Speaker, Mr. Suri, was the one who presided over the National Assembly back on Sunday. He's the one who signed off on that decision to reject the no-confidence motion. CNN News 18 has accessed the letter written by opposition leaders to the Secretary of the National Assembly, and in that letter, the opposition says they have no faith whatsoever in the Deputy Speaker, Mr. Suri. Deputy Speaker is involved in violating democratic and parliamentary norms like he did last Sunday when he rejected the no-confidence motion absolutely tenuously on basis of Article 5, something that the Supreme Court has now overturned and deemed as illegal and unconstitutional. Dr. Tarakarta, this again draws into focus the neutrality of the arbiter. If the arbiter is the speaker or the deputy speaker, and from the actions of last Sunday, it's clear the neutrality of these umpires as they are is being called to question. Can a fair and free vote happen on the floor of the National Assembly tomorrow if the arbiters themselves are compromised?
Yeah, I think that's a very valid question. But Zaka, in one thing you may have heard of in the studio is that the Lieutenant General retired Tariq Khan, who was appointed to head a commission of inquiry into this whole business of the letter, which, by the way, they don't even know when the meeting took place. When the court asked these people when did this so-called meeting actually take place, they didn't have a date. But this Lieutenant General who was appointed, and he was completely pro Imran Khan. He said Imran Khan has got absolute right to take any kind of measure in terms of Official Secrets Act. Imran Khan needs to arrest these people. He said all that. And now the latest news is that he is refused. He has refused to stand as head of the commission. So it seems to me that a lot of people are now, the sensible lot whom we know, the so-called, the ones who are behind the scenes, are drawing back to prevent this catastrophe from taking place.
Okay.
If this man is going to read out this letter tomorrow in the cabinet, I think it's going to be pretty chaotic. There is a possibility. The Foreign Office has said that we cannot politicize our diplomatic cables. They're against this kind of thing. So there's a whole body of bureaucracy, army, everyone who doesn't want this kind of instability to go forward.
No, so I want to ask Ambassador Vishnu Prakash as a former diplomat. You know, diplomats keep writing cables all the time back to the head office, back to the headquarters. If the contents of this letter are confined to a diplomatic cable that was written by the former Pakistan ambassador Asad Majid back to the Foreign Office in Islamabad, is it possible to reveal that on the floor of the House? And frankly, what is this great official secret about it?
That's what I wanted to weigh in with. As far as I understand the Official Secrets Act, which is more or less universal, it is that the author or the authority, the country, the nation, the officer who designates a cable or a document as confidential, he or an authority senior to him has the right or the authority to declassify it.
Yes.
So Mr. Imran Khan, as the Prime Minister of the country, has absolute discretion to declassify it and present it. There's nothing wrong with it. In fact, at times when a confidential letter is issued by one country to the other, it is known that the other country reveals it to the public. For example, after our nuclear test in 1998, we had sent a letter to the US President Clinton, which was revealed. It embarrassed India. But in this case, it is a document within the country, originated within the country, and very easily, simply it can be declassified and presented. There is nothing wrong about it.
Okay, I'm also getting more news coming in from Pakistan, and stung by the Supreme Court verdict yesterday, which completely overthrew every contention of the PTI. Now the Imran Khan camp is calling the judgment faulty, questioning how can a court direct the reconvening of the assembly. Now, everyone largely thought that even if the court were to say that the actions of the Deputy Speaker were illegal, the court would not reconvene the assembly. The court would not say that the NCM is still valid, and the court would not restore the assembly, asking Imran Khan to prove his majority on the floor of the House. But that is not what happened in court. The court completely quashed the actions of the Deputy Speaker. It restituted the assembly and has asked Imran Khan to prove majority at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. Dr. Swasti Rao, again, what he's calling into question is the division of powers between the judiciary and the executive cum legislature. What he's asking is, how much can the courts intervene in matters that happen within the four walls of the National Assembly?
Like I think you've been highlighting and we've been discussing all through, is that he's just trying every trick under the sun to not let the no confidence motion be tabled. See, if, as Mr. Abbasi is saying, if he was so confident about having numbers, why would there be so much commotion about not getting it tabled? So obviously, the fact that he is not, he doesn't have the vote, he doesn't have the number, is getting proved again and again and again. Okay. So there's no doubt about it. What I am now interested in seeing is that, what Imran Khan has done to Pakistan. If you carefully look at the 2008 and 2013 election, right, where it was Zardari and Nawaz Sharif, became prime ministers, you did not see the Mazhabi card being played so much. But in 2018, when Imran Khan came, he just started out with that. He called his government the Sarkar-e-Madina and all that. And, ever since he's been playing that card. And during Imran Khan, you saw the Tehreek-e-Labbaik also become prominent in Pakistan. So what I'm trying to say is that I think the road ahead is very clear, which means that there are going to be fresh elections soon. I am not sure what really the opposition has as a strategy. Okay, apart from being against Imran Khan, okay, that's their unifying factor. I understand. Okay. But as to what really do they have as their long-term strategy, as their electoral strategy, I do not know. Okay. But I have a feeling, I have a sense that the elections in Pakistan are going to be extremely polarized, again, perhaps on the card of religion, okay, because that is one thing that Imran Khan is very, very good at. He's constantly pushing himself as a savior of Pakistan, and through that, like I earlier said, the savior of Islam. So,
no, he absolutely is. He's playing two cards. He's playing the anti-America card very, very well, and of course, he's playing the religious card, the Islamic card. I'll give the final word to Dr. Seher Khan, because it's very clear, no matter who wins the upcoming election, no matter who wins the upcoming trust vote, the fact of the matter is, and Pakistan-America ties are at a nadir, and I don't see that coming back up anytime soon. Final word.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see things changing at all, and I think that Imran Khan using anti-American sentiment to get his base activated is also something that's really troublesome. And I agree that he's also the one who's used religion to his advantage, but so have past prime ministers of Pakistan as well. So that's not something that's new. Anti-Americanism has also been used by other prime ministers within Pakistan to garner support of their base. But the reality is that right now, at this point, U.S.-Pakistan relations are very, very weak. And this is something to worry about, especially as we have things unfolding in Afghanistan, as we have China more involved in Pakistan. I think this is something to watch out for. Now, whether or not Imran Khan will actually, and I agree that there will be an election, whether or not he actually wins the election is something to be seen. And I also agree that the opposition doesn't really have a strategy. So even if the opposition wins, the PML has used anti-Americanism all the time, multiple times.
No, but
so,
if you have to go back
and see
there's
not that much difference between
the relations between Islamabad and Washington, how it being this bad, you have to go back almost 10 years at the height of this whole protest against drones killing Pakistani civilians. I remember the CIA station chief had to be packed off, and then of course there was the Raymond Davis episode, which happened in 2011. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much to all our guests. It's going to be a fascinating day tomorrow in Pakistan, and we'll be right up there early in the morning covering this trust vote. You can expect a lot of drama because it's Imran Khan and because he has said that he's going to play till the last ball. Let's see. Is it going to be a no ball? Is it going to be a legal delivery? Because last Sunday he did play a no ball and he got called out for it. I'm going to take a break. When we come back on the other side after the break, Russia losing its membership in the UNHRC, India abstaining yet again. And now, after Bucha, there is more evidence of Russian butchery and massacre in another town. We'll get you details right on the other side.
Of amplification or otherwise, these matters are disposed of in the following terms. The ruling of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, given on the floor of the House on 3rd of April 2022, in relation to the resolution for a vote of no confidence against the Prime Minister under Article 95 of the Constitution, for which notice had been given by the requisite number of members of the Assembly on 8/3/22 and in relation to which leave was granted to move the resolution on 28/3/22, and the detailed reasons for the ruling released subsequently and concurred by with the Speaker are declared to be contrary to the Constitution and the law and of no legal effect, and the same are hereby set aside. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the resolution was pending and subsisting at all times and continues to so remain pending and subsisting. In consequence of the foregoing,
strike down ho gayi.
It is declared that at all material times the Prime Minister was under the bar imposed by the explanation to Clause 1 of Article 58 of the Constitution and continues to remain so restricted. He could not therefore have at any time advised the President to dissolve the Assembly as contemplated by Clause 1 of Article 58. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the advice tendered by the Prime Minister on or about 3 April 2022 to the President to dissolve the Assembly was contrary to the Constitution and of no legal effect. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the order of the President issued on or about 3rd of April 2022 dissolving the Assembly was contrary to the Constitution and of no legal effect, and it is hereby set aside. It is further declared that the Assembly was in existence at all times and continues to remain and be so. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that all actions, acts or proceedings initiated, done or taken by reason of or to give effect to the aforementioned order of the President and or for purposes of holding a general election to elect a new Assembly, including but not limited to the appointment of a caretaker Prime Minister and Cabinet, are of no legal effect and are hereby quashed. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the Prime Minister and Federal Ministers, Ministers of State, Advisors, etc. stand restored to their respective offices as on 3rd of April 2022. It is declared that the Assembly was at all times and continues to remain in session as summoned by the Speaker on 20th March 2022 or 25th March 2022 on the requisition moved by the requisite number of members of the Assembly on 8th of March 2022 in terms of Clause 3 of Article 54 of the Constitution. Any prorogation of the Assembly by the Speaker prior to its dissolution in terms as stated above is declared to be of no legal effect and is set aside. The Speaker is under a duty to summon and hold a sitting of the Assembly in the present session and shall do so immediately and in any case not later than 10:30 a.m. on Saturday, 9th of April 2022 to conduct the business of the House as per the orders of the day that had been issued on 3rd of April 2022.
CNN News 18 also gets you this exclusive audio of the Chief Justice of Pakistan when he was reading the verdict on Imran Khan. Let's listen in.
We have conferred with each other at length and have concluded on the outcome of our judgment unanimously. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. For detailed reasons to be recorded later and subject to what is set out therein by way of them.
Welcome back to Brass Tacks. Russia has been removed from the United Nations Human Rights Council after a vote in which India abstained yet again for the 11th time since this war began.
These images of civilian killings in Ukrainian town of Bucha shook the world's conscience and led to the second ever suspension of a country from the UN Human Rights Council.
We shall now begin the voting process.
Will all delegations confirm that
93 nations voted in favor of kicking Russia out of the council. Ukrainian President Zelensky said he was grateful for the decision.
Росія поступово програє навіть на тих майданчиках, які розглядала як цілком комфортні для себе. Після Бучі. Це вже очевидно.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of India.
India took the path of neutrality and once again abstained from the vote against Russia.
if India has chosen any side, it is the side of peace, and it is for an immediate end to violence.
New Delhi has been sticking to its neutral stand despite growing pressure from the US to act against Russia.
The Quad is, with the possible exception of India being somewhat shaky on some of this, but Japan has been extremely strong, so has Australia.
Does anyone think if China breached the line of control that Russia would now come to India's defense? I don't.
We believe that it's not in their best interest to continue to invest in Russian equipment.
Prime Minister Modi himself has said that India is on the side of peace and hopes that the problems between Ukraine and Russia get resolved through dialogue. Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
All right, joining me now, Dr. Lada Rozlitki is the founder of the Black Trident Defense Security Consulting Group. Ashok Sajanhar, former Indian diplomat, also joining us. Dr. Lada, thank you very much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. India has abstained at yet another United Nations vote. It's the 11th vote since this war began that India has abstained. As a Ukrainian, as somebody who is facing war, how does that make you feel?
Upset, to say the least, because we would expect a little bit more from India, particularly because of its rich culture and its geopolitical positioning. The Indian government has strongly condemned the activities that have been shown to the world that happened in Bucha. But how do you strongly condemn something and then back it up? It would be very important for India to realize that being praised by the Russian Federation is not a good thing. And it's time for India to really take a serious look at the positive role that it can play in creating a better global security structure than we see failing right before our eyes every day.
Ashok Sajanhar, India is ultimately going to vote the way it feels its interests are protected. Nobody has a problem with that. The question, though, is as more and more Buchas keep coming to the fore. Yesterday it was Bucha. Today we're talking about another town called Bordeyanka. Tomorrow we don't know. It's going to be another town. As more and more instances of these mass atrocities come to the fore, how long can India continue to sit on the fence?
I don't think we are fence sitters. Yeah, thank you, Zaka. I don't think we are fence sitters. I think we are taking a very proactive. We are very proactive participants in the whole discussion. And, if I may just mention to what respond to what your first panelist mentioned that, getting appreciated or applauded by Russia. I'm certain that this vote has definitely not endeared us to Russia because Russia had said right at the beginning that, even an abstention would be considered as an unfriendly act. So, it is not that India is looking for applause from Russia, so to say. But to come to your question, I agree with you that there could be several more instances, and we have seen that today also and going forward also. So two things. One, we would very sincerely hope that what India has been saying, that peace is restored quickly, there's diplomacy, there's dialogue, and there is a cessation of violence. That is definitely something that, and we are of course going to engage with all our partners as we have been doing. As you've seen, there have been about 15 visitors to India over the last, less than 15 days. Yes. Our External Affairs Minister and Defense Minister are going to Washington, then they are going to Tokyo. There are going to be 2+2 conversations. So, we are willing to have conversations with each and every one of them. Okay. Also, as far as Ukraine is concerned, so far we have supplied about 90 tons of essential supplies, medicines, etc. And we are prepared to do more. So, with all our, as an interlocutor, with all our partners, including with Russia, we are telling them that there has to be a very quick cessation of hostilities, and this is to the extent of bringing an end to the violence. The last point I'd like to make is, there is also a feeling, what we mentioned is that the due process of law, that was not followed, and in terms of the substance, because there has been also allegations from the Russian side, they might not be true, and that is because Russia is the aggressor in this case. Yes. But if at least some consultations had been held, if this had not been done in such a hurry, at least some sort of investigation had been conducted, I think this would have had carried much
clearer picture. All right, I agree with you on that. But Dr. Lada, I want to come back to you. It is very clear, it's been 45 days since this war began, and the only way this war is going to end is if there is some form of a negotiated settlement between Russia and Ukraine. Are these votes, these multiple votes that are happening at the United Nations, the use of phrases like war criminal to describe Vladimir Putin, are they helping move both sides to the negotiating table? Because I think it's all taking away incentives for talks and finding a negotiated settlement.
Well, first, I think that we're running a risk in Ukraine that the silence that the Indian diplomat who was just speaking about may happen because Russia will eliminate Ukrainians. And we have recently read and exposed documents that call for the de-Ukrainization of Ukraine. Can you imagine having your enemy state call for the de-Indianization of India? These are extremely serious methodologies whose ethics are really found not in the ethics of good, but of pure evil. And it is really the role of the United Nations, because we don't have a better functioning organization, to call a spade. And the atrocities that have been exposed in Bucha, we're waiting to see what is going to come from Brudyansk, because we're hearing it's even worse, and we're forgetting about Mariupol. So it is really the time now, while diplomats try to do their work, hopefully with integrity,
Dr.
to
Lada,
understand the depth of importance, of the journalists on the ground, in Indian journalists. Because if Indian journalists were not in Ukraine and were not able to film the tragedies, we would not be able to have this conversation on this level with you.
No, absolutely. I agree with you on that. What I'm curious about is, you say that, massacres are happening, and yes, indeed, massacres are happening. One, as Ambassador Sajjanhar said, if there were an independent investigation into what happened into Bucha, and then this vote happened, then this vote would have more credibility. Second point, again, Vladimir Putin, whatever you might think of him, is not going to be on this endless war. At some point, he needs to end this war. And whatever his objectives are, strategic, military objectives are, once he reaches that, he will have to end this war. What I'm curious to know is, you say de-Ukrainization. You can't just take 40 million people and throw them all into the Black Sea. He has got to contend at some point with the reality that there is this big, large country at his doorstep. All he needs is security guarantees and a guarantee that Ukraine will be a neutral state and will not lock, stock and barrel sort of hitch its wagons with NATO. Are you willing to make that compromise?
Well, I believe that many people forget that Ukraine was a neutral state formally before Russia attacked and invaded the eastern parts, Donetsk and Luhansk, and illegally annexed Crimea. So to think that going back to the situation that existed prior to Russia's invasion would fix the situation is complete nonsense, unless we have really, really clearly defined understanding of what neutrality entails. And neutrality, this is where lawyers and diplomats must work and hammer out a situation that Ukraine has been disarmed nuclear-wise by countries who guaranteed its territorial sovereignty. Ukraine cannot fall into the same trap again. So it's time to define neutrality, but where's the accountability for the atrocities that Russia has been doing in Ichkeria, South Ossetia, Abkhazia, Transnistria, Nagorno-Karabakh? And let's look at how Russia's behavior is also potentially going to be influencing the geopolitics around Taiwan.
Okay, we'll see about that. Thank you very much, Dr. Lada and Ashok Sajanhar, for joining us, because clearly, yes, you're right. Dr. Lada is 100% right that Russia needs to be held to account for these atrocities. Let's talk about those atrocities. At least 39 people, including children, were killed and hundreds injured in a rocket strike in eastern Ukraine. The rocket struck at a station when civilians were trying to evacuate to safety. Ukrainian President Zelensky has called Russia an evil with no limits. Russia has denied launching the attack. Now, remains of the missile that struck the Kramatorsk railway station had the words "for children" written on it. The video was shared to social media by Ukrainian President Zelensky shortly after the attack. We cannot confirm who wrote these words on the missile or the intended message that it carried.
People trying to get their families, their children, their loved ones out of some of the hardest hit and most highly threatened areas. And the fact that this was a railway station that was hit, that it was full of people trying to evacuate, will of course create a huge ripple of panic and fear among ordinary people. Could it get even uglier? Could it get even worse?
Now, as the world continues to grasp with the horrors in Bucha, dozens of body bags containing the remains of civilians are still lying in rows across its streets. The horrific images have spurred the world to label Vladimir Putin a war criminal. The process to identify the remains of civilians found in Bucha's mass graves has begun. Police officers are undertaking the gruesome task to identify the victims and have been successful with just 300 so far. At least another 400 civilians were found in this region on the outskirts of Kiev. Will there be a Bucha rerun in this never-ending war between Russia and Ukraine? The Bucha Massacre Part 2. Ukraine is claiming that Russia is launching what is called a Bucha Brigade that has been ordered to create chaos yet again. This is what Ukraine is claiming. The Bucha Brigade will return to Ukraine from Russia sometime in the latter part of this week. As per Ukrainian intelligence agencies, Russia may target hotspots like Kharkiv. It's the second biggest city. It hasn't fallen yet. Russia's attempt to try and force Ukrainians to flee that country and run into the embrace of Russia. Whether that will happen or not, we don't know. But in Severodonetsk, Russian bombardment has been continuing for several weeks now. The residents have sought shelter in hospitals and basements, and a majority have refused to leave the city. The reason for residents staying back has been cited as complete distrust amidst the ongoing war. In Chernihiv, residents have returned to their homes only to find destruction that's been left behind in the wake of Russia's relentless attack. Chernihiv's mayor has claimed at least 70% of the city has been gutted by Putin's troops. Ukraine's troops have been able to retake some towns in northern Chernihiv.
We were able to count 23 impact points in a radius of just 100 meters. And each one of these incoming rounds sprays shrapnel in every direction.
The Calcutta High Court has ordered the murder into the murder of Trinamool leader Badu Sheikh. His killing had led to a revenge attack in which 9 people were burned to death in West Bengal's Birbhum district. Those 9 deaths are already being probed by the CBI. In Sitapur, a Hindu seer was caught on camera calling for the abduction and rape of Muslim women. He made the comments in public amid a sea of people who cheered and clapped. Police have booked the accused and begun a probe. The Karnataka government is probing a video clip of Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri praising Karnataka college student Muskan Khan. Zawahiri had praised Muskan for defending the hijab and had called on Muslims around the world to unite over the hijab issue. 2611 mastermind Hafiz Saeed has been sentenced to 31 years in prison by an anti-terror court in Pakistan. In the year 2020, Hafiz Saeed was sentenced to 15 years in jail in a terror funding case. Saeed, who's a UN-designated terrorist, has a $10 million bounty on his head from the United States. In Sri Lanka, the protests are refusing to die down. In fact, it's only getting worse both inside parliament and outside.
As Sri Lanka grapples with its worst economic crisis in decades, the all-powerful Rajapaksa clan is feeling the heat.
They just want that this government should step down at any cost.
This corruption is the absence of law and order.
Even essential items are either in short supply or exorbitantly priced.
400 gram is 625.
400 gram is 625. तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए कि 400 ग्राम दूध 625 रुपए का है. अगर आप 1 लीटर खरीदते हैं तो लगभग 1500 रुपए आपको दूध के लिए चुकाने पड़ेंगे.
Some of the most prominent voices from the island nation are openly speaking out against the government mismanagement.
Unfortunately, it comes to a point that it's a breaking point. People couldn't handle it, and they came out to the street and start protesting.
The ruling government is in a minority, but President Gotabaya Rajapaksa is refusing to step down.
So how did Sri Lanka get to this situation? Foreign debts and loans taken from China particularly have led to this worst economic crisis. Lanka borrowed as much as $1.2 billion to build the Hambantota port, and that, mind you, is in the constituency of Mahinda Rajapaksa. Sri Lanka failed to repay that debt in time, and therefore they've now had to lease the land on the Hambantota port for 99 years to China. Also, the China Harbour Engineering Company has invested almost $1.5 billion for the Colombo Port City project. It's a project that uses reclaimed sea, land from reclaimed sea. 116 hectares, it's almost half of that land area of the project, has now been again leased to China, to the China Harbour Engineering Company for 99 years because Sri Lanka could not service that debt and could not repay it in time. Meanwhile, NATO has warned that Russia-Ukraine war could wage on for years.
Newly released drone footage captures this horrific moment when a person riding a bicycle is gunned down by Russian soldiers. Another shows the grim aftermath, where bodies lie lifeless along the same street.
So this is a crime which fulfills the features of a genocide.
NATO's Secretary General has warned that Russia's war could drag on for years because Putin wants the whole of Ukraine.
We have to be realistic and realize that this may last for a long time, for many months, for even years.
Russian forces have completely withdrawn from areas near Kiev and Chernihiv, but the scale of destruction left behind is immense.
Decision to make hypersonic missiles with Australia and the UK as part of the AUKUS alliance is making China nervous. Why? Hypersonic missiles can fly at more than 5 times the speed of sound. That's 1,500 kilometers every second. It flies on a trajectory which is low. It flies in a low Earth orbit just above the atmosphere and then reaches the target. Traditional missiles take a parabolic or almost elliptical path. It can also be maneuverable, which means halfway through its journey, it can change direction, and that makes it much harder to track. It's also an orbital vehicle which is fitted with a nuclear head, as a result of which it can cause very, very heavy destruction because of the possibility of enabling it with a nuclear warhead. Meanwhile, showcasing solidarity with their Ukrainian counterparts, thousands of protesters held a symbolic protest against Russia and Vladimir Putin outside Germany's Bundestag. These protesters have one demand: a total embargo on Russian oil and gas imports. Ukrainian city of Mariupol continues to be under siege by Russian troops. The port city's residents have been bearing the brunt of shelling and bombings, and they've sought shelter in the basement of their homes. Despite this, many are staying put, fearing that a life away from their homeland would be worse off. The town of Bordyonka, which is very close to Bucha, is now the latest city where Russia's brutality against civilians is coming to light.
Borodinka was occupied by Russian troops in late February, but it was recently taken by the Ukrainians. What Russia has left behind is widespread death and destruction.
You have houses like these that were completely destroyed, but if we look over here, you can see that even large residential buildings have been flattened. This entire building was flattened. It was connected with this one before, but now there's absolutely nothing left of it.
The Russians painted the letter V on occupied buildings, even defacing the city administration building. Destroyed tanks and armored vehicles are left behind.
Look how much ammunition they left behind simply in this one single firing position here.
Just like in Bucha, here too corpses are found in people's backyards. This deceased person was found with his hands and feet tied and severe bruises on his body, and a shell casing still nearby.
Now, the US supplied F-15 jets have helped Ukraine battle a superior Russian air force. The US F-15 jets are to the rescue of the Ukrainians. It's capable of both air-to-air as well as air-to-ground strikes, and that is critical. One F-15 jet at one point of time can carry almost 24 missiles. The ability of the F-15s is to try and attack the enemy irrespective of the weather. That is absolutely critical. Most fighter jets don't take off in bad weather. It's part of the Air Force fleet of many countries, allies like Israel and, of course, Japan. Meanwhile, COVID booster shots will be available for the general public from Sunday, but only at private vaccination centers. All those who've completed 9 months after the administration of their second dose will be eligible for the booster. The decision to open up the booster to all adults comes even as infections are once again growing in many countries around the world. Now let's break down everything that you need to know about this booster shot, who is eligible for it and how will you get it, where can you get it. Number one, all those 18 plus who took the second dose 9 months ago, irrespective of what your shot is, it has to be the same as the first and the second one. Right now, there is no mixing of shots. If you've taken Covaxin, you get Covaxin. It also offers enhanced protection against COVID. After 6 months or so, immunity that is offered by the vaccine tends to decrease. And most importantly, as we wrap up this particular graphic, this is going to begin from later this week for all adults. Right now, it's only for 60 plus and for those with comorbidities. Meanwhile, let's bring you up to speed with how the COVID situation is going through globally. Cases are down about 16%. Over 12 lakh new cases were reported globally in the last 24 hours. Some countries are seeing a worrying spike.
South Korea has the highest number of new cases. Over 2 lakh were reported for the third consecutive day. Germany's follows close on South Korea's heels, also reporting just over 2 lakh cases. China, which has seen one of the strictest lockdowns, reported 20,000 new cases, the highest since the pandemic began. Nearly 17,000 of those have come from Shanghai alone. Most countries have done away with COVID restrictions and relaxed mask mandates, but the emergence of the new XE variant has many governments worried.
All right, let's find out what is this new XE variant. There was one case supposedly detected in Mumbai as well, but that's been downplayed now by ICMR. It's a recombinant or a mutation of the BA1 and the BA2 strains. Those, remember, are the Omicron strains. The recombinant mutations emerge when a patient is infected by multiple variants of COVID. More transmissible, we're given to understand, up to 10% more transmissible than the BA2 subvariant of Omicron. It was first detected in the UK back in January. There are 637 XE cases in the UK as of today. 2 other recombinant viruses have been detected, that is the XD and the XF variants. The XD and the XF are both combination of Delta and Omicron variants. There was chaos outside NCP Chief Sharad Pawar's house in Mumbai today as over 100 striking workers in the Maharashtra State Road Transport Corporation held a protest. They've accused the veteran politician of not doing anything to resolve their outstanding issues. Pawar's daughter and Member of Parliament Supriya Sule was mobbed by the protesters. A daredevil from Brazil, Rafael Zugno Bridi, has set the Guinness World Record for the highest slackline walk. Brady crossed the line, suspended between two hot air balloons, barefoot. He crossed the slack line above the Praia Grande in Santa Catarina. This is at 6,326 feet. That is twice the height of the Burj Khalifa, which is the world's tallest building. The Noida Metro Rail Corporation will soon let you host parties on individual metro coaches available on the Aqua line. This facility will be open for birthday parties, anniversary parties, or even pre-wedding shoots. 4 coaches of a specific area or a station can be booked. We're given to understand that flowers, banners, non-adhesive decorations can all be put up. The maximum number of people who are allowed for this would be 50 people per coach. The charges for booking this would range from 7,000 to 10,000 per hour. And finally, it's the shadi that India has been waiting for. Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt are all set to tie the knot in Mumbai on the 15th of April.
B-Town is all set to sound the wedding bells. It's official. The stage is set for the big Kapoor-Bhatt wedding. And the confirmation came to us way back last month.
Last but not the least, my special one. Thank you for making my heart smile and my eyes shine. I love you.
Although the couple has been tight-lipped about the details of their wedding, reports suggest that festivities will start on April 13th. The Mehendi function will be followed by the Haldi and a Sangeet ceremony on April 14th. And the big wedding day is on April 15th. While we are yet to see the couple sizzle on screen, their chemistry is nothing short of couple goals. All eyes now on the big day, and honestly, we cannot wait. Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
You're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. The power games in Pakistan are paving the way for an epic clash between Imran Khan and the opposition after the knockout from the Supreme Court yesterday, which restored the assembly and opened the door for the no trust vote on Saturday. Imran Khan will address the nation of Pakistan in a short while. The numbers are stacked against him as the united opposition has the majority. However, top sources have told CNN News 18 that Imran Khan will not resign and he will take the fight to the assembly and the streets of Pakistan, claiming a foreign conspiracy to overthrow his government. CNN News 18 has also accessed Imran Khan's strategy for the trust vote tomorrow. He will use the forum to reveal the contents of the secret letter, which he has been talking about for the last few weeks now, which he claims is a clinching evidence of the international plot. Imran Khan has also called the Supreme Court judgment faulty and has questioned how the court can reconvene the assembly, adding that the powers of the judiciary and the executive must be separate. However, the opposition is heading to Saturday all guns blazing. The opposition has moved a no-confidence motion against the Deputy Speaker, saying he violated democratic and parliamentary norms by dismissing the no-trust vote and dissolving the assembly on the 3rd of April. Before we get our guests, here's how the story is unfolding as far as today is concerned.
Another Pakistan PM on his way out before his term ends. This time with Imran Khan saying he'll play to the last ball, the end will likely happen on the floor of the Pakistan National Assembly. His Interior Minister Sheikh Rashid certainly raised an eyebrow when he told Imran to keep resignation as the last option. Is it endgame Imran finally, or is there still a wild card up his sleeve?
अगर कोई ये समझ रहा है कि हम हथियार फेंकने जा रहे हैं तो नहीं जनाब, इन चोरों और लुटेरों और डाकुओं के खिलाफ आखिरी सांस तक लड़ेंगे कि आखिरी ऑप्शन हमारे पास ये है कि हम इस्तीफे दे दें.
With the Supreme Court reversing the move and numbers strongly against him, escape options run dry. The writing is well and truly on the wall.
Given on the floor of the House on 3rd of April 2022, in relation to the resolution for a vote of no confidence against the Prime Minister under Article 95 of the Constitution, and the detailed reasons for the ruling, released subsequently and concurred by the Speaker, are declared to be contrary to the Constitution and the law and of no legal effect, and the same are hereby set aside.
As the opposition celebrated a huge victory stamp.
पाकिस्तान के आइन को महफूज किया, पाकिस्तान की पार्लियामेंट की जो सॉवरेनिटी है उसको दोबारा बहाल किया और हम अदालत उज़्मा का बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं इन नो अनसर्टन टर्म्स कि उन्होंने इस फैसले के नतीजे में माजी के तमाम नजरिया ज़रूरत के फैसलों को दफन कर दिया।
किसी गैर मुल्की ताकत को यह नहीं कि वो साजिश के तहत पाकिस्तान के अवाम की मुंतखब हुकूमत को गिराए।
Over to the next episode of Pakistan's unending tamasha. Vaibhav Verma, CNN News 18.
असद कैसर स्पीकर कौमी असेंबली।
So what is likely to happen in Pakistan tomorrow? Joining me now, Prabhu Dayal, former diplomat. Professor Scott Lucas is international affairs expert. We have Dr. Kamar Cheema. He is strategic and political analyst from Pakistan. Neelam Irshad Sheikh is the spokesperson of PTI. Irshad Khan is the leader of PMLN. And barrister Muhammad Ahmad Pantosa is advocate of Supreme Court of Pakistan. Kamar Cheema, the objections being raised by opposition is that can the Deputy Speaker conduct the proceedings of the House? So the question is, will there be a new Speaker for the proceedings tomorrow?
Well, I think the most important point here to understand is that Pakistan's top court has asked the parliament that to follow the process, to look after the process which they started of no confidence motion. So the way the parliament was dissolved, the way the deputy speaker gave a ruling, and the way the president dissolved the assemblies, that process was called null and void. So this has nothing to do what the government wants to do now. The government is believing that they can, since this session has not been called by the president and by the Speaker National Assembly, and this session has been called by the Supreme Court, so that the government wants to give a tough time to the Supreme Court as well, and the government has decided that they will linger.
When was the last time the Supreme Court of Pakistan called a session?
Well, I think this is something which is of concern. Normally, the judiciary, this is not the job of the judiciary to call a session, but when the Constitution is violated, when the Constitution has been abandoned, and when the elected representative do not go by the Constitution, then this is the job of the Supreme Court. This is the job of the Supreme Court to interpret the Constitution for the parliamentarians, because the parliamentarians violated the Constitution, and this is where there came a suo motu notice action from the Chief Justice, because he believed that the actions of the parliament, the actions of the parliamentarians are not in line with the Pakistan's Constitution. So the parliamentarians forced judiciary to intervene into the matters of the parliament, because this is the parliamentarians keep on saying this is a matter of rules of business.
Yes, but we are seeing how Imran Khan is yet not ready to give up the fight. He is saying that he will be filing a review petition. But Prabhu Dayal, going by the opposition numbers, of course, Imran Khan is bound to lose the no confidence motion if he decides to face that tomorrow. Did he overplay his cards?
I think he did overplay his cards. In fact, he committed political harakiri of sorts by antagonizing the army. There has been a series of developments which showed that Prime Minister Imran Khan was running afoul of the army. First of all, he had in October 2021 dilly-dallied on the appointment of the ISI chief, which is what the army chief wanted. He sat on the recommendation of the army chief and didn't give his approval. Then he has made some statements which have not gone down too well with the army chief.
Well, Prabhu Dayal, the ship certainly has sailed. Right now, Imran Khan is standing at a point in his political journey and political career, whether he will be able to stand on his own, or does he continue to have the support, or will he really need the support of Pakistan Army, which has said that they are standing now with the opposition. Kamar Cheema, Imran Khan right now isn't really unpopular as far as Pakistan is concerned. He is continuing to play victim, going to tell the people that the entire opposition is against him. The judiciary has also ganged up, and there is another address to a nation which is going to happen anytime now. What happens in the next 12 hours, I would say, building up now, from now till 11 a.m. tomorrow, will be very, very critical. But the larger question is, will Imran Khan be actually taking that test?
Well, I think Imran Khan is hell-bent to go to the public. So whatever the actions he's doing, he's just trying to convince the masses who support him because he's populist leader and he believes in populist sloganeering. So he believes that whatever he will do, whatever resistance he will show to the into the National Assembly, to the government, even to the foreign powers, and even to the judiciary, that will give him a brownie point for his political career and for the next elections, which are bound to happen perhaps this year. So I think Imran Khan is playing a gamble, and that gamble is to rely fully on public and to defy the institutions. And he's open to say that that if there will be no confidence against him, he will leave the parliament. If the judiciary will ask me something, I will obey with the judiciary. So he just yesterday gave a statement, I will obey the laws, I will obey the verdict of the judiciary. And today he's showing a resistance. And there is a likely possibility there will not be a vote of confidence tomorrow because they are going to rely on this delaying tactics, and that delaying tactics could be in any way. And at the same time, they are going to
go straight to Imran Khan's address to the nation. Let's listen in.
Allah, तेरी इबादत करते हैं और सिर्फ तेरे से मदद मांगते हैं। मेरे पाकिस्तानियों, तकरीबन 26 साल पहले जब मैंने तहरीक इंसाफ शुरू की, तो उसके प्रिंसिपल्स मैं फिर से आपको रिपीट करता हूं, क्योंकि ये कभी 26 साल ये प्रिंसिपल चेंज नहीं हुए मेरे। इय्याका नअबुदु व इय्याका नस्तईन, खुददारी, तहरीक का नाम इंसाफ, और फिर फलाई रियासत और इंसानियत। ये 3 प्रिंसिपल्स थे जो जब से मैंने ये पार्टी शुरू की, इन 3 प्रिंसिपल्स पे मैं चला हूँ। तो मैं 2 के ऊपर आज बात करना चाहता हूँ ख़ास तौर पे। एक है खुददारी और दूसरी इंसाफ। जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला आया, मायूसी हुई मुझे, लेकिन मैं ये वाज़े कर दूँ कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट और पाकिस्तान की अदलिया की मैं इज़्ज़त करता हूँ। मैंने एक ही दफ़ा जेल गुजारी है, और वो आज़ाद अदलिया की तहरीक के अंदर मैं जेल में गया, क्योंकि ये मेरा ईमान है कि जब तक एक मुल्क के अंदर इंसाफ नहीं होता, कोई भी महज़ब माशरा, उसकी बुनियाद इंसाफ पे होती है, और जो इंसाफ के गार्डियन होते हैं वो आपकी अदलिया होती है। तो मैं ये कहते हुए मुझे अफसोस हुआ, और अफसोस क्यों हुआ मैं ये अपनी कौम के सामने वाज़े कर दूँ। जो भी अदलिया का फ़ैसला हम एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, अफसोस इसलिए हुआ कि जो डिप्टी स्पीकर ने जो असेंबली प्रोग की थी, उसकी वजह क्या थी? उसकी वजह ये थी आर्टिकल 5, यानी कि बैरूनी मुदाखलत हुई थी पाकिस्तान के अदम एतमाद पे। तो मैं ये चाहता था कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट कम से कम इसको देखता तो सही। ये बड़ा सीरियस इल्ज़ाम है कि एक बाहर से मुल्क आपके अंदर एक पूरी साजिश करके एक गवर्नमेंट को उसके खिलाफ साजिश करके उसको गिराता है। तो इसके ये इतना सीरियस एलिगेशन थी कि मैं चाहता था कि इसकी कोई प्रोब हो। कम से कम सुप्रीम कोर्ट वो जो मुरासला है, जो डॉक्यूमेंट है, कम से कम उसको बुला के देख तो लेता कि क्या ये जो हम कह रहे हैं कि इतनी बड़ी साजिश है और रिजीम चेंज की कोशिश है, क्या हम सच बोल रहे हैं या नहीं बोल रहे हैं। तो मुझे थोड़ी सी मायूसी हुई, क्योंकि ये इतना बड़ा इशू है और इसके ऊपर कोई सुप्रीम कोर्ट में बात नहीं हुई। और दूसरा मुझे अफसोस ये हुआ कि उतनी जल्दी जितना फैसला आया, जो 63A, यानी कि जो खुलेआम हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग हो रही है, पॉलिटिशियंस के ज़मीर खरीदे जा रहे हैं, भेड़ बकरियों की तरह उनको बंद किया जा रहा है होटल्स में, और उनकी कीमतें लगाई जा रही हैं। सोशल मीडिया का ज़माना है, बच्चे को पता है किस कीमत के ऊपर अपने ज़मीर बेच रहे हैं। कौन सी जमहूरियत है ये? कौन सी दुनिया की जमहूरियत में इस चीज़ की इजाज़त दी जाती है? और जो सबसे बड़ा इंसाफ का फोरम है अदलिया, उससे हम एक्सपेक्ट करते थे कि कम से कम इसके ऊपर और कुछ नहीं तो सो मोटो एक्शन ले, क्योंकि ये तो एक मजाक बन गया है पाकिस्तान की डेमोक्रेसी का। क्योंकि ये तो कहीं इतने खुले आम तो मेरे ख्याल में बनाना रिपब्लिक्स में भी नहीं सियासतदान नहीं बिकते जो ये बिक रहे थे और बिक रहे हैं। और वो देखें अभी जो पंजाब में हो रहा है, कभी वो अवारी के अंदर लोग बंद हैं जनाब, उनको निकल रहा है गार्ड्स, तो ये तो कोई जमहूरियत नहीं है। लेकिन इससे जो सबसे तकलीफ दह चीज़ है कि देखिए एक कौम जिसकी 60% से ज़्यादा आबादी 30 साल की उम्र से कम है, ये हमारी यूथ है, ये हमारा फ्यूचर है। और फ्यूचर को आप अगर गाइड नहीं करेंगे, उनकी तरबियत नहीं करेंगे, उनकी अखलाकियात को उठाएंगे नहीं, इस तरह की चीज़ें करेंगे, तो वो भी ये समझेंगे कि अगर मुल्क के जो लीडरशिप है, ये रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हैं, ये अगर रिश्वत दे के लोगों को ख़रीद रहे हैं, कोई बिक रहा है कोई ख़रीद रहा है, तो उनकी हम क्या मिसाल पैदा कर रहे हैं? यानी ये किस तरफ जा रहा है पाकिस्तान। और ये पहले भी यही शरीफ बरादरान ने शुरू की थी चांगा मांगा, आज से कोई 30-32 साल पहले। ये तब शुरू हुआ था ये भेड़ बकरियों की तरह सियासतदान को ख़रीदना, और तब से सियासत और नीचे गई है कि जैसे लोगों को ये पता चला कि ये बिक रहे हैं, लोगों से वोट लेके आ रहे हैं कि हम आपकी बड़ी खिदमत करेंगे, वहाँ जाके लोगों की वोट लेके अपने ज़मीर बेच रहे हैं, और फिर रिजर्व सीट्स वाले बिक रहे हैं। रिजर्व सीट्स तो एक तोहफा देती है एक पार्टी किसी को, वो बिके हुए हैं, वो खुलेआम बिक के और वो दूसरी तरफ गए हुए हैं। तो मैं सिर्फ एक अब एज अ पाकिस्तानी बात कर रहा हूँ कि जो एक ख्वाब देखता था और शुरू से कि एक बड़ा हमारा अजीम मुल्क बनेगा, और मेरी ये कभी ख्वाब नहीं गई मेरे से, मेरा ये बिलीफ है कि इस मुल्क ने बड़ा एक अजीम मुल्क बनना है, और ये एक स्ट्रगल है उस तरफ जाने के लिए। लेकिन ये बहुत बड़ा धचका लगता है उस स्ट्रगल को जब आप ये तमाशा देख रहे हैं। तो दोनों चीज़ें बड़ी सीरियस हैं मुल्क के मुस्तकबिल के लिए। तो मैं सिर्फ मेरी मायूसी यहाँ तक है, हमने अदलिया का फ़ैसला तस्लीम किया, लेकिन मैं इस पे ज़रूर मायूस हूँ कि ओपनली जब ये चीज़ें हो रही हैं पाकिस्तान में, इसके लिए कोई सीरियसनेस नहीं है। यानी जो भी इंसाफ के इदारे हैं, जो हमारे पब्लिक है, वो ये जब तमाशा देख रही है, तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट करा कि कोई भी इसके ऊपर, जो मैं अब मेरी ज़िंदगी कितने 20 गर्मियाँ गुजरी हैं इंग्लैंड में, और काफ़ी और भी मैंने टाइम गुजारा, दुनिया ट्रैवल करता था, क्रिकेट में मैं सारी दुनिया में गया हूँ। मैंने कभी इस तरह की चीज़ किसी भी वेस्टर्न डेमोक्रेसी के अंदर नहीं देखी, कभी सुना भी नहीं है। ना कोई सोच सकता किसी को ख़रीदने का, ना कोई अपने आप को अपना ज़मीर बेचने का सोच सकता है, क्योंकि माशरा उसके ख़िलाफ़ खड़ा हो जाता है। जो मैंने अपने लोगों को अमर बिल मारूफ पे बुलाया था यहाँ इस्लामाबाद में, वो इसलिए बुलाया था कि मैंने अपनी कौम को ये बता रहा था, आपकी ज़िम्मेदारी है कि जब आप ऐसी चीज़ देखते हैं, अगर आप बदी को कुछ नहीं करते, रोकते नहीं हैं, वो फैल जाती है माशरे में। वहाँ जो मैंने देखा हुआ है उन माशरों के अंदर जो मुसलमान भी नहीं हैं, आप यकीन करें जिस तरह वो अमर बिल मारूफ पे खड़े होते हैं, मैं तो किसी मुसलमान माशरे को भी इस तरह नहीं खड़े होते देखा। आप हमारे बैरून मुल्क पाकिस्तानी हैं, कभी उनसे पूछे तो सही कि किस तरह वो माशरे अच्छाई के साथ खड़े होते हैं, बदी के ख़िलाफ़ होते हैं, हक़ के ऊपर खड़े होते हैं, बातिल के ख़िलाफ़ खड़ा हो जाते हैं, कौम खड़ी हो जाती है। जब बरतानिया में 20 लाख लोगों के साथ मैंने भी मार्च किया आज से 20 साल पहले इराक वॉर के ख़िलाफ़, तो बरतानिया को फ़ायदा हो रहा था इराक वॉर से, वो तेल की जंग थी, लेकिन लोगों ने निकले, उन्होंने कहा आप बड़ा गलत कर रहे हैं, आप झूठ बोल रहे हैं, तो कौम निकली। ये ज़िंदा कौम की निशानी है। तो मेरी आज अपनी कौम से भी ये है कि वो, और मैं आपको बाद में उसके ऊपर भी आऊँगा जब मैं अपनी तकरीर ख़त्म करूँगा कि आगे हमने करना क्या है। लेकिन मैं अपनी कौम को भी कहता हूँ कि अगर आप इस तरह की चीज़ कि एक बाहर से साजिश हो के गवर्नमेंट गिर रही है और वो प्लान करके पूरा एक प्लॉट है जिसके ऊपर मैं अभी बाद में बताता हूँ, तो ये یہ آپ نے اپنے آپ کو بچانا ہے. جو اپنے بچوں کا مستقبل بچانا چاہتا ہے اس ملک میں, آپ اگر اس کے خلاف نہیں کھڑے ہوں گے, کسی نے اور آ کے آپ کو نہیں بچانا. قوم کھڑی ہوتی ہے اس کے اوپر, یہ بدی کے خلاف. اب میں آتا ہوں جی, یہ جو مراسلہ ہے یہ کیا ہے. پہلے تو یہ سمجھیں, اس کو ایک سائفر ایک ہوتا ہے. سائفر کا مطلب کیا ہے؟ سائفر یہ ہوتا ہے کہ ہماری جو ایمبسیز ہوتی ہیں باہر, وہ فورن آفس کو ایک کوڈڈ میسج میں سیکرٹ میسیجنگ کرتی ہیں کہ جو بھی ان کی انٹریکشن دوسرے ملکوں میں ہو رہا ہوتا ہے. وکی لیکس کا آپ کو سنا ہوگا چند سال پہلے, وہ کیا تھا؟ وہ یہی تھا کہ امریکن ایمبسیز جو اپنے سیکرٹ ڈاکیومنٹس بھیج رہی تھی, وہ کسی نے ان کو ایکسپوز کر کے وہ پبلک میں آ گئی, وہ وکی لیکس تھی. تو اسی طرح جو آپ کا یہ جو سائفر میسج آتی ہے, یہ ٹاپ سیکرٹ ہوتی ہے. کیوں نہیں میں وہ کاغذ پبلک میں دے سکتا؟ کیوں نہیں میں میڈیا کو دے سکتا؟ کیونکہ اس کے اوپر کوڈ ہوتی ہے, اور اگر ہم وہ سائفر پبلش کر دیں تو باہر کی دنیا کو پتہ چل جائے گا کہ پاکستان کی کوڈ کیا ہے. لہٰذا ہماری جتنی بھی سیکرٹ انفارمیشن ہے وہ ساری ایکسپوز ہو جائے گی. اس لیے میں یہ پبلک کو نہیں دے سکتا. لیکن آپ یقین کریں کہ میں اتنا میرا دل ہے کہ پبلک یہ خود اپنی آنکھوں سے دیکھے کہ یہ کیا تھا. اب میں آپ کو بتاتا ہوں یہ ہوا کیا. ہوا یہ کہ ہمارا امریکہ میں جو امبیسڈر تھا, اس کی ایک ملاقات ہوئی امریکن آفیشل کے ساتھ. اب امریکن آفیشل جو تھا, اس کی بس صرف میں تھوڑی سی بات آپ کو بتاتا ہوں کہ اس نے کہا کیا. اس نے پہلے کہا کہ جی عمران خان کو روس نہیں جانا چاہیے تھا. وہ بڑا اس نے کوشش کی امبیسڈر نے بتانے کے لیے کہ اس کی وجوہات, ایک کنسنسس تھا, پہلے سے پلان بنا ہوا تھا. لیکن اس نے کہا نہیں, یہ صرف عمران خان نے فیصلہ کیا. پھر وہ جو کہتا, اور میں یہ چاہتا ہوں آپ قوم ذرا غور سے میری بات سنیں کہ اس نے کہا کیا. اس نے کہا کہ اگر آپ عمران خان کو یہ, اور اس نے کہا ابھی عدم اعتماد درج نہیں ہوا تھا پاکستان میں, اس سے پہلے یہ کہہ رہا ہے, یعنی اسے پتا تھا کہ عدم اعتماد آنے والی ہے. کہتا کہ اگر عمران خان اس میں سے بچ جاتا ہے عدم اعتماد سے, تو پاکستان کو بڑا مشکل یعنی کانسیکوینسز فیس کرنے پڑیں گے. تکبر دیکھیں کہ اگر عمران خان یعنی سٹنگ پرائم منسٹر, اگر وہ نہیں ہٹتا اس میں سے تو پاکستان کو نقصان ہوگا. اور پھر کہتا لیکن اگر وہ ہار جاتا ہے تو پاکستان کو معاف کر دیا جائے گا. یعنی یہ بھی نہیں اس نے کہا کہ اگر وہ نہیں آتا تو جو بھی دوسرا آئے گا پہلے ہم دیکھیں گے وہ کیا کر رہا ہے, پھر ہم اس کو معاف کریں گے. نہیں, اس نے کہا جو بھی آئے گا معاف کر دے گا. یعنی کہ اس کو پتا تھا کہ کس نے آنا ہے, کس نے اچکن سلوائی ہوئی ہے, کون تیاری میں بیٹھا ہوا ہے, اسے سب پتا تھا, تو اس کو معاف کر دیں گے. اب میں آج آپ کے سامنے جو میں اصل میں جو بات کرنا چاہتا ہوں وہ یہ ہے کہ دیکھیں ہم 22 کروڑ لوگ ہیں. 22 کروڑ لوگوں کے لیے کتنی توہین ہے کہ ایک حکم دے رہا ہے 22 کروڑ لوگوں کے الیکٹڈ سربراہ کو. وہ پتہ نہیں وہ کس کو حکم دے رہا ہے, کیونکہ میں تو چیف ایگزیکٹو ہوں, مجھے نہیں دے رہا. وہ کسی کو کہہ رہا ہے کہ اگر یہ آپ کا پرائم منسٹر بچ جاتا ہے تو آپ کو فیس کرنے پڑیں گے کانسیکوینسز. اور پھر کہتا ہے کہ اگر یہ ہٹ گیا تو معاف کر دیں گے ہم آپ کو. میں صرف آپ کو یہ کہنا چاہتا ہوں کہ میرے پاکستانیوں, اگر ہم نے اس طرح ہی زندگی گزارنی ہے تو ہم اپنے آپ سے سوال پوچھیں کہ ہم آزاد ہوئے کیوں تھے. ہم کیوں 23 مارچ کو سیلیبریٹ کرتے ہیں, ہم کیوں جناب 14 اگست کو بڑا جشن بناتے ہیں. اگر ہم نے اسی طرح رہنا ہے کہ باہر سے حکم آ رہا ہے کہ جی آپ نے اگر اس کو نہ ہٹایا, اور پھر ہوتا کیا کہ وہ شروع ہو جاتی ہے, ایک دم ہمارے لوگ جانے شروع ہو جاتے ہیں. ہمارے جو اپنی پارٹی کے ایک دم پتہ چلتا ہے جی, ان کو ایک دم پتہ چلا کہ وہ تو جی تحریک انصاف تو بڑی گورنمنٹ بہت ہی بری ہے جی, عمران خان کی ساری برائیاں ان کو پتہ چل جاتی ہیں, اور وہ سارے ادھر, اور ان کو بند کرنا شروع کر دیتے ہیں سندھ ہاؤس میں, اور وہ سارے ایک دم سارا ڈرامہ شروع ہو جاتا ہے. میڈیا کے اندر بھی پیسہ چل رہا ہوتا ہے. میڈیا کو یعنی میڈیا کو بھی شرم نہیں آئی کہ ایک لوگ پارٹی کے ٹکٹ پہ الیکٹ ہو کے دوسری پارٹی میں جا رہے ہیں, سب کو پتا ہے پیسے لے, وہ بھی اس کی سپورٹ کر رہا ہے, بڑا جشن بنایا جا رہا ہے جی, وہ گورنمنٹ گر رہی ہے, یعنی جس طرح کوئی بہت بڑا کارنامہ ہو گیا یہ. اور پھر ہمیں آہستہ آہستہ چیزیں پتہ چلنا شروع ہوتی ہیں. پتہ یہ چلتا ہے کہ ان کے ڈپلومیٹس, امریکہ کے ڈپلومیٹس ہمارے لوگوں سے مل رہے ہیں چند مہینے پہلے. ہمارے میرے اپنے دو آ کے, ایک میرا کے پی کا منسٹر عاطف خان, وہ مجھے بتاتا ہے کہ ہماری شندانہ ہماری ایم این اے ہیں, وہ کہتے جی ہمیں امریکن ایمبیسی میں بلا کے انہوں نے باقاعدہ کہا کہ یہ عدم اعتماد آنے لگی ہے عمران خان کے اوپر, اور ان سے بڑی لمبی, یعنی چند مہینے پہلے ان کو پتا تھا کہ آ رہی ہے عدم اعتماد. تو آہستہ آہستہ پتا چلا کہ یہ تو پورا پلان بنا ہوا تھا, تو ایک پوری اسکرپٹ چل رہی تھی یہاں. تو میں پھر اپنی قوم سے یہ کہنا چاہتا ہوں کہ دیکھیں یہ ضروری ہے ہم سب کے لیے فیصلہ کرنا کہ ہم کیا چاہتے ہیں. ہم ایک آزاد قوم بننا چاہتے ہیں, خوددار قوم بن کے رہنا چاہتے ہیں, یا اس طرح کے غلام چاہتے ہیں. اور کس طرح کے غلام؟ کیوں ان کو پتا تھا کہ جناب شیروانی سلائی ہوئی ہے شہباز شریف نے, اس نے باقاعدہ میسیجنگ کی, اس نے کہا جناب بیگرز آر ناٹ چوزرز. ان کو میسج کہ جی جو مقروض ملک ہوتا ہے اس کو غلامی کرنی پڑتی ہے, بیگرز آر ناٹ چوزرز. وہ دوسرا ان کا منسٹر بھیجتا ہے جی ہم تو لائف سپورٹ مشین پہ ہیں, تو وہ تو جب امریکہ چاہے بند کر دے, یعنی ہم تو ہیں غلام. پہلے تو ان دونوں سے پوچھو کہ آپ 30 سال سے یہ ساری آپ کی پارٹیز حکومت میں تھیں, تو کس نے یہ لائف سپورٹ مشین اور یہ مقروض کیا ملک کو؟ یہ کیا 3.5 سال میں ہوا ہے؟ 30 سال سے تو آپ پاور میں بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں, اور آج آپ کہہ رہے ہیں کہ جی کیونکہ جی ہمیں پر قرضے چڑھے ہوئے ہیں تو ہمیں تو غلامی کرنی پڑے گی. مجھے یہ قوم کے سامنے میں رکھتا ہوں, دیکھیں مجھے تو مغرب باقی سب سے بہتر جانتی ہے. اگر کسی کو بھی وہ جانتی ہے اس ملک میں, وہ عمران خان کو جانتی ہے. مجھے تو 23 سالوں سے وہ جانتے ہیں لوگ, میری تو ان کے پاس ساری پروفائل پڑی ہے. تو وہ کیوں یہ کہہ رہے ہیں کہ جی اس کو نکالنا ہے؟ کیا میں نے ان کے غلطی کی ہے, کیا جرم کیا ہے؟ اور میں آپ کو بتاتا ہوں جرم کیا ہے. سب سے بڑا جرم یہ ہے کہ انہوں نے ساری پروفائل جب میری دیکھی, اور ان کو پتا ہے پہلے سے کہ اس نے ڈرون اٹیکس کی مخالفت کی, اس نے عراق وار کی مخالفت کی, اس نے افغانستان مسلسل کہتا رہا کہ یہ ملٹری سلوشن نہیں ہے افغانستان میں, یا یہاں مذاکرات سے بات ختم ہوگی. اس نے ڈرون اٹیکس جب ہوئے یہاں, یہی جو بیگرز آر ناٹ چوزرز, یہ اور اس کا بھائی جب پاور میں تھے اور آصف زرداری, تو 400 ڈرون اٹیکس جب پاکستان میں ہوئے تو کس نے بولا, کس نے مظاہرے کیے, کس نے دھرنے دیے؟ عمران خان نے دیے. تو ان کو سب پتا تھا. ان کو یہ پتا ہے کہ عمران خان نہ اس کی کوئی چوری کے پیسے باہر پڑے ہیں, نہ اس کی کوئی جائیداد باہر پڑی ہے, نہ اس کے کوئی باہر بینک اکاؤنٹس ہیں, یعنی کہ وہ کنٹرول نہیں ہو سکتا. تو لہٰذا یہ اس کا قصور ہے کہ کیونکہ وہ ہمارا پتلا نہیں بن سکتا, اس لیے اس کو ہٹانا بڑا ضروری ہے. اور یہ سارا کچھ جو ڈرامہ ہو رہا ہے یہ صرف ایک آدمی کو ہٹانے کے لیے ہو رہا ہے. تو ان کی کیا ان کو خاصیت پسند ہے؟ ان کو پتہ ہے کہ یہ اپنے پیسے کے لیے یہ اس ملک کی ہر قسم کی قربانی دینے کے لیے تیار ہے. 400 ڈرون اٹیکس میں نے بتایا, یہ کبھی ان کے منہ سے سنا تھا کہ یہ ہر ہیومینیٹیرین لاز, ہر ہیومن رائٹس کی وائلیشن ہے کہ آپ کسی آپ ان کی مدد کر رہے ہیں, آپ قربانیاں دے رہے ہیں, اور وہ آپ بمباری کر رہے ہیں. اور بمباری کس طرح لوگوں کو مار رہے ہیں؟ ایک آدمی 4000 میل سے فیصلہ کرتا ہے کہ جناب یہ دہشت گرد, اور اوپر سے بٹن دباتا ہے اور وہ نیچے مر جاتے ہیں. ادھر فلمیں بنی ہیں امریکہ کے اوپر, اس کے اوپر ایک میں نے فلم بھی دیکھی ہوئی ہے, یہ جو ڈرون اٹیکس کرتے تھے. کس کو اب کابل میں ڈرون اٹیک ہوا تھا, پہلے رپورٹ آئی جی کہ پتہ نہیں 8 وہ آئیسل کے ممبرز مار گئے, دہشت گرد مار گئے. اگلے دن پتہ چلا جناب ایک آدمی اور اس کے بچے مار گئے. تو آپ کو پتہ ہے کہ کتنی دفعہ قبائلی علاقے کے اندر اس طرح لوگ مرے, ہمارے لوگوں کو کیسے, یعنی 400 ڈرون اٹیکس ایک دم مدرسے میں کر دیا, 80 بچے بیچارے مر گئے, شادیوں پہ اٹیک ہو گیا, کوئی پوچھنے والا نہیں تھا. کیونکہ یہ اپنے پیسے کے غلام ڈرے ہوئے تھے کہ کہیں وہ ناراض ہو گیا تو ہمارا وہ حال نہ ہو جو آج روسیوں کا حال ہو رہا ہے, جو یوکرین کی جنگ کی وجہ سے آج روسیوں کے وہ ضبط کر رہے ہیں اکاؤنٹس, ان کے آج وہ جو ان کی آف شور اکاؤنٹس ہیں, جو ان کی پراپرٹیز ہیں, وہ ضبط کر رہے ہیں. تو یہ تو اس لیے کنٹرولڈ ہے, اور اس لیے وہ چاہ رہے ہیں کہ یہ آ جائیں تاکہ پھر سے پاکستان کو جو وہ فیصلہ کریں ہم وہ کریں. تو میں پھر سے اپنی قوم کو کہتا ہوں, ہمیں نے یہ فیصلہ کرنا ہے کہ ہمیں کس طرح کا پاکستان چاہیے. میں آپ کو آج مجھے افسوس اور تکلیف بھی ہوتی ہے کہتے ہوئے, ہمارے ساتھ ہی ہندوستان آزاد ہوا تھا. میں ہندوستان بھی باقیوں سے بہت بہتر جانتا ہوں, میری دوستیاں بھی تھیں, کرکٹ کی وجہ سے بڑا مجھے رسپیکٹ بھی ملا, پیار ملا. میں میری لوگوں سے واقفیت بھی بڑی ہے. مجھے بڑا افسوس ہے کہ یہ صرف ایک RSS کی آئیڈیالوجی کی وجہ سے اور یہ جو کشمیر میں انہوں نے کیا ہے اس کی وجہ سے ہمارے تعلقات نہیں ہیں. لیکن میں آپ کو یہ کہہ دوں کہ وہ ایک بڑے خوددار قوم ہے. کبھی کسی کی جرت نہیں ہے کہ وہاں اس طرح کی بات کریں. کسی سپر پاور کی جرت نہیں ہے کہ وہاں یہ بھی تصور کر دیں کہ جناب وہ یہی کہہ دیں کہ جناب اپنے فورن ریلیشن میں وہ کہیں جو ہم کہہ رہے ہیں. اب دیکھ رہے ہیں وہ روسیوں سے حالانکہ ساری سینکشنز لگی ہوئی ہیں, وہ کہہ رہے ہیں جی ہم تیل امپورٹ کرتے ہیں, ہمارے لوگوں کی بہتری ہے. تو عمران خان کا بھی یہی پرابلم ہے. میں یہ کہتا ہوں کہ کسی سے ہماری لڑائی نہیں ہے, نہ میں کسی کا اینٹی ہوں نہ کسی ملک کا اینٹی ہوں. میں صرف یہ کہتا ہوں کہ جو میرے لوگوں کے فائدے کے لیے پہلی چیز وہ ہے, میرے 22 کروڑ لوگوں کے لیے, اس کے بعد میں دنیا کی باقی چیزیں ماننے کے لیے تیار ہوں. لیکن میں اپنے لوگوں کو قربان نہیں کر سکتا کسی اور قوم کے خاطر جو ہم نے وار آن ٹیرر میں کیا ہے. 80,000 اپنے لوگ ہم نے مروائے, ملک تباہ کروا دیا. اب کوئی پوچھے بھی قبائلی علاقے میں, کبھی لوگوں سے تو پوچھے ان کے اوپر گزری کیا تھی. 35 لاکھ لوگوں کی نقل مکانی کی. کبھی کسی نے اسیس کیا کہ وہ ساری جنگ میں ہم جو گئے ہیں, کبھی کوئی کمیشن بیٹھی ہے وہ یہ بتایا کہ ہمیں ملا کیا ہے. میں آپ کو بتاتا ہوں, ہمارے یہاں جو صاحب اقتدار ہیں وہ ڈالرز کے لیے میں آپ کو کہہ رہا ہوں ہمیں جنگوں کے اندر پھنسا دیتے ہیں. ہم جب سوویت یونین کے خلاف جو ہم فرنٹ لائن سٹیٹ بن گئے تھے, اگر ہم ڈالر امریکہ سے ایڈ لیے بغیر کرتے تو وہ بہت اچھی چیز تھی. ہم پھر اپنے بھائیوں کے لیے, افغانستانوں کی آزادی کے لیے مدد کر رہے تھے. لیکن جب ہم کہہ رہے ہیں کہ جی یہ پینٹس ہے, ہمیں اتنے پیسے چاہیے, پیسے لے کے جب آپ کسی کے ساتھ شرکت کرتے ہیں وہ آپ کی عزت نہیں کرتے. جیسی وہ ہم افغانستان کا وہ روسی جب وہاں سے گئے 2 سال کے بعد پاکستان کے اوپر سینکشنز لگ گئی. کسی نے نہیں پرواہ کی کہ ہم نے کتنی قربانی دی. 5 لاکھ ریفیوجی, 5 ملین 50 لاکھ پاکستان میں ریفیوجیز تھے. کلیشنکوف, سیکٹیرین ٹیررزم, وہ سارا اس کے کسی نے نہیں اپریشیٹ کیا کہ جی پاکستان, بلکہ انہوں نے سینکشنز لگا دی کیونکہ وہ ہم تو پیسے دے رہے ہیں, اس لیے کوئی پرواہ نہیں. وہ پھر 9/11 آیا, پھر ہم ان کے ساتھ چلے گئے اور پھر ہم نے کہا جی ہاں ہم بڑی کوئی جنگ لڑ رہے ہیں. پہلے ہم فورن آکوپیشن کے خلاف جنگ لڑ رہے تھے, اب ہم کہہ رہے ہیں کہ جو فورن آکوپیشن ہے اس کے خلاف جو لڑتا ہے وہ دہشت گرد ہے. اپنے ملک کو تو کتنی پاکستانوں کی ذلت ملی ہمیں اس میں. کبھی آپ اینالائز کریں کہ اس سے ہمیں فائدہ کیا ہوا, نقصان کیا ہوا. مجھے پتہ ہے کیا نقصان ہوا, اور مجھے پتہ ہے کہ ہمیں اسے کوئی فائدہ بھی نہیں اور اپریشیٹ بھی نہیں ہوا ہے, بلکہ وہاں بھی ذلت اٹھانی پڑی. تو میرا پوائنٹ یہ ہے کہ اس ملک نے کبھی یہ فیصلہ کرنا ہے کہ ہماری فورن پالیسی جب تک ہمارے لوگوں کی بہتری کے لیے نہیں ہوگی, ہم نے کوئی قسم کی فورن پالیسی نہیں بنانی. کیونکہ اب ہماری 22 کروڑ لوگ ہیں, ہمیں سب سے زیادہ کوشش کرنی ہے کہ کیسے ہم نے اپنے لوگوں کو غربت سے نکالنا ہے. وہ غربت سے ہم تب نکالیں گے جب ہم کسی کانفلکٹ کا حصہ نہ بنیں, جب ہم امن میں شرکت کریں لیکن جنگ میں کسی کے ساتھ شرکت نہ کریں. اگر کوئی کہے بیسس چاہیے تو نہیں ہم بیسس دے سکتے کیونکہ ہم پہلے مار کھا چکے ہیں اس میں. اس لیے وہ مجھے افسوس سے کہنا پڑتا ہے کہ ان کو وہ لوگ پسند ہیں جو کہ ان کی ہر بات مانیں گے, جو کہیں گے کہ بیگرز آر ناٹ چوزرز, جو کہیں گے کہ جی پاکستان لائف سپورٹ مشین پہ تو مدد کرو. ان کو اس طرح کے لوگ چاہیے, یعنی جو پہلے سے ہی گرے ہوئے ہوں گے. وہ کہتے ہیں نا وہ طفل کیا گرے جو گھٹنوں کے بل چلے, جو گھٹنوں کے اوپر بیٹھے وہ ان کو پسند ہے. لیکن میں اپنی یوتھ سے آج کہنا چاہتا ہوں کہ دیکھیں آپ کا مستقبل آپ کے ہاتھ میں ہے، ملک کی ساورنٹی آپ کے ہاتھ میں ہے. اپنی جمہوریت کو، اس کی حفاظت کون کرتا ہے؟ کوئی فوج نہیں کر سکتی جمہوریت کی حفاظت، کوئی باہر سے فورن پاور نہیں کر سکتی. قوم اپنی جمہوریت کی حفاظت کرتی ہے، قوم اپنی ساورنٹی کی حفاظت کرتی ہے. یہ جو ہماری ساورنٹی کے اوپر اٹیک ہوا ہے، میں آج آپ کو کہہ رہا ہوں، آج آپ اس کے اوپر سٹینڈ نہیں لیں گے، آگے سے یہ ہوا کرے گا کہ جو بھی آئے گا نا پاور میں، جو بھی آئے گا وہ پھر سب سے پہلے دیکھے گا کہ جناب کوئی سپر پاور تو ناراض نہیں ہو رہی، اور وہ پھر وہی کرے گا جو وہ چاہیں گے، کیونکہ اس کو ڈر ہوگا کہ انہوں نے 5, 10, 15 ارب روپیہ خرچ کرنا اور میری کرسی الٹا دینی ہے. اور وہ انہیں اپنی پاور بچانے کے لیے پھر وہ سارے، جس طرح یہ ہیں کہ بیگرز آر ناٹ چوزر، اسی طرح کے لوگ آئیں گے. کوئی بھی جب تک قوم اپنی لیڈرشپ کے ساتھ نہیں کھڑی ہوگی اور قوم نہیں کہے گی کہ ہم اپنے ملک کو ایک آزاد ملک دیکھنا چاہتے ہیں، ہماری فارن پالیسی ساورن ہونا چاہیے، ہم اپنے ملک کے مفادات کے لیے، اپنی قوم کے لیے، ہمارے جو لوگ ہیں 22 کروڑ لوگ، ان کے فائدے کے لیے فارن پالیسی بنے گی. اور وہ فارن پالیسی وہ ہے جو ہم سب سے اچھے تعلقات رکھیں. ہم امریکہ کو بار بار ان کو سمجھائیں کہ ہم کوئی میں عمران خان اینٹی امریکن نہیں ہے، لیکن ہم نے بڑی بری حالات دیکھے ہوئے ہیں. ہم نے آپ کی ہم کوئی ٹیشو پیپر کی طرح استعمال ہونے والی قوم نہیں ہے کہ آپ استعمال کریں اور پھر پھینک دیں. ہم آپ کے ساتھ جو ایک ورڈ ہوتا ہے میوچلی بینیفٹ، آپ کو بھی جس کا فائدہ ہو ہمیں بھی فائدہ ہو. ون سائیڈڈ ریلیشن شپ کسی سے نہیں چاہیے. اور پھر میں کہتا ہوں ہندوستان کو دیکھ لیں، اتنی کسی کی جرت نہیں ہے، کسی کی جرت تھی کہ اس طرح کی بات کرتے ہیں ہندوستان میں. یورپین یونین کے جب ایمبیسڈرز نے یہاں بالکل پروٹوکول کے خلاف سٹیٹمنٹ دی کہ جی پاکستان کو روس کے خلاف سٹیٹمنٹ دینی چاہیے، کیا وہ ہندوستان میں یہ کہہ سکتے ہیں؟ کیا ان کی جرت ہے ہندوستان میں ایسی سٹیٹمنٹ دیتے ہوئے؟ کیونکہ ہندوستان ایک ساورن ملک ہے اور ہم ساتھ ہی آزاد ہوئے تھے. تو میری اپنی قوم سے یہ ہے کہ دیکھیں، آپ نے اپنی ساورنٹی کو پروٹیکٹ کرنا ہے. اور میں نے آخر میں اپنی یوتھ سے جو میں بات کرنا چاہتا تھا کہ دیکھیں، میں تو یہ امپورٹڈ گورنمنٹ کو بالکل تسلیم نہیں کروں گا. میں نکلوں گا اپنی قوم کے اندر. میں تو ہمیشہ میری تو کوئی باپ پولیٹکس میں نہیں تھا، میرا کوئی رشتہ دار یا کوئی میں پولیٹیکل فیملی سے تو تھا نہیں. میں نے تو شروع کی عوام کے اندر نکل کے 14 سال مذاق اڑتا رہا. تھوڑے سے لوگ تھے میرے ساتھ، اور کرتے کرتے اللہ کا کرم ہے کہ ایک دن اللہ نے عوام کے دل میری طرف موڑ دیے اور ایک دم پبلک آنی شروع ہو گئی. اور ابھی جو میں اس کا لاکھ شکر ادا کرتا ہوں کہ ابھی جو ہمارا یہ پریڈ گراؤنڈ میں اسلام آباد میں جو جلسہ ہوا، میرے خیال میں ملک کی تاریخ میں اتنے بڑی ایسے پبلک نہیں نکلی. تو میں تو پبلک نہیں مجھے لے کے آئے ہیں، پبلک کے ساتھ ہی میں نے آنا ہے. میں نے اس لیے شاید ہی پاکستان میں اس کی کوئی مثال نہیں ہے کہ جب انہوں نے وہ عدم اعتماد میرے اوپر یہ لے کے آئے تو میں نے اپنی اسمبلی ڈیزالو کر دی، اپنے آپ کو ڈیزالو کر دیا اور عوام کے پاس، میں نے کہا لوگوں کے پاس جاتا ہوں کہ الیکشن کروائیں، فیصلہ کر لیں، الیکشن سے الیکٹ کریں لوگوں کو. یہ کیا طریقے جی پیچھے سے مل کے کوئی باہر سے کانسپریسی پیسے دے کے کوئی ادھر خرید کے اور جناب آپ وزیر اعظم بن گئے؟ یہ کون سی جمہوریت ہے؟ یہ کس جمہوریت کے اندر اس طرح کے وزیر اعظم بنتے ہیں؟ کیا اس کی کریڈیبلٹی رہ گئی ہے؟ اور وہ کیا بنے گی پارلیمنٹ جس کے اندر جو ایک دوسرے کو چور کہتے، سارے ایک دوسرے کو یہ چور کہتے تھے، ساروں نے ایک دوسرے کے اوپر کرپشن کیسز بنائے، سب ایک دوسرے کے اوپر ایسی زبان استعمال کرتے تھے. 20 سال دیکھ لیں کیا کیا ایک دوسرے کو کہتے. اب یہ سارا یہ جمگٹا اکٹھا ہو جائے گا اور صرف ایک مسئلہ ہو، کسی طرح بس پاور مل جائے تاکہ پھر سے پہلے جو NRO 1 ملا تھا ان کو، ساروں نے انہوں نے مل کے جو چوری کی، جنرل مشرف نے انہوں NRO دے دیا. اب یہ NRO 2 ہوگا، آتے ساتھ ہی پاور. اچھا کیوں نہیں عوام کے پاس گیا؟ انہوں نے کہا 3.5 سال کہ جناب یہاں تو بڑی نااہل حکومت ہے، یہ ایسے ہے، لوگوں میں جائیں گے وہ انڈے ماریں گے. تو ہم تو کہہ رہے ہیں لوگوں میں آؤ، اور اب یہ پوری کو اب بھاگ رہے ہیں لوگوں کے اندر. کیوں یہ بھاگ رہے ہیں؟ کیونکہ ان کا مقصد کوئی یہ عوام کی پالیٹکس نہیں ہے. ان کا مقصد صرف یہ ہے کہ وہاں اسمبلی میں آئیں. سب سے پہلا یہ کام میں آج آپ کو کہہ رہا ہوں، اور میری قوم آپ کو اس کے اوپر نظر رکھنی ہے, کیونکہ یہ آپ کا پیسہ چوری ہوا ہے. انہوں نے نیب کو ختم کرنا ہے, انہوں نے اپنے کرپشن کیسز ختم کرنے ہیں. اس وقت حالات یہ ہیں کہ یہ جو سارے ضمانت کے اوپر ہیں, یہ ان کو کیا ڈر کس چیز کا ہے؟ ان کے سارے کیسز آنے لگے ہیں سامنے, تو وہ جلدی ہٹانا چاہتے تھے کہ کسی طرح یہ اپنے کیسز سے نکل جائے. تو قوم نے نظر رکھنی ہے. پھر انہوں نے, میں دوسری چیز آپ کو کہوں, یہ کبھی انہوں نے نیوٹرل امپائر سے میچ نہیں کھیلا. ان کا سب سے بڑا خوف یہ ہے کہ وہ جو ای وی ایم مشین ہے جو ہندوستان میں بھی ہے, جو جوڈیشل کمیشن بنی تھی 2015 میں, اس کی فائنڈنگ صرف یہ تھی کہ جتنے بھی مسئلے آئے ہیں اگر آپ ای وی ایم مشین لے آئیں تو وہ سارے مسئلے حل ہو جاتے تھے. ہم نے تو اس لیے لے کے آئے ہیں. میں کرکٹ کی دنیا میں وہ ہوں 200 سالہ تاریخ میں جو کیپٹن نیوٹرل امپائر لے کے آیا تھا. میری یہی کوشش تھی کہ میں پاکستان میں وہ الیکشن کرواؤں جو صاف اور شفاف سب مان جائیں, کیونکہ ہر الیکشن کے اندر شور مچتا تھا. اور یہ وہ ریورس کریں گے, یہ ای وی ایم مشینز اس لیے ختم کریں گے کیونکہ انہوں نے دھاندلی کرنی ہے. انہوں نے ساری زندگی دھاندلی کی ہے. اور دوسری اوورسیز پاکستانیز کی ووٹنگ. جو اوورسیز پاکستانی ہیں وہ 90 لاکھ اوورسیز پاکستانی, ان کی ریمیٹنسز پہ ملک چلتا ہے. وہ آج اپنا پیسہ بند کر دیں تو ہم بینکرپٹ ہیں. وہ جو بیچارہ پاکستانی باہر بیٹھا ہوا ہے, کیا آپ کیوں نہیں ان کو ووٹنگ رائٹ دینا چاہتے؟ ان کے لیے ہم نے آئی ووٹنگ لے کے آئے تھے, ٹیکنالوجی کا استعمال, تو انہوں نے وہ ختم کرنی ہے. یہ اور پھر انہوں نے پوری گیم تیار کر کے تاکہ سارے اپنے نیچے لوگ لگ جائیں, ان کے جو بیوروکریٹس جو پرانے ان کے اپنے ہیں وہ لگا کے پھر میچ فکس کر کے انہوں نے الیکشن میں جانا ہے. اور وہ یہ سارا مسئلہ ہے. اگر یہ ڈیموکریٹس ہیں اور ان کو واقعی جمہوریت کی فکر ہے تو الیکشن اناؤنس کریں. آپ کہہ رہے ہیں نا کہ اب آپ بڑے پاپولر ہیں, تو الیکشن اناؤنس کریں, میدان میں آ جائیں, دیکھیں پبلک کس کو ووٹ دیتی ہے. تو میں اپنی قوم کو آخر میں, میری زندگی سٹرگل ہے, کسی نے اتنی لمبی سٹرگل نہیں کی کہ کسی نے 22 سال اپنی زندگی کے نہیں گزارے سٹرگل کر کے آخر میں کامیاب ہونا. تو میں تو سٹرگل کے اوپر یوزڈ ہوں. میں تو اب ایک سٹرگل کے لیے تیار ہو گیا ہوں. میں نے تو اب پبلک میں نکلنا ہے اور میں نے سٹرگل کرنی ہے. میں آج اپنی ساری قوم کو کہہ رہا ہوں, یہ امپورٹڈ حکومت جو لانے کی کوشش ہو رہی ہے, پرسوں سنڈے کو آپ نے سب نے عشاء کے بعد آپ نے سب نے نکلنا ہے اور ایک زندہ قوم کی طرح احتجاج کرنا ہے, پرامن احتجاج کرنا ہے. میں پھر سے کہتا ہوں, کبھی بھی آپ نے احتجاج میں توڑ پھوڑ اور کچھ تصادم نہیں کرنا, پرامن احتجاج. لیکن آپ نے بتانا ہے کہ دیکھیں آپ نے اپنی فیوچر کو کی حفاظت کرنی ہے, آپ نے اپنی جمہوریت, اپنی سوورنٹی کی حفاظت کرنی ہے, اپنی آزادی کی حفاظت کرنی ہے. یہ جو باہر سے امپورٹ کر کے سازش کر کے اور ضمیر خرید کے یہ ڈرامہ جو ہو رہا ہے, آپ نے اس کی پروٹیسٹ کرنا ہے. یہ آپ کا فرض ہے. ایک زندہ قوم امر بالمعروف پہ کھڑی ہوتی ہے, اس سے قوم ایک زندہ قوم کا پتہ چلتا ہے لوگوں کو. اور میں یہ بھی کہہ دوں آخر میں کہ جو تاریخ ہے وہ کبھی کسی کو معاف نہیں کرتی. کون کیا رول پلے کر رہا ہے, تاریخ میں ہمیشہ یہ چیزیں سامنے آ جاتی ہیں. کون سے سپریم کورٹ کے فیصلے اچھے اور کون سے اس ملک کے لیے نقصان دہ, یہ ساری آپ تاریخ اٹھا کے دیکھ لیں, سامنے آ جاتی. تاریخ کبھی کسی کو معاف نہیں کرتی. لیکن ایک زندہ قوم ہمیشہ اپنے حقوق کے لیے کھڑی ہوتی ہے. اور ہمیشہ آپ کی سب سے بڑی کہ آپ نے یہ غلامی نہیں قبول کرنی. ایک آزاد قوم کی طرح آپ نے کھڑے ہونا ہے. ایاک نعبد و ایاک نستعین, لا الہ الا اللہ, کوئی خدا نہیں اللہ کے سوا. یہ نعروں پہ پاکستان بنا تھا. اس کے لیے قربانیاں دی تھی لوگوں نے. اس لیے قربانیاں نہیں دی تھی کہ کوئی باہر سے آ کے امپورٹڈ گورنمنٹ اوپر بٹھا دے اور ہم چپ کر کے تماشا دیکھتے رہیں. یہ اس لیے نہیں لوگوں کو, اس لیے وہ ہندوستان میں جو بیچارے مسلمانوں کے اوپر آج کل اتنے برے حالات ہیں, وہ انہوں نے بھی ووٹ دی تھی پاکستان کے لیے. انہوں نے اس لیے نہیں دی تھی کہ ہم آ کے کیا امپورٹڈ گورنمنٹ کے نیچے ہم بیٹھ جائیں اور ہم جی حضوری کریں اور ہم کہیں جی ہم تو بیگرز آر ناٹ چوزرز. اس لیے نہیں پاکستان بنا تھا. تو آپ نے وہ پاکستان کی خواب کے لیے پرسوں سب نے آپ نے نکلنا ہے عشاء کے بعد पुरअमन एहतजाज करना है। और मैं अब आपके साथ हूँगा, मैं आपके साथ पूरी स्ट्रगल करूँगा। मैं किसी सूरत तस्लीम नहीं करूँगा कि किसी किस्म की इम्पोर्टेड गवर्नमेंट इस मुल्क के ऊपर मुसल्लत की जाए। पाकिस्तान पाइंदाबाद।
Imran Khan, they're addressing Pakistan and telling the people of Pakistan that they should be prepared for protest, that he is against what he said, imported government. He repeatedly talked about that letter, also talked about the conversation that happened between the Pakistan envoy to United States and a senior official in US, talking about why Imran Khan went to Russia when there was a war that was happening between Russia and Ukraine. So a lot of charge that is coming in there. Let me bring in my guests and go to Barrister Muhammad Ahmad. Here is the Prime Minister of Pakistan in many ways indicating that as far as the trust vote tomorrow is concerned, he may have lost it, and that is the reason why he instigated the people of Pakistan to really come on the streets and start protesting.
Thank you. If you remember, yesterday before the judgment had come out and I was there in your program to make my comment, I had said that the most wise thing that the Supreme Court of Pakistan can and could do in that situation was to announce the elections or to ensure that the elections take place, because for a reason, I knew that somebody like Imran Khan would never accept any such decision which leads to the removal of his government. So at the moment, I won't call it instigation, but yes, he is certainly inviting his voters and people across Pakistan to come and sort of join en masse in protests against this newly formed government, which is going to be expected to be formed tomorrow. And I think it's going to be a chaotic situation in Pakistan. Imran Khan has the capacity in Pakistan to gather large number of crowds. He's also very good with processions. And, I think he will not allow or not give a very easy ride to the new government, which is expected to be formed tomorrow.
So
all of this is chaotic, and this is what I was actually apprehending. And there was a reason
why.
So
the Prime Minister there clearly saying that from tomorrow onwards there will be chaos. And he has told the people of Pakistan that day after tomorrow, that is Sunday, after the Isha prayers, they should start protesting. Kamar Chima, Imran Khan there clearly saying that as far as the last ball is concerned, he has played it. Tomorrow may be the last day of him as the Prime Minister.
Well, I think Imran Khan is really an instigator, and he understands that he's losing power, so that he should do a damage to the state. Right now, there is a blur line. There is a government and then there is a state. He's losing a government, but he understands that he must not undermine the authority of the state. He is bleeding this state from his instigating remarks. And remember, the Supreme Court's job is not to make happy one political party and to annoy the others. The Supreme Court's job is to uphold the Constitution. So what Supreme Court did was they just asked the parliamentarians to respect the Constitution, which the parliamentarians wanted to violate. So unfortunately, Imran Khan is known as a ladla in Pakistan, which is called as a blue-eyed. So I think this must go, because right now the most important point is that, are we bleeding from disrespect? Okay, there's a question from Imran Khan that where does Pakistan's sovereignty goes when we make policies, when we go for legislation in our parliament, when the IMF forces us? Where does Pakistan's sovereignty goes when we import a governor state bank who runs Pakistan's entire economic policies? Where does Pakistan's sovereignty goes when we go and ask the Arab countries to give us money? Right now we ask, and when we go to the Chinese, where does our sovereignty goes? So recently, Pakistan is not going to the US for any kind of money.
Yes, and Kamajima, sovereignty and independence is under threat, is what Imran Khan is saying. This almost seemed like his farewell address to the nation. Professor Lucas, the Prime Minister for the last 2 weeks has been building up to this address in many ways, because he has been talking about this international conspiracy, talking about that letter which is supposed to be very damaging, and perhaps the larger opposition plus foreign conspiracy will be revealed. Has that been done today, or was it just a threat?
No, because Imran says he cannot reveal the letter now because the court in Islamabad has enjoined him not show that, which of course raises the question, why didn't he show the letter in the previous 2 weeks before the court ruling? Just to give you a wider perspective on this, where is any evidence that the United States, and it is the United States who he is claiming engineered this through a State Department official named Donald Liu, where is any evidence that the United States instigated this by going to members of the National Assembly, opposition members, and saying, you have to move with this no confidence vote? Where is it? I just want to be very blunt with you. Anytime a foreign leader gets in trouble in many countries, the first thing they do is say, there's a foreign power trying to get rid of me. Because the United States has a record of this in years past. We know that. But on many occasions in recent years, I've seen leaders do this where there is no evidence of U.S. instigation. I saw it in Iran. I've seen it in Syria for more than a decade.
But
I've seen it in African countries.
Professor Lucas, do you think the State Department must come clean then?
Well, I think the State Department's put a statement out there that they didn't put any pressure on Imran Khan. Now, what the State Department could do is actually reveal a record of the meeting between Donald Liu and the Pakistani ambassador to the United States. But they're not doing that for a simple reason, is that it is Imran that's making the allegation. So if you make an allegation, whether it's political or in a court of law, it's the complainant who has to produce the evidence first, not the defendant, right? So I think the United States and many other countries are watching this with concern, because I'm going to give the fundamental back to the other guest. From what I'm looking at, Imran Khan is taking on the entire Pakistani system, the courts, the legislature, his own military, by using the U.S. as a pretext. And beyond Imran's future, the wider damage, which I think your other guests have identified, is we're not talking about the threat to Imran being preeminent now. We're talking about the threat to the Pakistani system. And the United States is not the main actor in that. It's Pakistanis themselves that have that key role.
And Imran Khan, forgetting the multiple failures that he oversaw during his tenure. There is much that he has to explain about his tenure, and now he is talking about the QOM, the entire Pakistan as the larger Muslim Islamic nation, that all of them should be protesting against United States in particular. Prabhu Dayal, here is Imran Khan, who has been talking about the last ball for the last 2 weeks. When exactly is that last ball? Or do you think this was almost in many ways conceding defeat?
Well, you know, Maria, there is a last ball of an innings and there is a last ball of one's career. I would say that the last ball of Imran Khan's present innings as Prime Minister has been bowled.
Yes.
The Supreme Court has declared him out, and Imran Khan will have to cease to be Prime Minister. He will have to demit the office of Prime Minister. However, this is not the end of Imran Khan's political career.
Yes.
He is popular with a very large section of Pakistanis, and I would not write him off. I think that it is very, very premature to say that his political career
Yes,
will
absolutely.
not take off from here.
His political career may still be there, but for the Prime Minister who's still in office to call for protest, he is plunging the entire country into darkness, leading them to chaos. Why should the Prime Minister give a call of this nature, Muhammad Ahmad, that will lead to certain ramifications on the ground? He is certainly compromising on that role, the oath to office that he himself took.
Well, I personally believe that Prime Minister or no Prime Minister, he is also a parliamentarian. He's also a citizen of Pakistan, and he is entitled under the same very constitution that we're all discussing to go and protest on the streets. Imran Khan is
political brinkmanship should not be about instigating people. This is a call for protest, nationwide protest.
I don't take it as instigation. I feel that he is just asking his followers, and he's got a large number of following in Pakistan, regardless of the fact that he's the Prime Minister. He's been in politics for over 2 decades. And even at this stage, he's got the capability of taking the large number of people out on the streets, and he is requesting and he is asking his voters to come out and protest against something which has not been investigated upon. You see, you need to understand one thing. Deputy Speaker had passed a ruling on the basis of an information which the Prime Minister of Pakistan believed was a grave violation of the sovereignty of Pakistan. That information had not been investigated upon. There was no commission which was formed eventually, unless the Law Ministry formed one commission. So without and in the absence of that, he wants his voters, he wants the public to know that this is what is happening, rightly or wrongly. We may agree with that or disagree with that.
Okay.
And he has requested the public to come out and protest very peacefully. I don't think so there is anything wrong. We've seen million marches, we've seen marches in all parts of the world.
Professor Lucas, here is the Prime Minister talking about protests. The last ball may be of his current inning as the Prime Minister. He may have well played that, and this was an address to the people of Pakistan as an exiting Prime Minister who was clearly on his way out. But Professor Lucas, whatever happens tomorrow, will it really change the equation between Imran Khan and the West?
I want to be honest with you. I don't think that's the key issue here. I think there is a split right now within the Pakistani leadership on how to deal not only with the West, but the international community, which has been brought to a head because of the Ukraine crisis.
Yes.
Imran Khan would like to draw closer to Moscow. The military would like to draw closer to other countries, not just the U.S., but other countries. And that part, India is part of the equation why the military and Imran are maneuvering that way. But the reason why I say I don't really want to go down that road is, look, the immediate issue this weekend is about Pakistan's relationship with itself.
Yes.
I agree with your previous speaker that Imran has the right, as anyone does, to call for peaceful protest. But I just want to leave you with this analogy. Just over 2 years ago, there was a president of the United States who did not want to leave office, even though he had lost an election. And he called on his followers to come out and protest. And those followers attacked the Capitol building, trying to prevent a constitutional process for his successor to be confirmed. Now, Washington is a long way from Islamabad, but when Imran calls on these people to protest, he may invoke the fact that it's for the good of Pakistan, but he's calling upon them to protest against every aspect of their system except for one, Imran Khan, the Prime Minister.
Professor Lucas, that's an important point that you made. What really happened in United States is something that the entire country, all the countries must remember how it played out really. Professor Lucas Prabhudyal, Dr. Kamar Chima and Barrister Ahmed, thank you so much for joining us. So that big floor test is going to take place tomorrow at 11 a.m. That will be the big story tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching.
CNN News 18 also gets you this exclusive audio of the Chief Justice of Pakistan when he was reading the verdict on Imran Khan. Let's listen in.
We have conferred with each other at length and have concluded on the outcome of our judgment unanimously. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. For detailed reasons to be recorded later and subject to what is set out therein by way of amplification or otherwise, these matters are dismissed.